Let's get saucy! You guys are live. Let's get it.
Hello, everybody, and a very warm welcome to the $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War Tournament Series presented by Totinos. I am Lottie Van Prague. I'm going to be hosting alongside an amazing host. I don't know how I'm here in the middle because I've got Puckett next to me. He's my right hand man here, the right hand of God, they may say, joining me on the desk. And then I also have analyst Miles Ross. Mate, I rarely see you in this analyst position, but it's lovely to have you here and to get all your Call of Duty knowledge, suck it out of you, get it on the stream. I'm so excited, gents. What a day we're about to have. We're about to eat a lot of Totinos and talk about Call of Duty Cold War. What more could we want? Pucky, you excited, man?
I have a fresh, warm bowl of pizza rolls. I am so excited. Thank you to my wife, Molly, who brought this over right before we went live. I'm going to be snacking throughout the day. And the best part of this is we just get to hang out. We're not even casting today, Miles. We are sitting, watching some of these next level pros come into it, right? There's not pros yet. There's semi-pros or even amateurs who are on the grind, but you got to start somewhere. And $1,000 in a free tournament, it doesn't get better than today.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're absolutely right, Chris. They are baking in the oven, waiting for that ding for those professional careers to start up.
I like that, Miles. That was very, very good. I may say myself.
What a minute. They're coming.
But they are coming. And you know what? Like you said, of course, we're actually having our eye right now on kind of semi-pro players and teams coming up through the ranks. And, this tournament is a fantastic example of finding raw talent. Now, we have already had a couple of weeks of tournaments. And I'm going to say week one was absolutely amazing. I mean, Chris, what kind of things did you notice coming in from week one here?
I'll be honest, I only got a chance to see the recap video. I was doing another broadcast on that day they were live. But JC and the Goon Squad walked away with the W. I know they didn't get it last week. They're a little bit frustrated by their results, but I haven't seen the bracket for today yet. I'm hoping JC and the Goons are ready to make their return. They won the first. They've already cashed in. Let's pick up some more cash today, right, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've also heard that JC and the Goons, not so much Goons, I must say, winning that week one. But I heard that they're actually, they're very inexperienced. So for them to go all the way and to win that tournament was pretty, exceptional, really, in its own right. So really exciting stuff. And then week two, Miles, they obviously fell short, a little bit shorter than week one. But we did see week two with, I think it's Uranium. I think Puckett definitely has, I'm going to blame you if it's wrong, Puckett. Uranium Gaming, Black, did actually take that tournament there. And Wichita Wolves, or was it, actually, hold on, I think it was Wichita Wolves that won that one. But it was against
Wolves
Uranium
took it
Gaming.
in the end.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Uranium
they took it in the end.
Looking strong.
Mm-hmm. They have been looking strong. The reason I was thinking them is because they're in the tournament today, aren't they?
And I feel like Uranium is just filling up all of the tournament spots. We've seen Uranium Black. We're going to see Uranium Red. We got Uranium Blue. And if your name is not Uranium and you spell it URNM, please let us know in the chat what it actually is. Because we talked about this for 15 minutes before the show, and we all decided it's got to be the element. Lottie, I would love to show everyone what went down, though, in that first week. And Miles, as we're taking a look at the highlights, I need you to give me some players to watch. We're hoping to see them in the tournament again today. But if there's any stars that you see in the kill feed, let us know as we load up the first video.
Oh, Chris, we will let you know those rising stars as they find their way here in Call of Duty success. I will say it's the start of Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. The game's only been out for, a little over, it's not actually a month yet. We're coming through, 13th November onwards. And there's been a lot of tournaments, man. There has been seemingly non-stop competitions, of all different levels as we gear towards, the pro stuff starting up again next year. But again, it's been so cool to see so many different players of various skill levels. Everyone's getting involved. I kind of think as much as we do disagree, we hate COVID and everything that's happening right now in the world, it is bringing out the best in us gamers. We have been training years and years of sitting indoors, making sure that we, hone these thumbs. I'm actually rocking an injury right now. I'm not sure if anyone can see that.
What happened?
Oh, yeah. Is that a plaster?
It is.
Is that from a mammal?
Band-Aid.
It was human caused. I did it. I think it might be from the zombie camos grind. I'm not kidding. That's how old I'm getting now. The thumbs are out. It's quite sad to admit that.
It just starts flaking off.
Too many zombie trains. Too many zombie trains, Miles. You need to calm it down.
You guys are going to run a video. I think professional musicians have got glue on their fingers, to make them tough. I might have to do that.
Hey, you might have to. You might have to indeed. Now, we did mention week one. It was a fantastic week. And if you did miss it, then here is a recap of what went down.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament here at Esports Arena, all presented by Totinos Pizza Rolls.
Through checkers, it's going to be, Elias said, is going to be looking at that specific point, but Smoke's going to be able to come on through Gizmo, and Boats are able to come.
Will be good here for Benny to maybe try and shut down this push, but Secret's going to find himself an opening, looks for two.
Cards on the table here for JC and their goons. They really need this B capture to come on through. They could really benefit from getting the extra minute on the board, and they're also...
If you do exclamation point giveaway in the chat, you're going to have a chance at being able to pull up that link. If you click that link and go to it, the first 130 people will have a chance at being able to get that loot box brought to them, and you can see that right there. Very nice loot box. We also have another loot box that only one person is going to win, and well, you can see that exclamation point right there. If you do exclamation point power squad, you're going to get yourself a jacket as well as all this extra loot brought to you, and of course it's all brought to you by Totinos Pizza Rolls. The spawn flips are out, a chance to maybe push and break through, but Rib says no, shuts down both players. However, he still does not have the spawns, and I don't think he anticipates the flank. He does not. Nismo's there, and we'll find the pickup.
And you also got players spotting out on the west side of the, or the south side of the map, excuse me. And it's both going to be Bert and Atrium. They're going to be...
Spawns are very deep here for Rated Gaming, and this very likely might just be the final nail in the coffin. Respawn has just been hitting different. Harass is lining them up, knocking them down. Every single player currently on a spree right now. 4 right now for Atrium, 4 for Harass. Make that 5 for Harass. Can it be 6? Oh my God. Great time. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Big shout out again to Totinos for sponsoring this event, and it's all been put on by Esports Arena. Make sure you guys tune in towards the next one. We'll be back. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, week one was a lot of fun, and you saw some really nice play out of Harass there, going on a big spree. But to break things down, though, let's take a wider look here as we open it up, taking a look at how we got this started. Because on week one, we had quite a few teams, but not to the level that we saw in week two. And even with that said, it was a very difficult road for all of our players. As you take a look at the bracket here, this started on November 14th. So remember, the game was fresh. Everyone was brand new to it. And starting it off, you had Nick Mo 918 with the Gamers making a run through the first bracket as well as the second. Unfortunately, ran out of gas, though, against the TD Recruits. And it was TD Recruits who eventually went out in the semifinals to that Uranium squad you were talking about, Lottie. Uranium mashing up against JC and his goons, and at the end of the day, it was JC and the goons walking away with the $600 prize. But very exciting stuff that we saw there in week one.
It was indeed, and to be honest, like looking at the bracket there, 3-0. It wasn't a close game there either. So a little bit of a wipe. I mean, I'm not entirely sure exactly the specifics and what went down, but in the recap, I mean, it did look like, JC and his goons were really giving Uranium a run for their money. And, I'm really excited to see what they can do today. I mean, Miles, looking at, some of our semi-pros coming forward here, what are you really looking out for as an analyst? What's kind of at the top of your list? Like where are we going with kind of key factors to making it as a professional into Call of Duty?
Top of the list for me, something that we may not be able to hear is communication. I want to see how these players are talking to each other.
Yes.
We call it small talk in the pro world. Where you're telling each other, I'm on your left-hand side, I've got your cross, I'm watching certain positions, how players read the mini-map. I think overall those strategies are going to be really important. The good players, they know how to win those hard points. They know how to win rotations. They know how to control spawns. And I will say, so far here in Cold War, it's not been too crazy. There's not been too many shenanigans. The game sort of plays the way you would expect it as an experienced Call of Duty player. But it's still early days. There's still patches coming out. We've seen hard point spawns being changed in patches so far. There's been a weapon adjustment here or there. The MP5 got a nerf, and then it kind of outgrew that nerf, and they nerfed it again. There's all sorts of stuff going on. But it's amazing that we could do all of this from our homes, literally. But not for COVID. We've got a mask here. But all this is happening from our homes. And as I say, looking for the strategy. If I reel this one back very quickly, it's about the strategy. That's what we want to see.
Yeah,
I
like that.
It's all about the strat.
I think we should also point out that if you are an AR player, you probably had a tough last 2 years, but it's a Treyarch title. This is the year of the AR, and I'm not talking about just the Krieg. We're going to also see AK-47s out there, the sub players, the guys that were normally in a flex role, able to get down and dirty at short and long range with that AR. And it's all about the different classes. What are they going to be running on it? Everyone has their own style at the moment. And that's something that I know we're about a month into the game, but I still love that individuals have their own individual layout that can totally differ from teammates or other people in the tournament. Maybe we'll see some guns, knowing this is an amateur bracket. Maybe we'll see some guns that the pros have maybe not looked at yet, but some of the other players have really put some time in to unlock some other camos. So that's one of the highlights for me. But we got to highlight week 2 here, Lottie, before we move forward, because week 1, we mentioned it, pretty darn big bracket. But even more players sign up for week 2's action. $1,000 more went out. And at the end of this one, it was the Wichita Wolves. Azrael and the crew getting the job done. I know we got a video coming up here shortly, but are you guys looking at individual players? Are you looking for full solidified teams here? Lottie, what are you most excited about in today's Totinos $1,000 tournament?
Do you know what? I think for me it is the team aspect, because I think raw talent is absolutely fantastic, but for me it's how an individual player can take that talent and put it into his team and kind of play a really, really important role into winning the actual game. You can't do it on your own. It has to be a team effort. And that's something that's so kind of prominent with Call of Duty. You know, you can be fantastic, you can be a star player, but at the end of the day, if the rest of the team, it's not really working in the cohesion, in the chemistry, then you're probably not going to see the ultimate dub, you know, in a tournament right in the final. You're going to see your two best teams working together as a machine. So for me, it's all about the well-oiled machines. Who's going to come out on top? Who's learning from the mistakes and kind of reading your opponents as you go through the bracket. So yeah, I mean, have I really answered the question there, Chris? Did I really answer the question? I don't know, but I'm looking for machines today. Some Totinos machines.
There we go. We're gonna see some monsters in there. I'm gonna eat some more Totinos, and we should remind you guys, you too could be eating these delicious pizza rolls. We've got some awesome chat commands. Shout out to our mods. We got the first one, ! Power Squad. Put that in right now. We've got a giveaway one. And of course, if you want Totinos, this is the most important one, ! Totinos. If you put it in the chat, we're going to take you to a Walmart website, and it's automatically going to put Totinos in your box ready to check out. It's good stuff, Miles.
I mean, what more can you want, Miles? You're looking at your Totinos. I can see your mouth watering. You should have cooked them up for the stream.
I know, I ran here quick, but the one thing that did also get my mouth watering again, in that premium crate, as I am so well advertising here, within that premium loot crate, there is a code that gets you. You get an operator skin. You get an exclusive operator skin. You get an emblem, which is great. I mean, I don't know if I can give it away. Maybe I will, but I just equipped it in game. It's very cool. You get an emblem, a player card, an operator skin. You also get 40 hours of weapon and double XP tokens. That's like boom. That is
40 hours.
Yeah,
that's a long time, Chris.
the
Dude,
dark matter it's literally at your fingertips now, Miles.
I'm getting dark matter. I'm getting it this year. This is going to be. I don't have to wait for the double XP weekends. I'm not going to have to grind as much. All I had to do was get Totinos for Walmart, and now, what do you know? I'm going to have myself Dark Aether.
Boom. All right, production, if you can, I would love to take a look at that week 2 video. We'll break down the bracket for you guys. And then I'm told round 1 is underway. We're going to be joining into round 2 of the action. We got Visions on the mic again. It's going to be a great show for you guys. I'm excited for this one. And also, we're going to be snacking throughout the action. But let's take a look back when we got that loaded up. Vision and Proper, bringing you the comms in game. And we talked a little bit about what we want to see from the teams. Miles, any specific weapons? Actually, the video is ready. We'll talk about weapons when we come back. For now, let's take a look back. This was week 2 of games.
And welcome back to our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament. It's all, of course, presented by Totinos and hosted here on Esports Arena.
So got player number 7 in Tito working up a little bit of a pinch. I don't think that Wavy and Steel Curtain are going to be aware of this. Here comes we'll take them down. Rage is trying to slide down the stairs to be able to break inside of P3, but it's straight busting and Steel Curtain that come in for 3.
Double, making things so difficult to enter in the hill, but it is contested. It's a 1v1. Steel Curtain with the gun up, will be able to find 8.
The time, 2:41 to 2:39, and we are going back to P1 where Team Diverge are able to get the initial time, and they're able to meet the initial flurry. They have the numbers up on P1. The numbers are dwindling for no thumbs, and there's nobody here to contest the time.
We're also going to be giving away 150 Totinos loot boxes here for you guys. And well, for everyone that is currently wondering how exactly you acquire one, make sure you do !giveaway down in towards the chat. There will pop a command for you so that it will pull up a link, and you just have to fill that out there for yourself. Or you could also do !power squad, and you will have a chance at being able to grab yourself the premier loot box here for yourself, for as far as a jacket that comes with it. Got some dog tags. I think there's some double XP also going to be added in towards that loot box as well for you. So a lot of things that can come away with for yourself, and all you have to do, I do believe, is just pull that in, pull up that link, and retweet that tweet from Esports Arena, and you have a chance at being able to grab yourself lots of loot.
Stopping the time clock, so that way reinforcements might be able to resurge over towards the control side. G-spin will go down, so now 10 seconds left to play in the offense for Wichita Wolves. In the power position is Sleepy, almost able to get the retrain onto Denies, but at least the communication was going to be there almost as Nisbu tries to go for the top-down play, but Orb is still underneath the play, and it's able to search and destroy, because you will not end up coming back when you're out of respawns. That is how the control mode works. So Wichita Wolves now have an opportunity to be able to close this out.
This is all they need. They could still end it on P2. G-Spin playing with the AK now. Able to find a massive win here on towards Orb. Looking for the challenge. It's going to be Sleepy. Shut down from G-Spin. Still going off. Mir finds the break. It's the Scrappy Hill. Playing a couple more seconds. Might just come through, and they do. The Wichita Wolves able to close. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I really hope you guys enjoyed yourselves, because I know we definitely did. And until next time, we'll be holding down. We'll see you guys December 5th.
All right, so there you see the results. The Wichita Wolves were the eventual champions, but we're told today they're playing in Challengers, which opens the door for so many more teams. Uranium going deep in the first event. You saw them again in week 2. Here's a look at the bracket of how things played out. But Lottie, I think it might be the day for the Uranium squads. They've got a red team. They've got a blue team coming in here to week 3.
Yeah, they do indeed. I think it's kind of a little bit intimidating. It reminds me of like phase red and phase black days. It's a little bit intimidating. That's a little something else. If they can channel the phase, they can phase up a little bit, then I think we got a bit of a dangerous waters that some of our teams are going to be stepping in here. But yeah, I'm actually really excited to see how Uranium play. We know that they can go the distance. We've seen it happen. Obviously, they didn't manage to close things out against Wichita Wolves, but who knows? It's a new day today. It's a new tournament. They might just do it. And I'm very excited to see who will be in the place of the Wichita Wolves as well, because of course they're not playing in the tournament today. I mean, if you had to guess based on week 1 and week 2, Miles, I know this is a little bit of a stretch here, but who would you think is likely to see in the finals, do you think, maybe here?
I have no idea. Like, I'm not going to sugarcoat this one. I don't know. The way the tournament played out, the fact that we have, a lot of different players showing up today, because there are so many competitions taking place here in the Call of Duty world. Who's here today? We're about to find out. Who's going to show up today? I hope we find out that. It'd be a surprise.
I have one team we should keep eyes on. Juju Smith-Schuster, for those who don't know, the star receiver for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's also an awesome gamer. He was doing Fortnite with Ninja and I last night. Today, well, he's sitting back and watching his squads, because he's got Team Diverge as well as the TD Grinders in the bracket. They were 2 different squads, both making it, I believe, the quarterfinals, one of them going to the semifinals. Today, though, they're dividing those 2 squads and making one powerhouse team. It's going to be 2 squads matching up, trying to go into their first grand finals appearance of the year here for the Totinos events. And I honestly think they've got the potential to do it. They've actually been one of the more consistent squads in the tournaments up to this point. But as Miles said, we haven't watched a ton of the gameplay, right? Tonight is our opportunity to really dive in deeper, to watch all these guys and gals play live. And I think by hour 2, we should have a good feeling of who are the deep threats to go into this one.
Chris, I like
we should have an idea. I like that, Miles.
The feeling.
Yeah.
How I say, this is the feeling. I'm not milking a cow here. This is the feeling. The feeling of what these teams are going to be like later on today.
It is the feeling for sure.
And just to clarify for the guy in the chat, Juju is not playing today. Just his teams are. He owns teams in Call of Duty. Sorry if you didn't catch that live. We do need to do one more thing before we get to the games here. I'm told we got to plug the chat because we want you guys to be with us all day long. And why not? When you got an opportunity to win some free stuff. The first one we should tell you about is the exclamation point giveaway. Let's run the folks through what happens if you put the giveaway in the chat here, guys. This is a sweepstakes powered by Totinos Power Squad. All you got to do, put the exclamation point Totinos Power Squad, put the exclamation point giveaway, and it will give you all the details of how you could win a premium crate. Miles mentioned it. You're getting 40 hours of double XP. If that's not reason alone, I don't know what you guys are thinking here. It's an incredible gift on top of you can get stuff like this amazing jacket. We got stickers, the dog tag. We've got it all here on the show tonight.
The premium loot crate. You can see a little, I spy it with my little eye behind Miles right there. The premium loot crate. It is gorgeous. The khaki green. You get a ton of stickers, Cold War. You get this gorgeous mask in there as well that can it stops the chill on your neck as well as being a mask, and it's covered in Cold War swag and Totino swag. I mean, you get a patch to put on your jacket, which is fire. I could go on for hours here, Chris. I really could. Miles, you already know as well. But it's a lot to be won.
It's a lot to be won. I am deep in this crate already. I'm already thinking about what I can do with this Totinos Power Squad crate once I'm done with this show. Like, I could use it to transport my dog's toys. I could put my controllers in there so that he doesn't pee on them anymore. Like, I've got the application here is huge. Like, we can go all night with what we can. Just the crate. Like, I'm going to be wearing this jacket out and about. People are like, nice jacket. Where'd you get that? And I'm like, well, you should have hit exclamation Power Squad in the Twitch chat while the tournament was running. But Totinos doing what they can to make quarantine that bit more fun for all of us.
And we just got a reminder, shout out to Allie, who is helping us put all this together with Totinos. We have 1,000 other regular sweeps prizes. So if you don't get that premium loot, don't worry. You can still get some gear. Simply put exclamation point giveaway in the chat. We'll be telling you guys how to win more gear throughout the show, so stay tuned for that. For now, though, we got to get the games loaded up. We're going to a break. When we come back, it's going to be Visions and Proper there on the mics. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our $1,000 tournament coming here for Black Ops. Of course, all brought to you by Totinos. It's myself, Vision, joined with Proper. Just had an excellent little death segment there, of course, with Lottie, Miles, and Puckett, giving us a breakdown on those future weeks. But we got a new week here for ourselves, Proper. We're now in towards the game, just a few weeks in. People are learning more and more things. A meta has essentially been established, and I'm very excited to see these very hungry up-and-coming players come at it again to see if they're going to be able to bring some more high-intensity gameplay for us for week 3.
Yeah, I'm glad that you also brought up just the up-and-coming hungry players, too. It's kind of fitting, right? Especially with Totinos being the main sponsor here as well. I hope they're hungry not only for pizza rolls, but also for the competition, because a lot of players and a lot of teams that have been able to take previous weeks, Austin, well, they're currently playing in Challengers. So this is about to be a very fun day of Cold War, because we're about to probably see some exciting things. Players that you and I probably don't even know who the heck they are, and we're going to be able to see what they're able to do for the better share of $1,000.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing about these entire tournaments is being able to see these players that maybe don't get the spotlight when they're playing up against some of the best for as far as these challenger tournaments and stuff like this, but are still able to, at least compete and be able to show us exactly what they're able to bring. We saw that, of course, last week with the Wichita Wolves, week previous with JC and his goons. And I think for the most part, JC and the goons, like we heard from Puckett, are going to be coming back in towards this one to see if they're going to be able to kind of bounce back from the last week. Didn't go how they planned, I have to imagine, falling a little bit short after dominating week 1, 3-0 grand finals, and then falling a little bit short here, at least in the last one. So looking for a big bounce back, and they've had some time to be able to prep, look over those VODs and scrim core debates to be able to get towards this point. So I'm very excited to see exactly what they're going to be able to come in and at least change up for as far as strategy and whatnot coming in towards this. Because right now, like I said, we have a little bit of a meta right now. I think most maps right now are 2 and 2 for as far as 2 ARs, 2 subs. Some teams opting into running 3 ARs and 1 sub and kind of relying on the rotations to be able to get set up early in some of these respawn game modes. But I think a lot of these teams still are trying to figure out control for as far as how are we going to play this? What's the best way to play this in 4v4 compared to 5v5 when we saw it in Black Ops 4? That was something we were heavily touching on for as far as the first week and second week when we were kind of learning everything. And now teams have had a lot more time to be able to kind of dissect and look at how they want to approach this game mode.
Yeah, 100%. I guess it all comes down to just comfort too. If you're more comfortable with the 74U, I mean, if you're more comfortable with the Bullfrog, go ahead and just whip it out and just be able to get as much kills as possible, so that way you can try to turn some of these control modes over. Because I'm not gonna lie, tuning into a lot of streams, watching even a lot of pro scrims, I've been watching a lot of Priest, I've been watching a lot of Clayster, and a lot of Scumpy as well. They're all still struggling with the understanding of how control is actually going to work. But as it stands, we are immediately hopping in with our first game. This is going to be a round 2 match. Hardpoint Moscow is right in front of us here. It's going to be in between URNM Gaming versus Unjustified Gaming. And, well, got a little bit of a lobby issue, so we'll go ahead and look back at our handsome faces as we break down Cold War a little bit more.
Yeah, and actually we see a little bit of a change-up. I think one team that we saw Exogen on was Symbolic Gaming from the 2 weeks previous. I know it's someone that I've definitely followed in the scene for as far as taking a different approach. Looks like they had broken up from not having 2 very strong performances. So that team now looking to shift things around, now teaming with Joker, who I also believe was on that Symbolic roster, trying to get together under the banner of Unjustified to see if they're going to be able to come out here with a little bit of a different light. And sometimes that's all it takes, right? You have 2 core players on the roster that maybe get along and have an understanding on how they want to approach the game, but the other 2 players might want to play the game in a totally different way, or might want you to even play a totally different role. And sometimes that's not easy to be able to at least, kind of adjust to and whatnot. But we are hearing we have a bracket as we're waiting to load back in towards that game as we get those issues kind of figured out for you guys. And with this bracket, we're going to look at for as far as all these teams that are going to be competing here for you guys on the day. Unjustified Gaming, of course, a team I think we might be familiar with. And then coming through, looking at the rest of them, this is a lot of new teams, I feel like. And maybe they're just different team names for the most part here for us, Andy, because we know they like to change up from week to week, but we have to imagine there's probably going to be some different rosters here on the day for sure.
Yeah, absolutely the case, as typically in the standard goes for amateur Call of Duty, but the names might seem familiar, but the players will always end up changing. Teams will always end up mixing a whole bunch of different players, left, right, and center, as the bracket does get updated in front of us. Round 1 was previously being played out while we were getting that beautiful intro death segment. And while we are looking at as far as round 2 is going to be taking a look at, we are able to at least break down that it is Unreal Nightmare, so we can stop saying URNM Gaming, Austin, so we can save ourselves a little bit of a breath as we're going through all these different consonants. But, I mean, versus Unjustified Gaming, I mean, those are 2 team names that we definitely will recognize. I know that Unjustified are actually fielding a Challengers roster as well. Looking at the players that were just previously in that lobby, I am pretty confident in saying that that's not the same squad, but at the same time, it's still really nice to be able to see a turnout from a name like Unjustified.
It certainly is. And then we load in towards, of course, our first map. We saw it there for a second. Will be Moscow Hardpoint coming through here for us, followed by what will be a search and destroy on Crossroads, I do believe, and then a control garrison if we even get towards that third map. So that's going to be our layout for as far as this specific series here for us, ladies and gentlemen. But it looks like everyone's loaded in, ready to go. Time to kick off our very first series of the night. One of many, of course. And, well, it's going to be on Moscow, so we know the rotations are everything for us, Andy. And we'll see exactly what these teams got in store for us as we kick things off.
And Unjustified, they do have Benny, who has been a Call of Duty grinder for a multitude of titles, so good to see them coming out. They were actually on that team called JC and the Goons that did end up winning out that week, so good enough to see them in the turnout versus URNM Gaming, or I guess as it may end up being the name of the game here, of course, for Moscow Hardpoint. You want to try to break in towards the P2 spawns, which is why you see player number 8 for URNM of Exogen just trying to wait for their moment to try to pounce on forward. They're met with immediate resistance, of course. They're waiting for at least one player that's going to be sleepy to be able to make their strides forward and towards the P2 area. Now it's going to be looking for the police station. These are good kills, considering that Unjustified are soaking up time off of P1.
And look in the back. This is where that massive power position will take place, as you're going to see police station be a massive part of whether or not you're going to be able to hold this hill. You want an AR up there, and they have an AR up there. But we do see Unjustified Gaming grab a good chunk of this time, so you have to see a bit of a response. So there's a few players that are rotating late. They actually spawn out in behind P4 right now. So it's up to Sleepy to really stay alive. He does find himself one kill. He's on the 3 spree at the moment, 3 and 1, but it's actually a break inside the hill. We'll see one fall, and now it's all red in the feed for us. This is looking to be the chance to be able to start to mount a bit of a comeback, maybe even take the lead, as there's lots of time left on this hill. The setup is in effect, and you can see them bottlenecking just right inside of the store in front of the hill, making it very difficult. One player is going to come in on a pinch. That's going to be Evader, trying to see if he might be able to break on through and get himself in towards the back. 2 players do end up falling, Oreo and Benny with kills, but overwhelmed with the spawns in the back. And now we're going to start to look towards this rotation, as 20 seconds should end up going over towards our squad here in control.
And this was such a great job from URNM, starting off, I guess, on the quote-unquote bad side for Moscow Hardpoint. They immediately shifted their focus. They looked at Unjustified in their eyes and said, okay, you can go ahead and soak up as much time off of P1. We want the money hill of P2, as Oreo does go back for the back 5. Will now be able to at least give it up for Evader to soak it up as they go for the long rotation all the way over towards P3. 2 players for URNM still spawning in towards the east side of the map. Will have a very long rotation, but this is still looking pretty good so far for URNM. They're trying to set up pinches. They're trying to get in power positions, but Benny's going to be able to find Exogen in the far back. Now playing for the spawns over by P3 will be Unjustified. They do have at least of an opening in that stature. They just got to worry about Sleepy in the back.
This is still a fight for the hill right now, and that's a great nade from Joker. He does deal with Oreo, so it's really all up to Pulse right now, but his teammates actually spawn behind him, so does get a saving grace on being able to still salvage this hill. But overall, this has been a fantastic rotation from URNM Gaming, able to come off that P2 hill and actually take away a couple of points at least and keep them off the hill. That's probably best case scenario, and Justified Gaming should be able to grab the majority of this time, as really everyone's looking towards the rotation to the street by P4, but not too bad of a spot to be in right now. If URNM Gaming can secure the rotation here, shut down that first push, they put themselves in a good position to maybe run away with a nice little lead.
Yeah, P3 is just so hard to break once you already have the spawns, once you have all the headies and the power position. So as we move over towards the streets in P4, will be player number 6 of Sleepy there to be able to get the initial time, and looking for at least different angles inside of glass will end up being sirens, but all the hit coming out from Unjustified is immediately coming through the back end in all far west. So they're going to try to bottleneck their way over here. No pinches set up whatsoever. And because nobody's looking towards the alleyway, it's going to be a perfect situation for Exogen to find at least a little bit of pressure, but they're going to be dealt with handily. And as we do end up having just 30 seconds left inside of P4, it looks like Unjustified are actually spawning over by P2. The hill is completely wiped on out, so they might just try to put a player over there to get the scrap of the scrap time. They're going to be looking forward in towards the second set of hills, so that way they can hold on towards P2.
Oh, one more 1v1. Sleepy trying to contest that. Almost able to turn it around for the scrap time, and they are still spawning in the back, so Oreo just needs to stay alive as long as he possibly can. But very tight game to kick off our very first series here. Map number 1, 84-81 as we move towards the next set of hills. So back towards the middle of the map we go, and it will be early control right now for Unjustified Gaming. Fight up top for the windows. Oreo able to take that one. 12 and 5 on the 4 spree. Already off to that hot start like we saw in the very first initial week here for these tournaments, and it's all control. Everyone's set up inside. Benny and Oreo both winning their gunfights. Pulse looking for the rotation, but we'll see a massive play in the back here. Exogen actually playing for the rotation, and they're going to have to pretty much chalk this hill. So this is going to be a good full 60 that should end up coming through unless they decide to hit this one more time. But more importantly, you're looking for the spawns. This is going to be important for URNM Gaming to actually execute on this rotation as they're losing all the gunfights by P1.
They are absolutely losing all of those over by P1, but again, as Unjustified are soaking up a lot of time off P1, you can see just from URNM's perspective, again, they did the same thing off the first set of hills. Now going inside the second set, they want to get this power position. They want to put Exogen up in top police station so that way they can turn P2 in towards a money hill. But as all of these 20 seconds continuously go over towards Unjustified, they are currently sitting in about a 40-point lead. So they can keep P2 a little bit scrappy, knowing that they can try to fight over towards P3 once we get to the scrap time, Austin. And it looks like that might just be end up being the play. They still have a player inside the stores, and it's going to be set up for a little bit of a pinch. This is after Pulse was able to work their way inside the police station, kind of disrupt the setup that URNM were looking for, and this just means that Unjustified have the play that they are exactly looking for, keeping P2 scrappy while also keeping URNM guessing, and they're not going to be able to get over towards P3 anytime soon, considering where Unjustified are set up at.
It's a big 30 seconds to get. Once again, might just tie up the game. Oreo, though, not letting it go for free. Might just be looking to hold the rotation or might look to hit this in the last second to try and get them off the time. Meanwhile, Sleepy in the middle of the map here, under fire and under a bit of pressure, might look to circle back with his teammates as they make this team play through the right side. They find Oreo, so they probably can likely assume it's just one player watching this rotation, and it is a bit of a foot race here in towards the back. Now it's a cut through the middle of the map. Sleepy will try to regain over towards the left side and fight for spawns as you have one maybe pinch from the front. It's a big gunfight there. Evader's able to take that one with ease as he's on the heady. He's set up first, and this will be an early rotation, one at the moment here for the side of Unjustified Gaming.
Yeah, it was actually a big kill that also came through from Sleepy towards the middle of the map. This is actually going to go open up the entirety of the south side of the map, and Unjustified, they have to read this, spawning all the way up the north, just outside of the escalators. Sleepy has already worked their way over towards the back. These are huge kills coming in towards the west side of the map, meaning that it's going to be a little bit of a flip for power positions, looking over towards P3. Just one player over here soaking up time is going to be Oreo. The reinforcements are here, however, right outside of the escalators. His pinstripe kill feed is only going to favor URNM for that much more, considering they're going to end up having the closer spawns, and it's Sleepy, the last player standing, that's going to be able to soak up the time here on P3.
This is a super tight game for us so far here, Proper. It's
really
a lot
is.
of back and forth, and this rotation honestly could play the difference because someone might be able to get themselves over 200 points here, depending on whether or not they can actually hold things down for a long enough time. But you can see Sirens here with a pinch from the middle of the map. We'll find Pulse. He's looking for globe control, looks for the double. Oreo will get the trade. So very important trade comes in, and it is still going to be early control here right now for URNM Gaming. They're going to come off the rotation from P3 and basically transition right in towards a hold. Sleepy with a couple of kills in a row is going to be good for the early lockdown, but now a bit of fight starting to strike back here as Unjustified Gaming are in the hill. Sleepy from the side will be no good. 3 now fall, all up to Sirens trying to move in, but this is such a difficult gunfight. Does manage to find himself one. Semtex down, trying to find Benny. He does actually snap onto a second, almost finds the third, trying to do everything he possibly can, but won't be good enough for the break. However, still things are going to be contested. Looking to be good right now for URNM Gaming as they might be able to take that lead right back here like they had earlier.
It was actually a massive kill from Joker that came through the doggy door right outside of the office that connects towards the bank, which opened up P4 all the more so. So now as we're going in towards the scrap of the scrap time, we are looking in towards a third set of hills where it's just going to be nearly a tied game, maybe leading just by a single point. No, actually just tied up entirely, 176 to 176. And URNM already have the P2 side. So a lot of power positions, but Pulse doesn't want you to sit there for too long as they're able to string together 3. They're at 16 and 17 now, but those were huge 3 kills.
Oh, we have seen Unjustified Gaming be relentless on this P1 hill, and there's yet to be a real break, it feels like, so far from our red squad. And Pulse now still staying alive in the back on that spree will look to start to lock down spawns for P2. Meanwhile, Oreo now looks to move in to try and fight for this P1 hill with 30 seconds left. Good shots for Sirens. He doubles up and will be able to lock things down. Snaps for 3, almost finds Benny. Looks to challenge Outer right now, but there is going to be all those blue teammates right beside him. So that means Oreo able to now move in for a nice bait and switch. Finds himself 2 kills and should be able to lock down the scrap. 193 to 190, an extremely tight game on our hands right now for map number 1 in the series. And now we look towards a massive rotation. In control will be URNM Gaming, and now we'll see if they can lock it down.
Oh, big moment here for Oreo, but Benny finds a Vader. That's a team kill with the Semtex. Unfortunate to say, Sleepy's still in a power position, so URNM are still going to be spawning in close. But is anybody going to read Sirens that's actually spawning off of the top escalators? It's about to be in a very unique pinch. They don't, so they take down Pulse. This is going to be the P2 area, and also off-screen will be Sleepy taking down Benny, trying to work their way inside of the police station. We have a very offset amount of spawns. It's now Unjustified are spawning closer towards P2, and URNM spawning in closer towards P3, but they're still trying to give all of their full focus over towards P2. This is not only just going to be the lead for URNM, as Exogen is able to combine for 2 good help from Siren, so that way they take down Pulse, but they are also looking at a very easy rotation over towards 3. Look at player number 7 on the map, as Joker's already cutting through the middle of the map. It's going to be a little bit of a foot race, because they're going to be meeting Benny here momentarily, but I like this from URNM Gaming. They're going to leave the last player over here, which is Sirens, to keep the P2 area a little bit of a gunfight and heavily contested, as they get a free rotation all the way over towards P3. They're in control of this map.
Oh, Benny, he is in a great position, but he doesn't have the weapon I'm sure he would love to have here, and that's the reason he doesn't take the shot. So Trigger Discipline will be there, but finally he does connect onto Joker. A fight in towards the back, but Exogen here will be able to grab both players trying to fight for spawns, and now it's going to be control right now for URNM Gaming. A chance to take and steal away map number 1 off the back end of excellent rotations, but Oreo still trying to fight and send this one more hill. 5 seconds, that's all they need. Joker able to push out, finds himself one. It's a fight inside the hill. Pulse and Oreo winning their gun battle, but Sleepy able to find himself the snapper for 2. Exogen the follow finds Benny. Now no one is close. Nobody can touch. And we will see an extremely tight game for map 1 go in favor of URNM Gaming as they close things out 250 to 223.
Unjustified, we're getting the abundance of P1s. Every single P1 went towards Unjustified, as URNM, they always had to focus over towards P2. They wanted that one to be their money hill, but in that third set of hills, because of where Unjustified had pushed themselves into to keep P2 scrappy, they have given up the top escalator spawns. That went over towards URNM, who still had a player in top police station. They were able to always reinforce P2 continuously, offsetting the spawns of Unjustified again and again, which gave them the free rotation over towards P3. They were in such a power position, and you also called it out great there, Austin. Because Benny had the AK-74U rather than the AK-47, they had to display trigger discipline before they could end up taking those shots. But the moment that they ended up getting the single kill, 2 more kills came from URNM over towards Unjustified, which means that that hit was all for naught. Very unfortunate, because Unjustified, they were in such a great control throughout the entirety of the map, and this was all without having any towards P2 control whatsoever. Almost thought that it was going to go their way, but in the final hour, in the final set of hills, URNM, they are gifted a god spawn, and they're able to get that rotation to win out the map.
That's really what Moscow is, right? Rotations. Are you able to get yourself in towards the back, win those spawns out? Because you're taking, a good 20 seconds coming off of that P2 hill to move across the map, maybe more, because you're usually taking your time and playing, just a little bit passive, trying not to give your life away for free. So sometimes, 20, 25 seconds to move across the map before you can even really get yourself into position to flip those spawns out. And when you're controlling those close spawns, you can flood more numbers in towards the hill than they can. So you're typically going to come out with those trades. And I think it really comes down to, Benny's play, able to get himself one, but you touched on it, the quick trade to follow, everyone just playing very tight and close to make sure that they're able to at least lock down the back, and then they just are able to deal with all the pressure from the front. So beautifully done for as far as the rotation games coming through, but that's just the hard point. I feel like that was a banger map number 1 that we got coming out of the gate for ourselves, and this is a best of 3. Also should mention that this is going to be single elimination, so if you do fall here, unfortunately, you're going to be saying goodbye here to your Saturday night playing in a Call of Duty tournament pretty early. So that's not what you want. You have to be able to bounce back, and we go in towards Search and Destroy. I do believe that will be taking place on Crossroads here for us, and we've seen a lot of Crossroads. It's a very tight map, smallest map for as far as our competitive rotation, and well, we've seen sniper plays now come in towards top weapons, watching over that catwalk. That's something that's been highly implemented, able to rotate that over towards the cliffside, watch over the A bomb, and then you always want to have the opposing sniper being able to also find those picks. So it really comes down to, who is your sniper player going to be? If you're even looking at having one, maybe you're just looking to brute force your way in towards B, using the smokes and whatnot through the right side of the map and being able to bust through tank and see if you can get yourself in towards at least the site to drop the bomb down. But not a whole lot of bomb plants tend to go down on this map, Andy. It's just a lot of kills, and when one kill happens, it feels like everything just explodes and erupts just about immediately after.
Crossroads Strike, Search and Destroy is basically just an ongoing domino effect. Once that first kill ends up happening, everything else just starts unfolding from soon after. If you do end up seeing a quick plant, typically it is done by smokes, and you will work your way over towards the ice. That's A, S, and D. But if you're playing fast and you are playing through weapons and you're trying to plant over towards fire, then that ends up coming through with some very blitzkrieg gunplay. That's where your subs, that's where your ARs are going to be able to absolutely come to life. We're talking about catwalk control and take control, but you got to be able to find those kills very quickly to put yourself in potentially a 2v2, if not a 1v1, to be able to get that bomb plant. But when fights start typically breaking out towards the north side of the map, that's when it's just an absolute bloodbath, and you're not going to be looking at a bomb plant whatsoever. So that's what I'm mostly interested in, especially because these are amateur teams, whether they're just going to be going for the kills or they're going to be coming out with some set strategies. Whether or not scrim time definitely comes into be a question for either of these two rosters to be able to get the setups down by ice that they're potentially looking for, or they're going to play slow for information. Because as far as the map is concerned, Austin, you and I have talked about this a lot with a couple other friends in the scene as well. Crossroads Strike is about half of the other maps within the entire map pool, so you can be able to, you will see very fast rounds comparatively to say like Moscow Search and Destroy, or even Checkmate or Garrison Search and Destroy for that matter, because there's not that many other hiding spots. You know where these players are typically going to be able to come from. You might only end up seeing 15 to 20 seconds worth of searching for information versus say about 30, if not 45.
I think you hit that just absolutely perfectly, because it's just, you don't have too many options. You know, it's like, all right, are we hitting A? Are we hitting B this round? If we're hitting B, well, we pretty much have to go through the right street. And if we're hitting A, then we're going down low and we're throwing a smoke and just going for some kind of a plant. So yeah, it doesn't give you too many options, but it also opens up for a lot of clutch plays to happen due to it being a small map and having these little window peaks from top catwalk and top control and things like this that are able to allow you to finesse. And I mean, we've seen a lot of clutches so far at least take place on this map due to the nature of the layout. So it's definitely something to at least keep our eye on for. But of course, for anyone that is just tuning in, wondering what is happening right now, well, this is our $1,000 Call of Duty Black Ops tournament here coming for you guys. And it's all, of course, taking place on Cold War. As we get ourselves into it, it has been already a very intense map number 1 in this best of 3 series. But of course, this entire thing has been brought to you by Totinos. Make sure you guys do ! giveaway in the chat. That will populate a link and you might have a chance at being able to get yourself a loot box. All you got to do is fill out that form and you get yourself a chance to be able to bring that home there for yourself. And well, of course, you take a look at this one. This is the premium loot box. To get this one, all you have to do is ! Power Squad. And you can get yourself a jacket, some double XP. Of course, we see our analyst desk there earlier. They were throwing some of this swag on, I guess is what we're going to call it here, Andy, as well as eating some of those pizza rolls. So it's a great time all around, and all you have to do is put that ! Giveaway. I'm sure you're seeing it populate in the chat right now. Click that link, get that filled out, get your double XP, get your pizza rolls, and get ready to jump in towards some Call of Duty matches. That's what it's all about here for us. Just currently getting ready to load up our map number 2 and what is a very intense series here between URNM Gaming against Unjustified GG to see who's going to be able to come out on top. Of course, single elimination 1-0 in favor of URNM Gaming, and things are getting very, very intense. But we have some replays for you guys coming from that very first initial map, as we'll take a look at maybe some of these rotations, and you can break these down for us proper on how everything kind of unfolded very quickly.
Yeah, it's just two players really that I want to highlight more than anything from URNM Gaming. As you see it from Sleepy's perspective in this opening highlight, this was one of the sole players from URNM Gaming. Didn't have the most stellar looking KD, but they were always fighting for the rotation over towards P2. They were the player with the AK-47 playing up in top police, and that's exactly what you want when you're looking for that positioning to be able to turn P2 in such a money hill. The second player that I want to highlight to be able to do the same as Sleepy was Exogen. They were always looking for those rotation plays, and that's why we kept on bringing up that same phrase over and over again for URNM Gaming. And even look at the scoreboard here as well. You have Oreo at 15-9. Benny, of course, at 10-13 isn't positive, but Unjustified at this current juncture of time are leading 136 to what was about 93. Even here, still about a 33-point lead, but because of the rotations, being able to find 20 here, 40 on P2, being able to keep P4 scrappy, being able to go back and forth, and then in that third set of hills, being able to get a full front about 40 seconds off of P2, and then that free rotation over towards P3. It was a game of inches always for URNM Gaming, and being able to put themselves in those rotationary areas to be able to get in towards those very powerful positions. You see that nice little 3K from Pulse again. They were able to win the map out just from patience alone.
Sure were. And I mean, we take a look at the final plays kind of unfolding for us, and it's actually Control, despite not having the spawns in the back right here for URNM Gaming, and Sirens is honestly able to at least play his life long enough to force what is going to be, you know, a very delayed rotation. You see player number 2, Benny, he's the player that ends up squeaking by here through the street and moving through P4, but Sirens is playing for information right now. He's like, listen, there's 2 that just challenged me on the hill. The 3rd ends up touching the hill itself, and then we move towards the final seconds, and this is where everything starts to unfold very, very quickly, and the spawns in the back are going to be here over towards Unjustified, but it doesn't matter because they win all the gunfights up close, moving in for the break here. So URNM Gaming just doing a really great job of playing under pressure and being able to clutch up, fight for those spawns when needed, but also just applying the right amount of hill pressure and knowing, okay, we can't fight for the back spawns right here. We need to make sure they don't grab 20 or 30 seconds off this hill so they don't end it. And then at the very least, we can at least send it to one more hill, but they don't even need to do that. They win their gunfights, they get on the hill, and they come out with a very clutch game for map number 1. So that puts them, I imagine, you know, in a nice little favor here moving in towards map number 2 as well. It always feels good when you win those tight matches, especially against a team, you know, that is pretty strong. Like, I feel like both of these teams could very likely, you know, send themselves towards the top 4 easily. So to come away with a win that early in towards the tournament, knowing it's round 2, going in towards Search and Destroy, you're still carrying a bit of that momentum over, and you have to imagine the vibes are absolutely flowing for the squad right now, Andy.
Oh, absolutely. Momentum is absolutely going to be a phrase that you'll always hear if you're new to Call of Duty, because being able to win that first map, like Austin was just saying, can absolutely soar and fly you into the opening few rounds of Search and Destroy. So that way you're able to keep yourself going and you're able to keep your heads held high. But this is the one thing that you are looking at when you are going up against this Unjustified roster. I can only speak heavily, at least on one young buck for this roster, which is Benny, who spends a lot of their evenings, Austin, always playing in Search and Destroy wagers, always puts themselves in scrims time and time again. They're very vocal on Twitter about always trying to practice, always trying to find a squad to be playing with. So this is about to be their time to shine, to be able to turn that momentum back on its head for URNM Gaming. But again, because of Crossroads Strike and all of its nature, gunfights, especially towards the tail end of Moscow Hardpoint, were heavily going in the favor of URNM Gaming. If there's any sort of continuance of momentum, it's going to have to be there for URNM Gaming.
Oh, I talked about that sniper. Already see the boomstick coming out for Sleepy. He had some nice openings last game in the hard point. Now looking for some opening picks here as a nice little cheeky angle will come through, but won't be able to get any information. Meanwhile, Sirens, he's going for some aggressive challenging here by the outer tank on defense. Manages to work himself for a kill onto Benny. So Benny will be shut down and probably caught off guard a little bit, as that will be the bomb down. Everyone else still alive and well for the time being, but a minute left to play. This bomb has to be retrieved, and we'll have to see exactly what Unjustified are looking to do for as far as their push here on offense.
Bomb dropped in a precarious position, considering where Joker is located at towards middle of the map. Had opened up their entire rotation by just pushing through fire. Of course, this was also helped out by Sirens getting wildly aggressive over by Tank, but the bomb will be able to get retrieved here by Pulse. Now they're potentially looking through a shift through top lockers across the catwalk, but their position is going to be more than found out as shots will be thrown out. Nice little flak jacket hit means that they know that the player is still lingering up here, but they're going to be dissuaded from pushing this. Only 28 seconds left to play here, and they got to make a call whether or not to try to push all the way through, and all of this indecisive notions will end up meaning that they're down to just their last player will be Pulse. Information that Joker is down by Ice, and that just means that you can push through catwalk cleanly. So a nice opening round by his aggression as well coming out for URNM Gaming.
I love that. Honestly, I love that. It's the early aggression, like you said, over towards the left side here, and they're able to essentially find that first pick on the Benny, and then no one moves. They say, all right, just set up. We have one player, sit right in the middle of the map here. Joker's on the stairs heady. You have, of course, the sniper watching over you by A, and then you have someone watching your catwalk. The whole map is covered. They can't get to a bomb site without forcing a gunfight, and it was just able to lock things down here. So very nice coming through, at least round number 1 right now. URNM Gaming carrying a bit of that momentum like we talked about so far in towards Crossroads as they come out on top in the first one. Now it's going to be the sniper play watching over Joker, as Joker's just going to look to lay this bomb right away, Andy, and no one's in a position to stop him. They're realizing it, but it's already too late.
Smoke is going to be able to help them work their way over here. It just will now dissipate. Trophy system is here, but Joker is stuck. Another smoke is going to end up coming through. Benny's going to fly through this as well. He's going to be able to find the shots in the back of Joker. So now in control of the AS&D site is Unjustified. But you still got to be concerned with Sleepy and their boomstick looking down this lane. Benny knows that. Pulse will also able to take down Sirens. Benny tries to fly on forward, but Exogen ends up finding the trade. 3v2 we go. 15 seconds before the bomb detonates.
Oh, only 10 seconds left. Pulse is just in the position here to maybe watch over Vader, and he's just trying to watch over as this bomb should be getting defused, but there is the kill that comes through, and there is not time to get that defused off, so Pulse is going to have to do a little walk of shame as he is not able to get it off and get that trade in time. So another nice round coming through for as far as offense as well as defense. I like the fast plant, especially coming out of the gate here, because now they're going to look to stack more members by cliffside, or at least have more presence on this side of the map on defense going forward. So you can look to play off that going over towards the other bomb site, pushing aggressively here through the street, and you see Pulse's kill come through, but just not in time as the kill comes on towards the diffuser. So already coming out here hot, Andy. This team has looked to make some changes from the previous weeks, and now they've combined for what is looking to be a pretty strong team.
Collective 5 kills across the board here for Unjustified. Pulse really carrying the weight so far through these 2 rounds. And their previous offense, Benny ended up getting absolutely smoked by the sheer aggression that was Sirens on the north side of the map. They will not push all the way through Tank, but keep your eyes out for Joker, who again is in the middle of the map. Smokes are going to come out. Benny and Unjustified, they want to give URNM Gaming a taste of their own medicine. Will not go for the quick plant. They're going to be able to find it as well. So in a post-plant situation, it's all going to be able to find a lot of players out from URNM Gaming on rotation, but it's actually Unjustified that get caught out.
Oh my God, Sleepy with the sniper. I mean, I don't know if we can get his POV right now, but he's just ripping them apart. And now a big gunfight for Pulse. Not going to be one. Last one left alive. Oreo in the back. And yet another round going over. A beautiful retake. Sleepy goes and takes a look at the body he just shot to make sure that everything's well. Did the shot connect? Does it look good there, Sleepy? Well, looks good on our screen right now. I'll tell you that. 3-0. And well, with only another 3 rounds that have to come through here for them, you need to stop the bleeding right now, Proper. You can't afford to go 4-0 down on a map like Crossroads where things erupt very quickly, like I said, before jumping in towards the game. And well, we see that already happening right now as they're up 3-0 and a chance to maybe pull ahead in this series 2-0 in advance.
Because we have been spending a decent amount of time, of course, in Crossroads, Strike, Search, and Destroy, when you do go for that A plant, as the bomb planter, you have to give it a certain amount of time before you do try to walk away from that site. Benny tried to make a very early rotation, got caught out, and then it was, again, that domino effect. 1 kill came through, and URNM Gaming were in firm control. Now back on their offense, they go. Look at Sirens on the north side of the map is looking to make a little bit of a ruckus over towards the north side, but this is all while Joker, again, is going for the plant down at A. Surely Post knows that something's up over here.
Oh, Benny might just look to hit this. I like the smoke play. Joker goes for the fast plant again, but does Benny get through undetected? He does not. Sleepy's not missing right now. He finds himself the opening pick, and now with 30 seconds left, this retake's going to happen pretty quickly, but you have to deal with Sleepy in towards the back. Pulse does find Joker, evens the odds now. 3v3 we go, but Sleepy's playing his life, watching the flank in towards the back. Now we'll actually move up with the 19-11. No one defusing the bomb just yet, as it's a 3-stack right now inside of control and garage. Sleepy now going for the peek, gonna check the bomb, finds Oreo for the kill, second in the round. 10 seconds left, one more peek is all he needs, and no one I don't think is going to be on it. Yet another round is going over. This is flawless. Search and Destroy being played right now from URNM Gaming Proper.
It absolutely is. So now when you're looking at this from Unjustified side, you just lost 4 rounds in a row. You're on the cusp of going down 5-0, potentially being 6-0'd on Search and Destroy Crossroads Strike, and it's all thanks to this individual, Sleepy, again. They took down Benny as soon as they were trying to get the hit over towards the Ace S&D site off of the smoke, and then also found a very nice rotation through the bottom side of the garage, had a very nice angle on where the bomb was planted at. So do you try to pull out your own sniper and try to go scope for scope versus Sleepy? It might end up being the play, but I don't know. I mean, Sleepy's just hitting so many amazing shots. I'm not too sure that you're going to be able to out-snipe this individual from URNM Gaming as they do go over towards the cliffside. Again, has a nice little angle to look over towards the A site. Benny will not be carrying the bomb this time around. Sleepy will end up finding a hit marker. Probably going to be wishing that shot was just a little bit further up to be able to find the headshot, but Evader is carrying the bomb. It looks like Unjustified want to hit towards the A site, but they know that Sleepy's watching over this.
And how, as the bomb carrier here, as Benny, like, how are you ever going to feel safe crossing? And he misses the shot. Don't see that too often, but we do end up seeing a kill on towards Sirens here off screen. And well, as I say that, we see on screen Sleepy hitting yet another sniper shot as he's 6-2 now. And a lot of the map has been pressured. You see one player outer tank right now. This is going to be a big fight. Exogen, of course, not realizing Oreo's out here. I think that's his second in the round right now. We'll destroy this trophy before he looks to try and get that stun check out. This is now going to be a man advantage right now for Unjustified, a chance to be able to get themselves on the board, but Joker might just say no and might look to spoil the plans. Pulse now trying to read the trade, goes for the wall bang of all things, and will be able to tag the player up. Can't bring the kill home. Joker, though, finds Evader. Last one left alive is going to be Joker, and now Pulse is going to be able to go for the gunfight. Tries to look for it at range, but can't bring it home. 15 seconds left, and this bomb has to go down.
And Pulse is going to just look for the kill. He's going to be able to try to find Sleepy on rotation, but Sleepy gets the gunny up in time, which means that URNM Gaming, not only on the cusp of taking the Search and Destroy, but the opening, or the second round series versus Unjustified. Again, Joker, defensively, Austin, has been putting themselves behind the staircase heady every single time. But Sleepy, with the boomstick, defense and offense alike, has been able to find so many influential kills. And I don't know if you caught it as well there. Benny had a little glint coming through, so they tried to go scope for scope, ended up losing. They knew the angle was going to end up coming through, but the shot was all the cleaner coming out from Sleepy. Found a hit marker once, missed wide the second, but the third time's a charm, baby, and they were able to lock things down as URNM Gaming, one more round away before they can end up taking this series 2-0. And, well, don't fix what ain't broke. Sirens gets aggressive through the north side of the map. Is able to find one. Pulse finds the team kill. That's what you really hate to see if you're a fan of Unjustified. And there's the domino effect happening in an unfortunate circumstance, as URNM Gaming will be able to take the 6th round and the series 2-0.
Well, that was absolutely dominating. There's no other way to say that, or, try and save that from what it was, because that was a flawless execution for as far as Search and Destroy. They were unable to stop the A pushes on the offense, and every single time on defense, they were able to work for those first initial picks with the help of Sleepy a lot of the time, and they just worked off that pick and just played the patience game. They're like, we are in control of the bomb sites right now. They can't touch A because we have a sniper that no one can touch right now up top, and, well, they can't exactly get themselves inside of B without baiting and switching, and you typically need to do that with a numbers advantage, or at least even numbers. So they're just able to lock down the entire map on the defenses and just make it look easy. So that was very flawless coming through for them. And that also knocks out that squad. Unjustified Gaming, Benny, someone that we've been talking about for as far as having the grind going currently for himself, has already placed, first place in one of these tournaments. So very crazy to see that one unfold for us, but we're already ready to jump in towards another one. Looks like it's going to be Roach Gang here up against West Coast Coasters. That's going to be a fun one to say for us proper over and over again, but it is going to be, of course, a Moscow hardpoint that we jump right into. It is going to be second round, and we'll get a look at both of these teams to see exactly how they're doing right now. Roach Gang, they're going to touch the hill first and get at least a chance to stack up a couple of these early points on P1.
And there's JC. It's one of the players that the desk was also wanting to see off of JC and his goons not being the squad together. And we will see JC playing along with Roach Gang versus, again, a very unique name of West Coast Coasters, and has a very unique player name of Shooty Not Shoddy, so we'll have a lot of fun with that as well. But some players that we haven't been able to see before, Anxieties has been able to find a lot of value throughout these tournaments in previous weeks. Austin is starting off at 2-0, and as they current stand, they are looking to break in towards the east side of the map. If you do start off on the blue side, you are looking to at least being able to hold on towards that P2 spawns. Unable to break it so far are the West Coast Coasters, but they're still looking for a very early break here. They're going to be able to read that Vergnex is in the center. At least we'll be able to find a trade. Is Shooty Not Shoddy?
JC in the hill, soaking up the time. His teammates slaying around, and that is going to be pretty much the push respawn shut down completely. You're going to have to look for a break through the front, and JC is still looking in the middle of the map right now, so he will be looking to turn here very quickly once he sees shots going down, and this will be at least the very first initial break here from the front trying to come through. That is going to be Gunna with the first kill coming in. Tidy's here with a second, finds JC, and as well as A6 actually falling down in the middle of the map here. A chance to at least keep them off the time for the last 20 seconds, and also gives them a bit of room on this rotation towards P3 because they desperately need it. JC finds the last couple of kills, but this is fine because you're looking to rotate across, but look at the spawns in the back proper. This is the worst possible situation that could have unfolded.
Yeah, it really is. And you can see player number 6 on the mini-map. PHX is trying to break their way all the way over towards Library, just trying to put themselves in an angry position. But because where Verdinex was located at, towards P1 and a little bit closer towards Glass, the 50-yard line was cut. So that just means that West Coast Coasters were going to end up spawning on the east side of the map, although Roach Gang were also in control of the P2 spawns. It all comes down to where Verdinex was standing at, and now they're in control to be able to get over towards the P3 area, which you would think, but through the center of the map, West Coast Coasters are were able to find an influential amount of kills. So at least they're soaking up a decent amount of time. I say decent, but Roach Gang are still in such a power position to be able to shrug them off to at least fight for this back 20.
This has been all about the spawn game so far, and I mean, you just have to give these guys credit. Roach Gang just putting themselves in better situations right now and already playing for the rotation. You can see it. Everybody right now on West Coast Coasters, they're just looking to hit this hill to try and fight for the time, but meanwhile, they're also now losing the rotation over towards P4. So yes, they grab themselves the scrap time, and they're able to at least get themselves, a good maybe 10 seconds or so, but that's fine because they were still able to come out on top of the majority of the time here for Roach Gang, and now they have the early setup. This break is going to have to be just about instant if you're going to be able to keep yourself in this game. You don't want it to get out of control too early. That's a great start. We do see a couple kills end up coming through. Gunna ends up finding the third, and they will be able to break the setup as they will touch the hill and look to grab some very crucial time.
Not the good old Atlanta FaZe mentality. Don't go for the early rotation. Just break early. Yeah, it's that easy.
Break it.
Oh, just break it early, Forehead. As West Coast Coasters are at least being able to keep P4 scrappy would be all the better for them, of course. But because of where Roach Gang were spawning at, still going to be able to at least be a pinstripe kill feed, but it's still West Coast Coasters that are able to get here first with reinforcements, you would think, but in these power positions right over top of these fences and the barricades as well, Roach Gang are again in a prime spot to be able to lock down these shots. That's a nice angle from JC as they take down Shooty Not Shoddy off top globe. Also gets information that there's a player on the backside of this card. It's going to be PHX taking a lot of pressure on the backside of the dumpster. Will now go ahead and just back up as JC does take them down, but as the hill does pop for P1, it's still a 36-point odd lead for Roach Gang going in towards the second set of hills. Now West Coast Coasters not only looking to be able to keep P1 scrappy, they being able to get a decent amount of time off of that, but they don't want to lose the P2 spawns here, Austin.
They really do not, and I mean, this has at least been a little bit of good recovery coming through right now for West Coast Coasters as they are able to bring things back a tad bit, just in between about 20 points or so. PHX also controlling top Eskies as he's stopping these players from pushing all the way through, but the second player will be able to find him. JC now with a chance to either hit for the spawns in towards the back or fight for the scrap time right now in P1, and it looks like they will fight for the scrap time. JC on the 3 spree, 17-9 already here as he moves in towards P2, having himself one heck of a game with almost a minute on top of the hill. He's going to be able to read this rotation through the street, tags up the first player, will be able to laser the second, and now with a chance to be able to fight for spawns, his teammates are still going to be pushing from Eski's area, but they both lose those gunfights, so it's all up to JC, and unfortunately JC will fall, so early control will be over to West Coast Coasters.
Yeah, good help with PHX and Gunna looking towards the north shops, being able to shut down that double push that came through from Roach Gang from the escalator side. Zydes and PHX also doubling on up. This is 6 straight for PHX. Keep in mind, Joe, as they look towards the apartments. God. Nice shots with the 47U. My goodness, is the going to be able to at least find themselves a 7th. Going to hold down this angle as well. Potentially going to be able to read that the push is coming through the north side. Is anybody going to be able to read Oryx that's coming through the apartments? Well, they're going to know now as PHX will lose their life. Oryx turning around the corner with the 74U will be able to find a second as well. This is a very late break over towards P2. And you can see just off the minimap alone that Roach Gang know that they have to be able to dedicate these last 2 lives that are over here for a next trying to keep their life. But PHX will double on up to get the scrap of the scrap time, the back end of this. JC trying to write a different story for it, but it's Zydes that does put them down. This is a good spot again for Roach Gang. They may have lost P2. They still have a very slight lead, but as we move over towards P3, it will be tied up. Now they have to put themselves in power positions to be able to hold P3 for a certain amount of time, but look at the spawns, Austin. 2 players spawning in towards the west side of the map. They're going to set up a pinch. Roach Gang, they got to try to read this, and they're already getting killed off of P3.
That is extremely unfortunate, and they knew right away because one player spawned out beside the street. So all the blue arrows turned and looked at their spawn, but it was too late because the pinch was coming from both sides. So they're able to overwhelm the hill, and now a chance to be able to actually take the lead, as we will see kills still falling in their favor. Zydes here from the side, finds himself one, but A6 from the pinch, finds a double, maybe a chance for 3, snaps on Gunna, but won't be good for the kill. And now it's going to be Vert next, able to move in and grab this scrap time. So this will be a good 10 seconds going over as we move over towards the street hill, the last one of the rotation. Oryx already ready and waiting, but he's taken down from the side. PHX with a very influential kill to make sure that they should have at least the rotation here over towards the side, and he is now controlling this gold building, making sure no one's going to be able to set up for what could be a hit through the window, but he does actually allow one to squeak through, but he still turns for A6, finds him and keeps the spree going. 16-14, playing this roaming role beautifully. No one is actually on on the hill, so still a bit of a fight through the street. However, JC is alive, and JC is on a spree as we see him 24-16. A break for the hill now comes through. PHX can't win it, but there still will be time over towards West Coast Coasters, but not before it gets scrappy here once again.
JC with the Crick 6 has been absolutely sublime for Roach Gang's success, at least through the early going of this map of Moscow Hardpoint. And JC again with the Crick is in a powerful position. There's some great shots. Help ended up coming through to the backside as well. Will now shift their focus while soaking up a hardpoint time towards a doggy door to know that a player might end up coming through here. It's going to be PHX, who absolutely smokes JC. So that's going to be in a really good spot, at least for West Coast Coasters. Again, they're looking to keep P4 scrappy. It is only a 21-point lead, but if they can continue to battle off for Roach Gang, this is going to be the same setup that they previously saw in the second set of hills. Once the new hill pops for the third set, it's not that big of a lead too far gone for Roach Gang, given off of how P2 went previously, but JC and Oryx, they triple on down, and they sent West Coast Coasters over towards the west side of the map, so now they're going to look to break in towards P2 while soaking up time off P1.
Oh, and look in the back. It's just all to one player right now. This is just going to be so difficult for a fight for spawns, and that player gets sniffed out and taken down. Vernex here with a massive kill. JC with yet another double, forcing the spawns out far as they have a chance to be able to grab and at least fight for 20 seconds as well as win this rotation. It might just be enough to secure the game, but JC right now has a lot of players in front of him, finds himself one. His teammates are looking to grab the stragglers, trying to play for the rotation. Both are shut down by the street. Great teamwork is being showcased right now in this map, and now it's going to be 31-19 for JC. Someone has to turn up for West Coast Coasters if they're going to be able to break this setup, because the break has to come through the front, but no one's in the back, so they actually get the spawns, and now they have a chance to pinch the hill.
Yeah, A6 is trying to read this, is trying to lock down the shots, but PHX right over top of the planter will be able to take them down. Not being able to read the initial hit and judging off their positions, Roach Gang kind of gave up the east side of the spawns. It will be a minor scrap for sure. West Coast Coasters wishing that they could keep the lives on the hill for a little while longer. Means that Roach Gang are going to be able to come back in here and get a sufficient amount of time off of P2. Now through the south side of the east side of the map, West Coast Coasters are trying to work their way in here. Shooty not shoddy will end up finding two, but Oryx has in a power position to be able to take down two themselves. Anxiety's now trying to work their way back up here. Does have a teammate to help things out, will be PHX, but it's JC. Of course it's JC. They're at 33-20. That's going to be able to get some help needed to be able to get the back end of the tie here for P2. Now it's going to be a race through the north side of the map over towards the top escalators, so that way they can try to get themselves in a spot to be able to shrug off where West Coast Coasters are at for P3. But for West Coast Coasters, looking at this 164-244 scoreline, they have to play flawless hardpoint, and easier said than done when you got Vertex at 28-18 and JC at 33-21.
Will they spawn in the back? Here is the real question I'm wondering. And yeah, they do spawn in the back, because you can see everyone's very far pushed forward, worrying about the pressure from the front, but it is just one player. So it is still a chance to fight here and maybe flip, but it's going to have to be massive plays for Oryx, and he will be spotted out. So Shooty Not Shoddy does find himself yet another kill. I said someone needs to turn up, and well, that is him, but look at the pressure in the front. It's a quick contest. JC is going to be fighting here for what could be the game. He will be taken down from the side. Oryx now with the pinch, fights from L, but he will also fall. One more player hops in from the top Esky spawn, and that is enough to take away the win here for map number one.
JC was up at 30 kills before any of his teammates even touched 20. I mean, Oryx was about to be right there, of course, or next, excuse me, but still, that's what makes me so happy, and I wish we could go back and look at the scoreboard just to look at the EKIA. There were so many good team shots that were coming through for Roach Gang as a whole. Also, when you're looking at P4, P3, and even when they were looking for breaks inside of P2, even when they lost the spawns, all of those team shots are just so influential. This is the biggest difference in between Modern Warfare ahead of Cold War. It's the team shots that do need to be there, so that way you can try to decisively break inside these hills for hardpoint, because you're not two bulleting people with an MP5 anymore, and you're not going to have the M4 looking over your shoulders. You have to be able to find those team shots, Critic 6, AK-47, AK-74U alike. You got to be able to find those, and that was great showcasing from Roach Gang, and that's essentially why they were able to win out that first map.
Well, the action just keeps on coming here, ladies and gentlemen, as we've got Team Diverge against Disconnected V2. as we hop in towards this one. It looks like it was an early lead here for Team Diverge, but Disconnected V2 are looking to get themselves back in towards the game. They do have control, looks like, at the moment for P3, as they are trying to fight off this rotation and a hit towards the hill. It will be straight bussin', able to find himself Grip, as well as De Niro also following up with a second kill. 35 seconds remaining, so you don't want to give this one over for free. One more hit will come through the front. Wavy won't win that one against Grip, so he will fall. Straight bussin', though, in the back. We've seen him do some exceptional things, and while he is 11-2 right now, looking to move in. And by the looks of things, it doesn't look like Don or Beds is actually in the game. It's maybe just glitched out. 0-0 as far as what we see on screen, Andy, but certainly going to be looking to see if he is actually going to be moving and playing with us right now, as it might just be user error. He is here for us, but won't get to see exactly his KD at the moment. Either way, this has been great time picked up for Team Diverge. A great comeback as well, with about 20 points for Disconnected, and now we'll see if they can actually lock things down, as they will touch this rotation first.
I mean, if Team Diverge were able to, we hopped inside this game, it was what, like 74 to 30 something. If they were able to do that in a 3v4 fashion with the 3 players that they have, I would probably say that this is a very good spot to be in. I mean, Don or Beds is loaded in here. They are moving around. We have seen this 4-player roster of Team Diverge be able to find a lot of influence throughout the brackets in previous events, specifically from Wavy and Straight Bussin', as Grip, now looking towards this P4 area, is going to be able to find some help. Nice little turnaround to be able to find Straight Bussin', but it's De Niro that takes him down over by the Globe side. But because of the closer spawns, Disconnected V2 are going to be able to keep themselves inside the P4 area, about to make this a very competitive hard point before going in towards the second set of hills.
15 seconds left. Moving in for what could be the scrap time to take the lead. Grip debating on whether or not he wants to hop on it, but it's just 3 seconds there for him, and he will be able to grab this. One teammate with him as they set this pinch up here from the side. They find one from Outer Globe. Have to read one more player going to be inside the house, and they might just actually look to go for the immediate flip here for the spawns for P2. Player 5 is going to take the long route. That will be Lucky, seeing if he might be able to get Lucky in the back. He's got one teammate with him, and there's no real support here towards De Niro here, all by himself up top police station. As we take a look at the rotation, it's really what's happening inside the hill at the moment. Team Diverge are actually soaking up the time. Big win for Wavy. Finds himself on the 2 spree right now as he wins out on a couple of kills, and he is still locking things down by P1, but Grip from Glass will be able to find himself at least one. Enters in towards the hill. His teammate wins one, but Straight Bussin' is alive, and Straight Bussin' is 15-7. Make that 16-7. Might look for another one. Finally will fall. 20 seconds remaining, enough to tie the game up, but more. We're looking towards the rotation, and that is going to be in favor of Team Diverge.
Yeah, Lucky, previously they were able to find at least one towards the back of the police station, but because Team Diverge were a little bit further east while being in control of P1, they were still able to get the closer spawns for P2. Lucky they were able to find a very good kill in the back, but not lucky enough to be able to flip the spawns out. So now we flip over towards P2. 110 to 102. Very competitive between these two teams, ahead of the second set of hills, and P2 nevertheless. Team Diverge are able to soak up the first 20 seconds of hill time, while it seems that Disconnected are looking for a little bit of a pinch play. One player is going to be hitting through the apartments. That was Raptured. They're going to be sought out. Grip also try to hitting through the streets. Wavy's going to take them down. So it's just 2 players that are over here for Disconnected. Might try to wait a little bit more longer before they can end up finding an influential amount of kills for reinforcements to be here. But Lucky wants to try to fly on forward. They're going to bite the dust, unfortunately, but it's still going to be player number 8 of Dig that's going to be able to wait for the reinforcements after that first kill came through from Lucky. P2 will be broken, but Team Diverge are okay with this. With the lead that they're currently holding, they're going to take a very easy rotation over towards P3 and power positions alike.
They're absolutely okay with this. Team Diverge able to come out with the majority of the points and win the rotation towards a hill that can easily collect you 60 points if you can lock things down and make sure spawns don't flip in the back. But Lucky is trying to go for the spawn flip, currently all alone. His teammates are maybe looking to set up a hit from the front here while he tries to influence the spawns in towards the back. The gunfight takes place off screen, and Wavy wins that onto Lucky. So now you're going to be spawning out front here, and you're going to have to try to get through without a smoke, and you're gonna have to pretty much just gun these players. And Straight Bustin' is not the easiest player to be gunning here, especially with this AK-47. He finds himself one out front. No one's soaking up the time, however, so this is a good scenario to be in. But one more player hits it, Andy, and you're seeing just how difficult it is to break this out from the front. And Straight Bustin' is having his way with Disconnected V2 as he is on a 3 spree and almost at 20 kills.
19-9, double positive for Straight Bussin'. The 3 spree, like you were just talking about, was good help there from De Niro, as they were able to at least meet all these players that were hitting through the mid-cut. And now as P3 will end up flipping on over towards 4, it's going to be a little bit of a foot race through the bank side. Straight bussin', we'll find one. We'll end up turning around at least for another one that's Dig that does go down. But Grip is able to get the last laugh as they do take down Straight bussin'. 1v1 for the hill. Grip's going to be able to take down Wavy. So now they're going to be looking for a potential initial time. But look at the reinforcements that are coming through. And an offset spawn comes through from Wavy over towards the east side of the map. Are you going to be able to read this if you are disconnected V2? It doesn't seem likely, as all 3 players are going to about to be set up over here. And Straight bussin' is now working up towards a pinch. Grip will end up taking them down. So now focus will be towards the east side of Streets. But Team Diverge are here. They're able to find the kills needed. Wavy's in a great position to be able to get at least some hill time, but it's still going to be disconnected V2 that is shrugging them off that spot.
Close spawn will be here right now for disconnected V2. It's about actually getting the time and the points here on the board. That's really been the biggest problem. Don or Bed's having a bit of a rough start from what we've seen. Don't know his actual score, so he actually pulls out the XM4, a gun that we have not seen a whole lot. It's really been all the AK-47 and the Craig for the most part here, but is able to grab himself a kill as they're looking towards the rotation. Wavy will be able to lock this down. All 4 players now moving through middle of the map and gold to see if they can start to move in towards P1. Donner Beds finds the nade, and there's a team kill that follows as well. So now it's really all up to 1. Grip will fall, and they're going to have to start this push all over again. Team Diverge off the last couple of hills have been absolutely phenomenal, coming away with full 60s, grabbing the majority of the points on P4, and now another rotation 1 towards P1. A chance to close this one out, but we've seen a lot from disconnected V2, and they're not going to go down without a fight. We'll see if they can actually hold on towards this and grab some points here off of P1.
This is still winner's advantage, and even though Donor Bets does take down a teammate, they are still fighting over towards P1. The winner's advantage meaning that even if they lost P1, they were still in control of P2. Now setting disconnected V2 towards the south side of the map. 8 more seconds needed for Team Diverge to be able to take map number 1, and they're meeting disconnected V2 at the gates, just trying to touch the hill to keep this contested, but the far out spawns over by P3 means that nobody from disconnected V2 are going to be able to touch in time. The 250 to 134 will be the scoreline here as Diverge are able to take map number 1.
And look at Donner Beds here. I mean, with the XM4, like, this is a gun that we just have not seen a whole lot besides maybe pubs for the most part, and it does shred up close. I feel like it has, nowhere close to a beam to match the AK or the Craig, but up close here, making it look easy. Donner Beds finding the entry players, trying to move in towards the hill. He found one more after that as well, be able to shut down that push with the XM4, really getting the job done. And you can really just see how everyone on the squad able to come together and just win out on those rotations there, Andy, which is something we've already talked about. We've seen Moscow now a couple times in a row, and it's those rotations that we're just going to keep on stressing, because it feels like when you lose them, you're battling back from such a deficit, and you have to a lot of the times break from the front when you spawn top eskies, and you don't have a smoke to be able to break on through. So very difficult, but we are going to move in towards a series that we did already see map number 1 in. This is, of course, Roach Gang up against West Coast Coasters, and it was Roach Gang that were able to come away with that game number 1. Now moving in towards the search and destroy. West Coast Coasters leading here 3-1.
Again, if you did miss that hard point of Moscow, it was 250 to 184. Roach Gang were heavily in control. As far as they're concerned, JC was hitting up towards 30 kills. As the top side is flipped ever so slightly, it is West Coast Coasters represented in blue, and Roach Gang are represented in the red. So off on offense first will be West Coast Coasters, but they're looking to keep things a little bit scrappy towards the center of the map. Zaides and Gunner are going to be able to take down 2. Now in a 1v odd situation is JC, but before they could even try to get in a fair gunfight, they're going to end up going down. So 3-2 does go the score.
3-2 it goes, and sometimes you find these openings to just peek out in the catwalk and be able to check out the whole middle of the map. And I say the whole middle of the map like it's some massive part of the map, but it is a really nice spot when you're able to freely go for a look and find some players that are typically behind the stairs or in the corners tucked away. And right there, finding the timing to be able to pop out and grab the 2-piece here. So 9-3 start for Gunna, by the way. We are just 5 rounds in and already closing in on what could be double digits here. Gunna can keep this performance up. We see the sniper come into play. We've already seen Sleepy with the sniper from a different series who was so influential on the map, but this time it's all really the subs and ARs. PHX and Gunna both will fall down, so it's going to be all up to 2 as this bomb has been planted, and they're going to have to go for the retake. And that first gunfight will be good, but now all up to Shooty, not Shouty, and he will fall as well.
Yeah, trying to push up the staircase immediately, a position up in top lockers that was held. So 4-2 does go the scoreline in favor for Roach Gang. And again, we're seeing so many power positions. Previously it was the sniper looking over towards this angle. This time it's JC with the Krig 6. Again, was very influential throughout the entirety of Moscow Hardpoint with it. Why put it down when you're finding this much value with it, even in towards Crossroads, Strike, Search, and Destroy? They're up to 4 and 5 currently. and being able to hold down those longer lines of sight, so whether you're looking towards ice or through the catwalk, it's a perfect spot to be able to be in, as well as A6 up at 7-3. You can definitely tell that Roach Gang are in firm control of this map, though we're going to have to see how the swap up might end up coming through from West Coast Coasters. They are funneling in towards the south side of the map, but they're met with immediate resistance. Look at the aggression coming through from the defense. Vertinex finds 2. It's just up to PHX and a 1v3.
Vertinex with the 2-piece, snapping on both players, and PHX, he has just got nowhere to go, and pinned in the corner. They will be able to surround him and find the last kill. 5-2 now is going to be our score line as we get a look at that 2-piece here once again. Vertinex weak here on that first gunfight, below half health. Just goes for the reload, baits out the slide here coming through from Shooty Not Shoddy, and able to find and connect on that second kill. Beautiful shots and beautiful movement being displayed on that 2-piece there in the final kill cam. Enough to put them ahead by 3 rounds. A lot of comfort to play with. And when you're this ahead, Andy, you can look to come through with a lot of those risky rounds, do some of those bold plays you're not expected to be really doing. And this is a chance to do exactly that with a lot of cushion here to play with.
JC will pull out the boomstick. They will look down towards lane of A site, but the 3 other players from Roach Gang just flood on through. The north side, Shooty Not Shoddy will end up finding a trade. 2v2 he goes. Zaides and Shooty Not Shoddy, but A6 is holding the mid lane. JC was there for the pinch, and now the rotation is going to come all the way through to A. It's just up to Zaides, and just as I say that, they get taken down as soon as they cross over towards the tank side, and that's just going to go ahead and be the map and the series as Roach Gang do close it out 2-0.
A6 here, bouncing back pretty hard after what was a couple of at least nice glimpse of moments there in that hard point, but really showcasing what he brings at least individually in search and destroy. A lot of kill cams, a lot of kills coming through individually for that player, but that is going to do it at least right now for that particular map. That will go to a map number 3, but we don't have any gameplay currently on screen here for you guys, so we are going to throw things to a short little break. Get ready to set up here for our next map. Guys, do not go too far. We got more excellent Call of Duty action coming your way. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament. Of course, all brought to you by Totinos. My name, of course, is Visions, joined with Prop. We've already had some excellent hard points, some very interesting search and destroys play out for us, and well, we're ready to jump right back into more gameplay for ourselves proper. We've seen Crossroads now a couple of times. It's going to be Team Diverge, who played a very nice hard point there on Moscow, going up against Team Disconnected V2 to see if we'll get ourselves to our first map number 3, or if we will get yet another 2-0.
Well, looks like Disconnected V2 on offense first will be first blooded. Double on over. This is just Lucky and Dig up. See, 4 players remaining for Team Diverge. Want to get aggressive. They know that they're still inside their spawn. Donor Beds trying to find a very cheeky kill, but it's Dig that does take them down. So 3v2 we go. Potentially looking at the A site, and this should be more than okay. Some shots are also being thrown through from Lucky. Maybe they saw a leg. It's not going to be the case. So they're still trying to fish for information. You do have time to play with here if you are Disconnected V2, but you don't want to give up your positioning too much. A straight Bustin's little glint from the scope will shine on through the other side of Catwalk. Dig will find another kill, so that's 2 for them. And that could open up things for the rotation over towards the A side, especially with Dig pushed up so far.
Dig finds himself the kill there from the side. It's a straight Bustin with the sniper. No longer going to be up and alive. Now 1v2. Dinero here, no kills on the board just yet, but a chance to still clutch up the round. The action appears to be happening right by the B site. The bomb should go down without being contested. Now it's a matter of, can Lucky get himself out here? He cannot. Dinero finds the first one, challenges for 2, but the trade will come in. A very dicey round number 1, but we'll swing the way here for Disconnected V2.
And that was Dig that found that last kill, right? Hey, that's a 4-player ace right there. That is a 4-player ace for Dig. Was able to catch 1 player trying to get cheeky and aggressive towards their spawn, and was able to flip that into immediate ice rotation. Here they caught straight Bustin out, trying to look down the cliffside, and well, that all turned into a snowball effect coming out for Disconnected V2. They did rotate down towards the center. They looked like they wanted to plant towards A, and then they rotated all the way through the spawn. The defender spawned back over towards B, and then it was fire control from there on out. Great work from Dig, as they do get all 4 kills in that previous round. Now over towards the offense of Team Diverge we go. Now looking at a little bit more of a passive offense, as they are potentially looking for a first pick. Judging off where Donor Beds is, they got to be a little bit careful here, challenging, because Rapture, they got the boomstick, and they would really love to get that first blood.
Yeah, and this is the area we typically see a lot of it here. Watching over, does find a kill. Lucky now is able to grab 2, maybe even 3. Still on that staircase here. Dinero will slip away, tries to turn and burn, but will get chased down. I believe that was Dig who finds that kill there from the back, and that is a very fast round that comes through here for us on Crossroads, and it just comes back to this spot we always talk about here. Just such a power position. It's not checked, and that just sets up the easiest double kill you'll ever get here on this heady.
If you've never played Search and Destroy Crossroads, you just gotta know. Just the mid-cut, that staircase, prone, crouching, is just a nasty spot. We saw a lot of value that between Roach Gang and West Coast Coasters. Now it's coming in full effect here for Disconnected V2 as they're able to string together 2 rounds. Dig at 5-0. Now looking to continue this momentum on, as they do have the bomb. Going to be looking for 3 players to stack towards the north side of the map. Some shots will come through early. That's from Lucky looking down to the center of the map, but a straight Bustin with the boomstick does take down Rapture. So if I'm remembering that correctly, that is the sniper out for Disconnected V2, but Dig quickly turns this back into a 3v3.
Yeah, Dig gets the timing there, finds at least what will be an even up, and now working over towards the right side. Bomb has not been planted, but Grip does find one outer. Wavy gets challenged, and Dig finds himself yet another one. 7-0 right now. Cannot stress this enough. Having a fantastic game, leaves straight Bustin all alive. Last one left alive, I should say, as I believe he had the sniper, and he still will. So looking to see if someone gives him a challenge, but this has to be a quick scope. Will not be there. Lucky finds that one, brings it home. 3 straight rounds. Offense, defense, it doesn't matter. Disconnected V2 slowly breaking down Team Diverge here in Search and Destroy.
And again, it takes a certain amount of stones from Dig to be able to do that challenge onto Wavy. A little bit closer towards the defender spawn, especially carrying the bomb. The 74U is going to be good with that range, of course, but still, nevertheless, it's 7-0, heavily influencing the map. Was able to clutch 4 kills in the first round. Get the momentum heavily shifted over towards Disconnected V2's favor. Wavy is yet to find a kill. It's a collective 3 for Team Diverge, now looking to at least break the momentum, stop the bleeding here in this fourth round. They're going to have to do it on offense. Grip's in a very good spot. They got the Krieg 6 to look over towards the box. Knows that some players might rotate all the way through the tank side. Keep your eyes out for player number 8. It's going to be straight busting. They're going to be immediately first blooded by none other than Dig, and Grip will let their pressure felt. Now it's up to Wavy for a 1v4.
What a challenge from Grip. I mean, that is just going to be a massive play, able to grab the double, but Wavy in a 1v4 finds himself 2 challenges for the third, goes to the pistol and finds it, grabs 3 out of 4, but the last one was just too close, so Wavy can't escape. But boy, oh boy, was that shaping up to be almost a potential 1v4 here for Wavy.
Dig does it in the first round. Wavy's almost able to do it in the fourth round. That would have been amazing for 2 different reasons. Of course, Wavy, like I was talking about, didn't have a single kill until that round, but it's Team Diverge without a single round win. It's disconnected V2. They're just in firm control. That's just Crossroad Strikes, Search and Destroy within a nutshell. If you can get control of these power positions, middle of the map, the tank side, even for the defender side with the Krieg 6 over top of that box, it's just so hard when you are trying to fish for information. The second that you throw a bow for Team Diverge, you're immediately going to lose your life, and that's all the map pressure gone and out of the way as we do hop over towards the offense again for disconnected V2. Be on the lookout here for Don Orbeds. They're at the staircase.
At the staircase, rough start. Here comes the challenge. First one was good for a kill. Second player gets tagged up here, so Lucky unable to kind of move in for that bait and switch. Have to imagine that was the play they were looking to try and eye up here. Don now looking for the back to see if there will be a push through, and one player actually does manage to slip through, tags up Don, teammate jumps down on Don, everyone making sure Don or Bed stays alive. One more challenge, outer, good shots with the 74U, good for a second in the round, and now this puts us in the 2v4 here with only about 40 seconds left.
Straight busting again. The boomstick is only yet to find a single kill. We'll end up seeing a player just throw out their hindquarters. And well, it's going to end up being Dig that has ended up taking down De Niro. Don will find the trade. 1v3 we go. Rapture's position is spotted out. Quickscope will miss just a bit outside. We'll now swap to the 1911. Possibly going to be looking for the challenge. A little bit of a 360. Did he end up getting that?
He didn't hit it. He didn't hit it. No way.
He didn't hit it? Okay, all right.
No way, right? No, I don't know. I don't know if he hit it. I'm just saying there's no way. Okay, I don't think it's hit. If that hit,
no, he did.
Oh boy, I would have been peeking on Mike. I would have been peeking for sure, because I would have woke everyone up on the street. That is just that was I respect it. I was gonna say, like, if there was a chance to go for a 360, like, it's right there in the 1v3 when everyone's collapsing and you have the high ground, and see if you can get that crazy play that you're gonna be able to go back and look on for the rest of your life. But Team Diverge, nonetheless, they finally get themselves on the board here. 4-1 still to score, so they have a very high mountain to be able to climb up to see if they can maybe tie things up. But slowly but surely looking to bring this one back. Donner Beds has himself a great position, but unfortunately straight busting the sniper player here does get taken down. It will be a quick trade. Everything now unfolding very quickly as we go 2v2 with a minute left to play. Bomb has to be retrieved, and I think Don gets some kind of a sound cue that one player is going to be up top, but Lucky is down low, ready and waiting, and that's going to leave De Niro here all alone in the 1v2 to see if he can clutch up.
Got a Krieg. It's a good weapon to have when you're looking down lane. De Niro's going to be able to take down Lucky. 1v1 we go. 44 seconds left, but won't be able to read the drop from the window. 5-1 we go, potentially looking at that third map of control. If you remember, or if you missed it, Team Diverge were able to win Moscow Hardpoint 250-134. So this is in a real good spot for disconnected V2 to be able to put this in towards a control of map 3, the first map 3 that we would have on the day, Austin. And they are looking quite clean on Search and Destroy. They're getting aggressive through the middle of the map, through the connector of Catwalk, being able to deny straight busting the power position with the LW. And still now, we'll be looking to close this out in a 6-1 fashion. 4 players stacked up down low. It will be straight busting. Does find first blood. Has heads peeking galore over top of these barrels. So 3v4 we go. The bomb was collected by Rapture. They're going to be looking for this rotation through garage.
Straight busting hasn't been extremely great with the sniper so far, but does manage to find a pick in the last couple of rounds. This round, of course, as well, and at least makes things a 4v3 advantage as the bomb is inching over towards B. De Niro has the cross, but Grip has already managed to slip past. So this actually could be a big play from Grip as he's able to move forward. Wavy, though, does find Lucky, and Donner Beds backs up for Grip. So that's going to leave Rupture here, last one alive, has the bomb, but really just trying to see what kills he can grab. Will be able to grab himself one, finds himself Wavy, has that XM4 here once again, as it will be a plant over towards looks like A if he could find that kill, but will be pinched out in the middle of the map here. So won't be able to close things out 6-1. Still staying alive will be Team Diverge.
And it will be straight busting that closes it out with the 19-11. And the pinch was about to be there through the middle of the map anyway, but Rapture was in a real tough spot, of course, collecting that bomb after being first blooded, disconnected. V2 lost all momentum after they tried to go for a 4-player stack over towards A. Be quite the interesting feat. We see 5 rounds in sequence from Team Diverge to be able to close the series out 2-0. And, well, I hope I just don't cast or curse that now for disconnected V2's sanity. But as we move over towards their offense, 2 players stacked up towards the north side. Stun check does come through from Straight Bus in their previous offense. They did get pushed through quickly through the catwalk side. That was Dig that ended up doing that push. But Grip does find Wavy for first blood. So this could open things up potentially for the defense to be able to get aggressive. But they're not. They're actually just playing their power positions. They want to close the map out.
Oh, big kill, though. Gennaro grabs the bomb and finds Grip on the transition over to Tires. We'll be looking to see if anyone else might be peeking him. Straight Bustin' also taking a look at the map here by the A side. Doesn't really find too much by the cliff path and has been watching Catwalk just about this entire round. Finally going to be backing up here. Once again, working a pick, but very split setup. 2 players working over towards B as it would appear, while one maybe looks for a late flank by A. But 35 seconds left. A play has to be made, and a play is being made inside of B. Shots go through. No one will fall. Still 3v3. 30 seconds now as time is winding down here, and that will be Dig with the kill on towards Dawn. So bomb is down. Pressure is on. Gennaro can't find that kill. All up towards the sniper pistol, and Straight Bustin' does snap onto one, but limited time on that clock here in this 1v2. Has to make the sprint forward. Has a weapon here, the XM4 to work with. Finds Lucky. Can he get the bomb? If he grabs the bomb and moves over for the immediate plant, maybe, but no chance to plant this bomb. Has to look and move for the 3rd player and won't even have a chance at that. So playing the patience game will be good here for a 6-2 closeout, and good for our very first map, number 3.
Yeah, so we'll go to Garrison Control, but this was also just a heads-up play, of course, for the last remaining player for disconnected V2. Don't give Team Diverge Straight Bustin' the shot to be able to try to close out that round, because then all full would have been completely lost there, Austin, if at least if I was on one of those teams for sure. But still, it would have been in a real tough spot to be able to try to shake off that round. Of course, they were all up on map points, so they were potentially looking at that control either way, but it's still, nevertheless, Team Diverge not having a very strong search to destroy for themselves. They could not keep disconnected V2 from getting aggressive through the catwalk or even from the north side of the map. The moment that they tried to throw bows for information, those positions defensively, they're going to be there first. They're going to be able to take you down. You can't get those positions up way too early when you're trying to fish for information. And that's why if you're trying to play that passive on crossroad strikes, especially for your offense, you just have to hold positions, whether you are in bottom weapons or you're looking down towards ice on top of that cargo container. You have to have a forced error from the defense come out when they're trying to get aggressive. But the moment that you give up your information first, especially for the offense, again, crossroad strikes is a very tiny map comparatively to the rest of the map pool that is here in Cold War. And with the 74U, Krig 6, XM4, I don't care what weapon you're going to have. When it comes to disconnected V2 with how they were playing out that map of Crossroads Search and Destroy, they were just always in the face of Team Diverge.
They sure were, and I find it honestly very intriguing, the fact that we are seeing the XM4, and I think this is probably one of the most diverse metas that I think we've had in Call of Duty, like, period. I mean, we even look back to, you know, days in Black Ops 2 where we had like a 3-weapon meta with like the Scorpion, the MSMC, and then the M8A1, maybe even the A94 at the start of the game. But now we transition over towards a game where there's 3 Rs kind of coming out here and there. 2, I think, most dominant being the Krig and the AK-47 for sure. But then even having a little bit of a, you know, weapon pool with the subs as well, for as far as, you know, being able to bring out, if you want the Bullfrog, you talked about it. We've seen some players pull this out here occasionally for ourselves, but primarily the AK-74U and the MP5 makes for, you know, what is honestly going to fit for you the best. Like, if you were just shredding with the XM4, then run the XM4. Why not? Especially on a map like Crossroads, where you can maybe look to utilize that at least for as far as respawn as well as search and destroy. You can battle against the subs up close as well as have a stronger long range shot as well when it comes for those longer lines of sights through the sides of the map like Crossroads. So I just think it's very fun, very, very interesting that we have a meta like this, and depending on when nerfs and buffs kind of come in here for us throughout these patches, it definitely makes things a lot more fun and exciting to see all these different weapons come through, and not just seeing, you know, 2 weapons like the MP5 and, you know, the M4 from last year, for example. Definitely makes things to be really, you know, exciting for the most part. So I think that's really been my biggest takeaway so far in the day, and we got to see this team here for as far as Team Diverge sending things towards, of course, this map number 3 as they fall in the search and destroy for us, Andy. But I got to catch up with Wavy, talk to him a little bit, and he was someone who was like, listen, again, like we just grind the game, play the game for fun. We play in these tournaments to see exactly how we're going to do. They are practicing and are streaming here, throughout their weeks, and they kind of prepare and prep. And I know that they've been preparing for the last 2 weeks, and the respawn is very, very strong here. So coming in towards this map number 3, I know they don't want to be knocked out this early with all the prep and practice that they've been putting in towards their gameplay and their teamwork here. And now we get to see it kind of all come together for as far as Control, a game mode that we don't get to see a whole lot. We're only going to see it if it goes to a map number 3, and then if we get to a map number 3 in that best of 5 for the grand finals here. So this is a chance to see how these teams have been able to kind of adapt and learn Control, as this has been the game mode that we have not seen since Black Ops 4.
Yeah, absolutely the case too. I mean, yeah, just to even push the conversation that much more, since the dawning of Cold War and teams started scrimming, I remember even when Apathy, when the MP5 was the SMG of choice, was still favoring towards the 74U, and I'm glad that you also brought up that the XM4 is also being played out heavily. I mean, this would be the third series that we have, the third series of the day, in between the 3 that we have seen. The XM4 has come out a handful of times, as we have a couple of replays for you all here to be able to break on down. This was from the previous Search and Destroy. Again, just to put it that much further, when it comes down to Crossroads Strike, Search and Destroy, again, you're always seeing, especially from Team Diverge's perspective, they're just trying to fish for information. But just keep your eyes on the blue arrows as we're funneling through these replays of just when they do have that information, when those bows are thrown, just how quickly Disconnected are able to swarm in towards the offensive spawn of Team Diverge. This was that one round that we thought that Wavy was almost going to be able to clutch things out, was just narrowly escapes them as the double on pinch ended up coming on through. But still, I mean, Crossroads Strike in a nutshell, when you do have these weapons and all the setups that are granted to you defensively. Here's one power position coming out from Grip. You also have the cliff path, again, from the defensive side, that you're able to just lock things down for. I think that you just got to be able to be careful when you are trying to play that passive style on Crossroads Strike, Search and Destroy as a full. It's either you're hitting things aggressively, you're smoking off A, and you're going for that early plant, or you're just playing passively. Maybe your sniper's able to find a pick from that ice side of the map, maybe over the catwalk. But if you're playing passively, looking for that B push, you got to remember to always look towards that staircase, towards the center of the map, or you just fly together, playing for the trades. You will probably end up in a 2v2 regardless, but the name of the game, of course, for that round will end up just, of course, making it towards that fire bomb site.
That's right. And I mean, we talk about the middle of the map here, being very influential for as far as, everything from all 3 game modes, because it's such a small map. You can cut things off and see the push through on both sides. So makes it very, very important power position. But I'm hearing that we're getting ourselves ready to jump into game for ourselves to see how it's all going to come together. Have to assume, of course, it's going to be the same series that we just were on board with for that map number 2. And it looks like we will be staying the whole way through. So we got ourselves Control on Garrison. It's really all about the offense. Can you take an offensive round away? That plays the difference, as we'll see offense here over towards Team Diverge first. They're going to be able to start this push off. B, of course, being the closer point is where they're going to look to attack, but so far Rapture as well as Lucky both winning it on their ones, and they're going to be able to press forward.
Even some pro teams are still scratching their head as far as Garrison Control is concerned. How the heck do you win an offense here? And typically what I end up seeing, whether it's from scrims or even back at the Farah Memorial tournament that we ended up having just about a week ago, Austin, is that it's typically all done from B first, and then you quickly flood on over towards A. But you got to make sure that you get cobblestone control before you make your way over towards A, cutting off the spawns for the defensive team. But as things do start to unfold, 38 seconds left for the offense now to try to make a push happen, but they're starting to lose lives. It's 22 respawns towards the 19, and this is the benefit that you do get from winning the initial gunfight if you are disconnected V2. You can get aggressive towards the center of the map, and you can continue to meet Team Diverge towards the center, and being able to cut off their numbers before they can even comfortably make it towards a site, it's just time gone and lives as well.
We'll see, though, the first tick may be coming through for us, as it will be secured, so able to stack the point, grab the first one, working towards the second one. And this also stalls out the clock. The biggest thing that you're going to have to keep your eye on here in Control, if you're not familiar with it, is actually stopping the clock, because when you're on the point, time will no longer press forward for you. So this is a chance to put an extra minute up on the clock as well if they can secure B, but they're already working their way over towards A. Straight Bussin and Denera both winning their gunfights, so now it's actually attacking 2 zones at the same time. This is best case scenario right now. They're going to be able to find the first one. Wavy in an excellent position, lines up the second, making it look easy as the double kill comes through. Denera follows up with a third, and now for the defensive team, disconnected V2, they are in a bunch of troubles. They have to look over towards A and break this setup.
You get an extra minute for capturing in full for a control point, too. Keep your eyes out for player number 3. Dinero did get that cobblestone control, and now they're in a great spot to be able to cut the spawns off. Look how far out Disconnected V2 are spawning at, as they are actually facing a disconnect. So they're doing this now in a 3v4. So you can more than guarantee that this is going to be an offense going over towards Team Diverge. They're in a power spot. They can shut out these spawns, and although only losing one, the last tick of progress will end up being here. But that's exactly what I'm talking about. Even when it comes down to the last 10 seconds, the last 20 seconds, you do get heavy control over towards B, and then you start looking for that rotation over towards A. You don't immediately, surely you've put one player pushing through top green, or server as some players like to call it, but this room specifically of Cobble, you gotta make sure that you get a player in here so that way you can cut off rotations trying to contest A early on. That was a fantastic showcasing of how you want to play offense on Garrison Control.
Truly is. And stopping the clock is the biggest thing that you're really going to hear us talk about, because you only have a minute 30. When you grab that zone, it puts an extra minute up on the clock for you to be able to work with towards the second zone here. But sometimes when you lose all that map control, especially in a map like Garrison, where a lot of it comes down to, top green control and catwalk control as far as power positions. And well, look at this. Rapture here pulling out the boomstick for us in respawn is not going to be able to bring that shot home on a straight bus, and has a chance at a second attempt here. Will challenge out, misses here again. So the sniper rifle not exactly bringing what he was hoping for, I have to imagine, with a couple of kills maybe coming through and entering in towards B early. But already 30 seconds gone by. Donnerbeds has to back up for that kill. So the sniper play does not work out, and everyone unfortunately will lose their lives as the defense is stacked up here in the middle of the map.
Yeah, Grip just started moving too, so they did that initial push off of just 3 players. Again, defensively, you win that initial flurry, Austin, you can start flying towards the spawn of the offensive team, which is currently being represented by Disconnected V2. They will lose a couple of lives, but Wavy is here, able to find at least one. They will do double up their duty by taking down Grip, and now they're in a real good spot to potentially find more. Dig will take them out via a Semtex, but it's just one more player remaining, so now reinforcements have to come here quickly. But just as I say that for the offense, Disconnected V2, they do lose more lives. Team Diverge are here. We're down to just 12 seconds left, and they're unable to barely even leave their spawn. I don't even think a player's going to be able to touch the B site in time. It's going to come down to lucky. They're going to have one player ahead of them. That's going to be straight bussin'. They will lose their life, so that's going to be 2 rounds in sequence for Team Diverge.
And that's what happens sometimes on defense. That's exactly what I was expecting to happen round number 1, but was not the case. And you almost need someone to make some kind of a heroic play when you get this far back in towards your spawn. You need someone to open up with that 2 or 3 piece, so you can at least have a bit of breathing room to catch your breath, move up on the map, and be able to take over some of these power positions here. And that simply was just not allowed. You got to give credit here to Team Diverge, just understanding how to play once they knocked down a couple of players. And that was off the back end of bringing out the sniper off the start of the round, where you're looking to find a couple of those opening picks. That gets shut down. They lose early control, and they will lose their very first offensive round here. So now down 2-0. You only need 3 to secure the map win, and already straight busting coming in here, firing on all cylinders, finds and opens up with a double. Donnerbeds with the third. Everyone dropping like flies as B is already going to be attacked.
Yeah, so now you're going to look for 2 players stacking over towards B. First take of progress will surely be here, but Straight Bustin' just pushes all the way through to top green. Finds themselves a power position to double up again. Now in a spot to where they can see the spawn of Disconnected V2. Well, now play double duty as they start looking for progress over towards A. This is just going to split the focus for Disconnected V2. They're actually just going to give up the B site entirely and just try to reinforce A. And I do respect this play coming out from Disconnected V2. The biggest problem about this is respawns. 24 respawns to the 15. And if you can tell by the candor of my voice right now, that's not in a real good spot. One good break is all you're going to need from Team Diverge. Rapture's going to be able to at least take down Dinero. They got to be able to hold on towards top green for quite a while.
Rapture trying to keep them in this one for sure. 6 and 13, but heating up a little bit there on the spree. It will be straight bussin' finding the kill, and now the little contest spot inside of Light's room will be there for a second, but not before Lucky ends up falling to the trade. So B should end up going over here without a problem, as we can see both teammates getting a little look at each other before they make this big, massive push over towards A, and it looks like it's going to be through brick. Straight bust and hits the back here. Will be able to find himself a trade onto Grip. Now looking to hit Connector as he moves right into the hill. Rapture is there for the trade to make sure that they don't lose early control by A, but Wavy still in another excellent position. Will be able to grab one, but the defense now starting to step it up a little bit, but you still need to worry about those lives.
Yeah, it's actually 2 big kills come through from Dig. They're looking towards top green control. They're able to at least shrug off the initial push from Team Diverge, but they still have a minute and 24 left. And just look at the respawns too. 13 towards the 6. Defensively for disconnected V2, they're just trying to hunker down from top green and through the satellite dish. But if you are Team Diverge, you can 100% just play for the kills at this point. You don't have to just capture off the points, of course. You can also just get the kills. You still have a minute left to play, and it's just the 5 respawns remaining towards the 4 that are currently standing for disconnected. Now a total of 8 lives that Team Diverge now have to cut through, while you're also looking at Don or Beds putting themselves in the backside of Cobble. They will now flood on through. 3 players for Team Diverge are now over towards the A side. Spawning over on the defensive south side will be disconnected V2, and they have to worry about Wavy, who's in such a power spot to be able to read this. They see Rapture cutting across, knowing that they might end up going up top. First ticket progress is already gained.
Look at the setup right now. You have 1 player top crates. You have Wavy just playing for these spawn kills, chipping away at the lives. And as I say it, all the lives just end up dropping. There was none available for respawns. That is an excellent performance here for Team Divergent. Map number 3, a 3-0, taking offenses, defenses. It does not matter, Andy. This is a map that is not easy to take those offensive rounds, but they made it look easy off the back end of their slaying, the back end of just the knowledge of knowing where to go and when to push and when to stall the clock. And once someone's stalling the clock, you can see everyone able to move towards these power positions that are just slaying out, winning out on these gunfights, making it just so hard to regain control. And when you just don't have control on the defensive side on Garrison, you're just always fighting from headies, trying to move up on towards the map, and it is very painful. I can absolutely tell you that from experience. It is not fun when you get put in that spawn trap, and that's exactly what they got put in. But Team Diverge, I mean, I talked to Wavy about the respawn. They had a lot of time to work on it, considering we didn't have one of these tournaments last week, and well, it's certainly showing as these guys come out firing. But well, what's also firing is the gameplay, ladies and gentlemen, and we got another map number 3. This is the one, or rather I think actually moving in towards round number 3s now as we jump in towards. This is our very first map here for Roach Gang. They closed out their series there and we were just watching over them. Now they're playing against Team Nocturnal, where they're going to have a slight lead of about 10 points.
Yeah, this is round number 3. Roach Gang versus Team Nocturnal. Garrison Hardpoint as we are moving ourselves in towards. We are currently looking at P5. And so after at least the first set of hills, just about another 30 seconds or so left inside of this hill alone. And a great control so far about looking at power positions. The same thing could be said about Hardpoint as it could be about control. And I like this actually. Look at JC with the sniper scope on the AK-47. This is actually becoming around a lot more popularity when you're thinking about just Garrison as a whole, because you have the entire mid lane just to be looking at. And the AK-47 absolutely beams from range if you have the right attachments, of course, as we do end up seeing Jace being able to take down Vernex from the top side of Catwalk, potentially just looking at the upcoming hills. But still, nevertheless, Roach Gang at the end of the first set of hills are about to be looking at about a 114 to 82 point lead over Team Nocturnal in a great spot to continue on that momentum.
Sure is. A6 already trying to read exactly where they're going to be spawning, but all the action happening around Vertnex as he finds himself on a 2-speed right now. 17-9 coming out of the gates pretty hot. Looks to top green. There's a couple players up there trying to control the power position, and it looks like that will finally be Vertnex falling, but his teammates are slaying, and they end up coming out on top with the trades, locking things down. Coming off that rotation there from the last hill towards P1 is good enough for the first 30 seconds or so here. Not the easiest hill to collect a lot of time, but Roach Gang here certainly locking things down in the middle of the map. Gunfight up close, good once again. Oryx here is just securing the time. Almost 2 minutes in the hills so far. Only 13 and 12, but doing that dirty work that we always talk about proper, as he is just grabbing all the points here for his squad.
A minute and 50 collectively inside the hills. 160 to 81. Double the score over Team Nocturnal. Now looking towards P2 as Middles and Volbex are able to find at least 3. Volbex now in an isolated 1v1 over A6 will be able to win it. And now we're looking towards rotation towards P2. 2 players are over here, and there are so many headies in and around the satellite dish, plus Cobble that you got to be concerned with here. Now just one more player over here will be Vernex. Volbex will get aggressive and is going to be able to find that kill. So a nice opening over towards P2 in Team Nocturnal. They need to make this a money hill, Austin.
What a play here. I mean, usually it's not easy to stop this push coming from the back, especially when you don't have the close spawns, but you just see Volbex just run through everyone's setup. Might have a chance to run through one more. The snapper is good. That's a 5-speed right now. Volbex turning his attention towards top green, but it's going to be Middles who just ends up mowing them down, finds 3 players moving in from green, and this looks to be what honestly is shaping up for about a full 60 on this P2 hill. Not easy to break, and the spawns might just end up flipping out. If they find this first kill, all these blue squad members might end up spawning in the back. And right now, look at this. Volbex, Jace winning gunfights, almost another one coming in. But the rotation currently in effect as we move over towards another one of those hills that can grab you a big chunk of time, and it will be the first touch, it looks like, here for our blue squad. But player 8 in the back, Volbex looking to influence spawns here once again.
Yeah, and it's just like you said, 2 players from Roach Gang did spawn all the way out towards the west side of the map, and I'm sure that if you are Team Nocturnal, you were able to read that judging off of where Volbex did spawn at, but because it was scrappy going back and forth and you still had middles coming off of P2, 2 more players did end up spawning towards the east side there for Roach Gang as soon as the initial flurry over top of P3 did start unfolding, so Roach Gang will come out on top of that, in control of P3. Now in a power spot to be able to read players coming through the middle of the map and looking towards the exit here is going to be Oryx, is able to find at least one good help coming through, of course, with A6. Going to be 3 players in a row. Nice little jump shot coming through from Oryx. It's going to be 4 players in a row there from Roach Gang as they look to make P3 quite an influential amount of time towards their bank. They're eclipsing past 200 points, and now they have the winner's advantage, especially with that rotation from 3 to 4. It's not a far one, but you're also able to put yourself in a spot to where you can see all the way towards the spawns from Team Nocturnal.
Getting a player top green here can honestly play the difference. A strong AR player watching over the map also gives you the fast track towards the hill after this that just extends a little bit further past P1. But it is still pretty scrappy right now inside of this hill for P4. We'll see A6 win himself 1 gunfight, looks for the second, has an idea of where they're spawning here, just in behind green. And if they can secure the majority of the points here, they have a chance at being able to take away this very first map, inching closer and closer to that 250 mark. Middles from the side, looking to try and grab some of this time here, but Oryx will say no, finds himself 3 minutes in the hill. Just been absolutely sitting here, soaking up time, allowing his teammates to slay. He's still winning gunfights up close. A chance to win yet another one. There's the challenge. This time it'll be JC, but he follows through with the 3rd. That's 4 down. And well, this might just be enough to secure the win here. 4 more seconds is all they'll need. One last contest won't be there, and a perfect hold will be good here for Roach Gang in map number 1.
Yeah, that trash hardpoint is absolutely a money one if you get yourself in a proper spot. Of course, 3 minutes plus inside of the hill from Oryx. You almost have to think whether or not Puckett ended up making a bowl of Hot Pockets for them as well, as they were just kind of keeping their legs up there, just being able to soak up as much time. But still, I mean, it's like you ended up saying, Austin, that was just a perfect setup coming out from Roach Gang over Team Nocturnal. Team Nocturnal did get a big amount of time off of P2, but again, once you are the first team there, the satellite setup that you have with the heady, you can bounce it between the railing just before you do get out of bounds, especially with a Krig 6 or any AR. We saw middles absolutely popping off, but when it comes down to rotations, especially for Garrison, when you have all these different power positions that you can put yourself off, headies, the center of the map, top control, top caution, all the way from server across the catwalk. There's just so many positions that Team Nocturnal never really got the luxury of playing from, apart from that P2 setup. That Roach Gang, just from the fast pace that they were setting up there with their 74Us and their ARs in tow, were always being able to win out on the rotations throughout the second set of hills.
Yeah, fantastic job there from Roach Gang coming through for map number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, action's going to come to a pause here for a quick moment. Go get yourself some pizza rolls. Go make sure you do exclamation point giveaway in the chat so you have a chance of being able to get yourself a loot box. We're going to step away. We come back. More Call of Duty action coming your way. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament here, all brought to you by Totinos. Of course, my name is Visions, joined with Proper. We've gotten to see quite a few rounds come up towards this point, but we just finished off with map 1 of our quarterfinals, and we got to see how Roach Gang was continuing to show their dominance here. And I mean, that probably might continue in towards this map number 2 here for us at the moment. Proper, JC's been playing well. Oryx, he's been grabbing all the hill time and doing the objective work, and now we'll get to see yet another search and destroy on Crossroads.
Yeah, JC with the Krig 6, even back in the second round, now ahead of quarterfinals, it's just finding an influential amount of values, but just as soon as I say something, Roach Gang, they lose 2. Now it's just up to A6 is trying to make a play happen, but AB is going to be able to find a nice play Semtex to take them out through the middle of the map. Now Oryx in a 1v3, now make that a 1v2, as they do take down 1 inside of Fire. I think that this position is going to be more than scouted out. You can see Volbex just putting themselves over by the tank on the mini-map. Whilst you have middles, I can only assume that they are sniping given off of their position. Just up to Oryx to be able to find these kills.
Finding is certainly the hard part here, and it's a split between both players. Middles, he's been playing his life in the back here. He will get challenged, and he'll come out on top with the gunfight. So 2-1 as we would see it right now currently, and well, really it comes off the back end of what was the early plan, and as well as this pick, as GC just gives him a shoulder, and well, apparently that's all Volbex needs to be able to find the click and be able to find that first blood.
Yeah, it's like I was talking about earlier when we were breaking down Crossroads strikes in between Team Diverge and Disconnected V2. You throw that opening bow, it is very often that doesn't result in immediate death, and that's exactly what happens to JC, as it's going to be a jump shot that does come through to open things up. 2-1 goes the score here in favor for Team Nocturnal. Now we're towards the offense for Roach Gang, looking to get some fire control up through the north side of the map. Will be Burdenex, does take down first blood, but Volbex and Jace, they double on up, making this 2v3.
Oh, and I think they have an idea on where Vertex is. JC's just laying prone, waiting for that challenge. This is a pretty common spot when you're looking to break yourself in towards B, but from the back, Oryx with the bomb decides to hit a route. He finds himself a kill, and that actually evens the odds up here, 2 apiece with about 50 seconds left. Now it's actually a wrap back here to their side of the map, as Volbex might not expect a repinch, but he might have got a sound cue. Waits for it. Oh, he gets smoked! Oryx with the kills coming through. The bomb does it all. Tagged up, staying alive, has his teammate with him. This will be the challenge. Middles can't land the shots, and oh my lord. That was a crazy round coming through. Roach Gang respond back as they'll tie things up 2-2.
Oryx got the Jordans on. He just comes in absolutely flying in top lockers from weapons and just absolutely fries. That was a very interesting play coming through, as Oryx does find 2. Of course, Vertex also finds 2 in that previous round. Great usage from their weaponry, respectively, as they tie things up 2 apiece into round number 5 we go. For the offense here for Team Nocturnal, again, we're able to play passively through their previous, at least for 2 of their players, we're able to just to keep their lives. As we do move things over, it's going to be looking like an A hit, but mid control is absolutely a virtue. Trophy system does come out defensively, but it's Volbex that does find JC for first blood, and AB is also able to find Oryx. Vertex, the last remaining player here. Their position is more than scouted out. I wonder if that was truly the wallbang kill that came through. I wouldn't be surprised.
Very true. And Volbex here, sniper, boom, first one's good, second one waits, goes for the quick scope, feeling himself obviously, and JC once again with the shoulders. This time it's with the scope, though, and won't be able to find at least the centering on a Volbex first before he finds the shot. So 2 are going to be good with the sniper rifle. As 3-2, the scoreline. Team Nocturnal, of course, fighting for their lives right now, as they need to take this map and send it towards map number 3. But Roach Gang certainly will not roll over. Have to earn that dub. These guys will fight back. Volbex now from the outskirts, looking to watch over the A-bomb site, as he will have that sniper rifle still in hand. A lot of stuns as well as lethals coming into play here as the smoke comes in top weapons, but it's going to be Vertex. Finds that first kill, followed by a second and followed by a third. Chase, last one left alive.
I like that call coming out from Roach Gang. Just, okay, we're not winning the sniper 1v1. Volbex is finding way too much value with these scopes. There's smoking JC as far as the sniper battle is concerned. So let's just go ahead and just chase them down and find immediate value. And that's just Crossroads strikes, again, from a different hand. You're going to be able to take control of the map if you were the first one to sprint all the way through the center of the map while the other team is trying to look for the setup. So back and forth we go in towards round number 7. Good setups coming through from Team Nocturnal when Volbex is able to find the power positions with their boomstick. They're up to 6-3, but Roach Gang are looking for Raw aggression through the center of the map. Traded Semtex going absolutely galore through the center of the map. 3 kills via Semtex. Leaves JC in a 1v3.
Yeah, 15 seconds in the round. JC's like, guys, where are you? And he is now left all alone very quickly as everything unfolds. That's an easy kill. It's just sitting on tires. Nasty little heady. If you have not experienced it, well, lucky for you, but that's going to be good here for the kill as it comes through. AB just locking it down. JC has to come out for the rotation, and with an early bomb plant 15 seconds into the round, losing 3 members, that's pretty hard to get a read on where everyone is going to be as you have to play for that retake.
Again, this time around, it was Team Nocturnal that got aggressive. They met Roach Gang at the gates. It's going to be the play here for round number 8. And if it's following the script, Roach Gang will be able to make this a tight affair for a piece, but all has to unfold. 2 players up through the north side. It will be JC towards the center of the map, has given up their sniper. Player number 4, Middles, is actually cutting through the middle of the map. Didn't push all the way through, so JC's going to be able to keep their position for now. But is anybody going to read Middles on this very long flank? As the fight starts breaking out over towards the B site, Middles then crosses back through the middle, is going to be able to take down JC, but it's a quick trade, 3v3.
3v3, A6 though. He's siding up on barrels, so he'll find a kill as he hops up, and maybe you can feel the pressure as he knows everyone is swarming around him. Loses his second teammate, 1v3, and in the back will be good for the kill as the hop-up comes through. I believe that was AB able to come through with the second in the round here, and enough to be able to just play his life. Jace just hops right over him, and he's like, all right, free kill for him, and able to move all the way forward towards the spawn, and just has a great read on where the last player is once the shots come through. So enough to tie things up. 4-4 we will go, heading in towards the big swing round here for round number 9 to see who's going to be able to go up and put themselves just 1 round away here from closing out map number 2.
In the previous offense for Team Nocturnal, able to, of course, find a lot of value in the early rounds. It was by way of sniper for Volbex, but then through the middle of the rounds has been AB, their automatic weaponry. AB now is going to push wildly with their AK-47 through the center of the map. Vernex is already here, absolutely smokes them. He's going to be able to find first blood. Jace now up top, their own AK-47 will drop back down for weapons control. But where the bomb is currently located at, it's Roach Gang that get aggressive, and that swing round is heavily going in the favor for Roach Gang as it's Jace left in a 1v3.
And Jace does find at least a very good angle here onto JC, so makes things a little bit more doable. Now we'll 1v2. Player 6 right now, that's A6. He will now position and try to maybe regroup here with his teammate. Catwalk being watched here from both angles. There's the challenge, and while the angle is just going to be in favor of Vertnex, comes through with the kill. That's enough to make sure no 1v3s are happening here in round number 9, but we'll take another look at the opening play. Vertnex with the snap onto AB here, barely taking any damage, able to just come out ahead in that very first one, and then just hits the route proper. Here's one outskirts, and able to take down Middles here for the very first couple of kills in the round.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, Austin, but I'm pretty sure this is where Roach Gang is first taking a lead as far as their search and destroy is concerned, but
I think that's
it's going to be on map point regardless. And if you remember, Roach Gang did absolutely win out that hard point, 250 to 137 over Team Nocturnal. Team Nocturnal absolutely needing this win here. It's still a best of 3. Be able to send it towards that control on Moscow, but JC finding first blood, then Sud traded off, 3v3 we go. Oryx still carrying the bomb. They're looking to send towards fire.
JC trying to work an angle inside of fire, but that is just so hard to do. Vertnex, though, on the outside finds himself a kill. Now Middles, the last one left alive, has to be a 1v3 clutch or his team's going home. Middles finds the first one in a pretty good position here. 1v2 with 40 seconds on the clock. A little bit of time to work with on this retake. As he moves in, looking for an angle here. We'll start to throw out some of these stuns and nades. JC caught up top, slides across. We'll get information. Middles now just so low on time. Has to make an aggressive push, whether he's hurt or not. Coming to the middle of the map. Tagged up. Has to go for the reach out. Little pre-fire there in towards the corner. Not going to connect. Moves in one more time. Finds Oryx up close. But I think that was the shot punch that will put him down. And that will also put down Team Nocturnal here as they don't have enough juice to keep them going to map 3. So they will see the close here on Crossroads. 6-4 as Roach Gang moves forward to the semifinals.
Roach Gang win their previous Crossroads search and destroy 6-2. Now they close out this one by winning the back 2 rounds. 6-4 over Team Nocturnal. That, again, Volbex was finding a lot of value with that scope, but they do a very nice adaptation. They just don't even give him the light of day. And by that light of day, I mean, they absolutely knock the lights out of that sniper scope and they just push all the way forward, just right to where Team Nocturnal were trying to play from. And that's exactly what you got to see as far as the team taking mid-round adaptations, especially for through Search and Destroy. It's such an integral game mode. It's been around for quite some time. It'll not only win you matches, but it'll win you championships. You got to be able to showcase those abilities if you want to be a contending team.
Absolutely do. And got to see a lot of that from Roach Gang as they have been able to put themselves just into the top 4 here. And I mean, JC, of course, coming through in that very first initial tournament, able to make his name known, 3-0 in the finals, definitely made a very strong run and picked up on the game fairly quickly. Now showing just a few weeks in, he still got it, maybe a different team surrounding, but certainly able to definitely make an impact known in this bracket, as the top 4 is not easy to break into with all the teams that we have competing on the day for ourselves. But Team Nocturnal, team that we have not seen a whole lot of, able to at least make a little bit of noise now. But we are going to shift back over to URNM Gaming here. It's going to be up against M7 Black, a team we have not seen so much in the past from what I remember, and a team we've certainly not seen on the day. But it will be URNM Gaming currently up 1-0 in this best of 3. The bomb will go down, and now we'll have to see if a retake will take place.
Quick A plant coming on through from URNM. And I believe that we did see that previously from their Search and Destroy way back when. That was their first game of the day, where they did take it out 6-0 over their adversaries. But now it moves in towards a 3v2. Og and Warp trying to clutch things up. Is anybody going to read? Player number 1 of Sleepy in bottom of weapons. They just might end up hitting through the outskirts, just doubling up on top of each other, trying to play for each other's trays. AK-47 is going to bounce just a little bit. The shot's not good enough, but their position's going to be more than known. Tries to work their way over towards the site. Warp takes down Siren. Sleepy does have the boomsticks to take down Warp. Trying to hop on towards the bomb was really the only play that you had left in the arsenal there. But URNM, off their quick plant towards A, will be able to take the first round.
Sure will. Joker just plays his life, and that's a pretty common strategy, especially when you have control by the site and when you have a dominant sniper able to watch over you. It allows room for, you know, some of these sub players to be able to push up on the cliffside and play right underneath the defensive spawn here. For anyone that might be looking to drop down, you can find that timing, find that angle, and that's exactly what Joker does. Plays his life, pops out when he needs to, and is able to pop out with the kill. So 1-0 here for URNM Gaming as they come in here hot after their hard point, and this time around it will be first kill on towards Exogen. Will fall here very early on the defensive. Joker back in this position we've seen a whole lot of, and he is very familiar with it, as he will just be waiting patiently for this push to come through in the street. And if it does, Sirens is also going to be able to give him a little bit of leeway and some notice on whether or not they are looking to push this through. And Siren's looking for information, but not really gathering a whole lot. And Warp is just waiting for that angle to pop up and find that first kill.
Yeah, and if you remember our first round of the day, Austin, Sirens was finding so much value by pushing through the north side of the maps. Tons of different boxes that you could be putting yourself around, as they are able to take down Harv. Warp soon to follow by Sirens yet again. That's 2 in the round for them, up to 3-1. Now down towards the last remaining player is going to be Neon. Tries to lock down the close range hip fire shots. Won't be good enough, as URNM are able to take 2 rounds in sequence of each other. 2-0.
2 rounds coming through. You said it perfectly too. Sirens has been finding so much value here by the north side of the map. Does exactly that. Rips the first one and finds Warp on the second here. Challenges out for what will be the third, I believe, with the pistol here. Neon just unable to get that one done. Maybe a chance for a shot punch to come through there, as I believe Neon was pretty tagged up. Just a couple bullets needed to be able to bring that one through. But already the hot start that this team has been bringing just this entire day. Quarterfinals, does not matter what round it is. These guys have just been running away with momentum once they gather it, and this is a chance to do exactly that here once again. Sniper rifle in hands of Sleepy. This is where it all started for us on Crossroads on the day, Andy. Sleepy's been flawless with it, looking to bring some more as he's already 3-0.
Quick plant down here at A. He's found so much success for URNM. Well, Joker, I like this. I mean, immediately goes for the bomb plan and just immediately just puts themselves at the bottom of the cliffside. They did eat an unfortunate side of a Semtech, so they're going to be dropped down. Now down to 17 HP. Their position has been more than scouted out, but it's actually Warp that gets first blood. Through the center of the map, Harv's going to be able to take down Sirens. That was with the 1911. Exogen quickly finds a trade. 3v2 we go. 18 seconds left to play. M7 Black, they got to make a play here.
Sure do, and Sleepy has still got lines of sight on the bomb. Og's going to be trying to push up. Joker finds Neon. Sure, the pistol kill comes through for Og, but doesn't matter. 3 rounds in a row. We've seen their A push. It hasn't been stopped, I don't think, so far from any team that's been able to match up against this squad. It just seems like they are able to gain control of the back end of Sleepy's sniper rifle, where it's like, okay, we don't want to overpeak because we don't want to give a first blood. The bomb goes down, they're able to just press forward like Joker's been doing underneath the cliffside, and they just play and just hold, and no one has been able to break that setup as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, they won their opening search and destroy. That was against Unjustified 6-0 after taking a very narrow hard point, and now they find themselves here on the cusp of just doing maybe about the same thing. Harv carrying the bomb here in top weapons. Their position is going to be more than known. I mean, wondering if they were looking for an explosive play outside of the windows, but of course on the north side of the map will be Sirens, going to be looking for that angle, and then towards the center of that staircase will be Joker, and who other than Sleepy got to be looking towards the cliffside for that push to potentially come through from A, but it's Harv. The patience is absolutely a virtue as they catch Sirens off guard. 4v3 we go in the favor for M7 Black to make a play here.
Smoke is down, should give them enough of a clear crossing, but instead Harv is actually looking to utilize this smoke. He finds Joker in the corner, won't take the gunfight. We'll just back up, and now the gunfight comes through. Neon says, all right, I'll move in. It's going to be Warp who finds the kill. 2v4. Neon's hitting routes. Oh, there it is. Another one. Finds Exogen. Last one left alive will be Sleepy, and Sleepy might just continue to have that sniper in hand, but Sleepy's just hitting it. He finds the first one. Will he check the bomb? He doesn't. Bomb goes down. Might look to turn here, but he has time to play with. 40 seconds left here in this 1v2. Neon from the side is watching over it, but it's the gunfight up close that'll finally give that first death here over to Sleepy.
Yeah, it will be the first round loss, although it's just in between two rounds here that we've seen on broadcast for Crossroads Search and Destroy. It will be the first round loss for URNM Gaming here on Crossroads Search and Destroy. But again, not giving Sleepy the light of day, although they were almost able to run a very interesting route with the 1911. You almost had to think that maybe if a 74U was in their hands rather than the 1911, that gunfight might have gone in a different direction. But good stuff for Harv just to stick the bomb, and even though that there was a player right over top of him, one being Sleepy, that was finding value inside of Fire Search and Destroy site, did not shrug off of just planting the bomb, knowing that that was going to be their win condition regardless of playing cat and mouse. But here comes URNM Gaming on offense, and why stray from the norm, Austin? Just going to go ahead and smoke off the A side. Joker's going to go for the plant.
It's not broken, don't fix it. And Joker is living by that beautifully. As Sirens does find a kill into Harv. That's followed by Exogen finding one onto Neon. Sleepy not landing the sniper shots, but that's fine. He just barely escapes there with his life. Warp now answers back, but Sirens with a quick trade. And well, we've just seen this so many times before. And Og, the last one left alive, down low by the cliffside. Joker has over top of him, and they're going to now just make this hit happen. Aggressive challenge is good for the fourth round now up on the board. That's 3 A plants that you have not had an answer for. So you have to now look at trying to find an answer here proper, because there will at least be one more offense that they will play. And they have been yet to really adapt or do anything different when they're trying to go for these retakes, or at least try and stop the bomb from even going down.
So the same question does beg itself, as we did see earlier on. Benny tried from Unjustified to go scope for scope versus Sleepy to try to stop this A control from ever happening when you are on the defense. I wonder if it's going to be the adaptation that does come through. We'll have to wait to see just that. But as far as the defense for URNM Gaming is concerned, it's really just dealing with Sirens on the north side of this map and Joker on the middle concrete staircase. So it's Og up top. Lockers from Weapons is going to be looking for an opening pick or information. Maybe a couple bows to be thrown. Player number 1, you can tell off the minimap, will be Sleepy with the boomstick. Can only imagine is probably looking down the ice lane. Now players here from M7 Black is just down to 55 seconds. They know that Sirens is up here somewhere, but Sirens gets the information, absolutely smokes Harv off the heady. 4v3 we go.
Sirens likes this area. That's something we've absolutely learned about Crossroads, but this time around it won't come with a double kill. It's actually a numbers advantage now in favor of M7 Black, 3v2, and it looks like they are lining up for a B hit. They have a chance to drop this bomb freely. Both players here on the side of URNM Gaming, really on opposite sides of the map, so it's going to come down to individual play. Sleepy with the sniper rifle will look and take a gander inside of Fire. Doesn't really find a whole lot. Will throw out that very first tactical. Stun check is there. Knows he's safe to maybe press in towards the room. Semtex also the follow, but Warp will actually end up going down. Now we go into a 2v2 from behind. Sleepy's good, and that's going to be the quick defuse, but now jumps off, goes to the pistol. Og will try to pre-fire, but Joker from behind is good with the kill, and what looked to be a nice setup here for M7 Black in the 3v2 will slowly be taken and ripped apart from the last two members remaining on URNM Gaming, as they will take now a 5-1 lead.
I respect that retake that also came through. I mean, you could end up going for the day-old play that you have two players up, so one hops on the bomb, one player tries to search for the last remaining kill. But here's Joker from the center of the map, just breaks on out towards fire, was able to find one in the backside, and then worked their way all the way around the defensive side of the spawn, just double on up, play for the trade. That's just so smart to do that here in Cold War, not give them the chance for a 1v1 while you had Sleepy trying to hop on top of the bomb. Just guarantee yourself that kill. You had more than enough time to do so. Now putting themselves up on map and series point are URNM Gaming. Sleepy, the boomstick, 7-2, 9-4 for Sirens. One player finding a lot of value on the north side defensively. One player finding a lot of value south side offensively. But Sirens trying to get aggressive through the center of the map will be caught out. Same smoke play is going to guarantee that Joker does get the bomb plant here. 3v3 we go.
3v3 we go. Joker is in a slightly different spot, and this one might be red, but Joker now takes the upper level as he's actually tagged up, has to drop back down, and Harv will find him on the way down. Sleepy with the sniper rifle. He's played this angle so many times. He goes for the bomb check, knows bomb's good, but someone does just hop on it there for a quick second. The angle, however, I don't know if they read it. There's the first one. They have to now go for the challenge. The long-range pistol shots, good for the kill. They have to challenge him. Sleepy finds the second. Sleepy might find the third. Neon gets the trade, but I don't think there's time for that defuse to go through. 1 second left as we come down to it, and the bomb goes boom. That's enough to make the 1v3 come to life. Sleepy plays the off angle and brings map 2 home.
I mean, Sleepy with this angle. There's the hit marker. Maybe going through just the bomb case. I'm not too sure how that one developed itself, but that little drag shot onto Harv, that's just so insane. Then quickly swap to the 1911 to finally get the bomb diffuser. It was about 0.3 seconds away from being diffused. Sleepy, through 2 different rounds, here now in quarters, going to be able to clutch on up for a 1v3. Absolutely crazy how much value this URNM Gaming squad is finding down towards the A side. No team has been able to stop it. They've only lost 1 round in total through 2 different search and destroys on crossroad strikes. That's just absolutely amazing to be able to see one player of Sleepy finding so much value on the offense with their sniper rifle, and then of course Sirens up on the north side. That's defensively, as now we hop over towards another search and destroy here on crossroad strike. It will be Team Diverge over the Void Clan. Team Diverge previously winning off their hard point, now looking to keep that momentum going on forward for themselves ahead of this match.
And just a reminder here, Team Diverge on the right side there. So currently in the top, just flip those for anyone that is currently watching and has not seen these squads as of just yet. Void Clan, a team we have not seen. And if things do switch up, it might be Void Clan who might be 1-0 up in this series at the moment, as it's an arrow able to find himself a kill. And now it's going to turn things in towards a brief 2v3. Make that 2v2 as Riz finds straight bussin' from the back. Now 45 seconds left. This bomb is over by A. Has to be picked up and retrieved. And De Niro here worried about where some of these players might still be positioned, but finally finds the timing to push forward. Finds Riz up top. So that will be the kill that comes through, followed by the second. And now we see it. It is Team Diverge still 1-0 up. Will flip the sides, but they're also able to strike first, at least coming through in towards the search and destroy.
Team Diverge, if you remember previously, back in the previous round, did go to a map number 3 versus discounted V2, where they were able to close things out 3-0 on that Garrison control. Now looking to keep this momentum all the way forward ahead of semifinals. Here, this is a quarterfinals match, don't forget. So looking to keep that momentum strong for them. De Niro, of course, having a very strong round 1, did find 2. And again, that's crossroads strikes in a nutshell. You can get aggressive through the middle of the map. We just saw that previously happen back with URNM Gaming. Now Team Diverge looking to set the pace here for how they want to play out their crossroads strike. A little stun check comes through. Tyler will get hit with that. So Team Diverge know that there's a player at least lingering through the center of the map. Don or Beds will pop on up. Little isolated 1v1. It's going to be able to take down one for first blood.
Finds that first one. Very aggressive challenge. It's good for the kill. De Niro also trying to toy with some information. Smoke will go down top catwalk. They'll find Tyler, middle of the map. Team shots come through, and now it's a 4v2 situation. Donner Beds hops up one more time, finds himself the double up, and while Team Diverge, they have absolutely been practicing over the last 2 weeks as they've been falling short just barely in some of these later rounds, but they're starting to come together. The teamwork is showing, and already showing here in the search and destroy on Crossroads as they're up 2-0.
Yeah, and again, like, that is all just off of the stun check. I'm not too sure who did throw that stun check to be able to find that there was a player in the middle of the map for Void Clan, but then they immediately hit the wrap on the south side of the center of the map, and you're comfortable in doing that just because of where Don or Beds did previously put themselves at, to be able to pop on up and for first blood there onto Crypt. Tyler really didn't stand much of a chance. I mean, to get a wild snap is, well, a crazy one to say the least. But here comes Void Clan with a little bit of an A plan, trying to go for the quick one over towards A itself. Smoke is in play here. Don or Beds is going to push on through. There's Tyler trying to slide on forward. Gets the turnaround to take down Don.
Yeah, that's a 180, ladies and gentlemen. That's not what anyone wants to experience on POV, but it happened and it's there. So now we'll move forward. 3v4, as this is a round Void Clan need to get under their belts right now. And Straight Bussin' is watching over. Knows one's still trapped here close towards the A bomb. So Dinero needs to work up for that angle, but Geology is there for the kill. So now it's going to be a massive advantage. 2v4, now 1v4. Straight Bussin' still trying to work for some of these angles and some of these snipes. Does work for Riz, but at this point in time, it'd just be about near possible to move forward towards this A bomb and find everyone in the defuse. And well, there you'll have it. First round will come through. It's going to be at least better late than never for them, as it is just to be 1-2, a chance to build off of it, and a chance to at least kind of move forward here and search and destroy as they grab that first one. Geology plays his life beautifully.
Yeah, and again, just the A side is just so hard to retake, Austin. When you don't have numbers for the defensive squad, if the sniper doesn't find a handful of kills early when the bomb is going down, then it's just such a stronghold to try to work your way back from in a post-plant situation for the defensive team. We've seen that continuously from URNM on the day. Nice to see that another team here for Void Clan is able to do just the same. So now towards the offense for Team Diverge we go. Again, in one round up in the situation here. Straight Bustin's going to be able to take down Crypt for first blood. The Nero getting aggressive through the center of the map just barely survives with 10 HP. 1v4 we go, and the bomb's surely going to get planted from here on out. Tyler's going to get snuffed out.
Certainly would think so here. Tyler at least grabs himself one before he ends up dropping. Looking for the second, as it's pretty much a trifecta setup here across the map. Everyone is pretty separate, so they're giving them the individual gunfights, as it looks like Tyler does escape and actually manages to make it over the catwalk. Wavy in the back here, trying to play his life. Tyler now regroups here through the middle of the map, finds the second. 23 seconds left now remaining. A technical 1v4, but has to still get the defuse off. And both players are completely split. And I'm pretty sure player 7, Wavy, spots Tyler, tries to go for another turn on. This one will not be there. And that is good enough for Team Diverge to bounce back and have yet another flawless execute over by A.
Hey, this opening pick here for Straight Bustin' to take down Crip early on. Just saw a... Yeah, just barely had any sort of information. I can't... That was... Is that a wallbang headshot? I believe it was. It's absolutely
filthy.
Yeah. 6-1 for De Niro getting aggressive through the center of the map, too. I mean, like, this Team Diverge is just getting absolutely disgusting as far as Crossroads Strike, Search, and Destroy is concerned. Previously, Void Clan did find a nice early plant here on A, but over in the top side of the map, easy lockdown there from Riz with the AK-47 has players single file fashion over top of the catwalk. Finds two, Straight Bustin' now in a 1v4.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of, changing up the strats, especially when you got a couple rounds to throw away there. But moving in one by one over that narrow door, not the easiest to be able to kind of move into. So a little easy round ends up bouncing back here for Void Clan, as no players, I believe, drop here. And we'll get another replay of Riz just lining them up. Finds the first one, finds the second. And Narrow, I think, eats the wall bang, or the outer part of the shots at least connecting there past the frame, able to bring that double home. So that's a great bounce back here. It's a very fast round as well picked up for Void Clan, as they will now still be trailing by one and looking to see if they can actually combine for more than one round in a row to see if they can bring this one back here to a tie game at 3-3.
Just remember, Coach Austin said it here, no single file line through the catwalk. It's good when you're lining up for lunch, not good when you're lining up for kills on Crossroads Strike, Search, and Destroy. So as we move over towards the offense for Team Diverge, going to be looking for potentially the Fire B site. They know that Tyler's here. Trophy system is out to keep Tyler safe from stuns or Semtexes and anything else in between. So Wavy's going to try to swing this wide. You also have player number 6 in De Niro pushing a little bit further forward. Wavy will find Killology very wide on down towards the mid lane, down to 10 HP. Don or Beds will now fly through the center of the map to take down Tyler. It's just up to Crip now on a 1v3 after Riz did find Wavy, but Straight Bustin's going to be able to double on up there at the end to make this a 4-2 affair in Team Diverge's favor.
Team Diverge still maintaining control in the middle of the map, working past these little power positions here on the stairs. As you see, Donnerbeds just hitting the catwalk, finding the kill from behind, and like you said, hits the Jets. Moves in for 2 from Fire, looks top weapons for 3. As Donnerbeds is able to make this 74U really work out, and still staying ahead by a couple of rounds. Team Diverge just not letting up on the gas here. And they might just fall to one bad play call, but they're still able to bounce back and regain. And this team, again, being together since about the beginning of the game, has certainly built up a bit of chemistry here amongst them, as they're looking to see if they might be able to grab yet another round here in a row to be able to go ahead by 5-2. But this is a big response round. Riz hoping that they maybe do the same strategy as last time so we can line up a couple of freebies, but won't be able to get it this time around. Might have to actually go for an aggressive peek, and he's not finding anything here. But meanwhile, the push is happening outer tank right by P1. Tyler in a great position to at least try and move forward as he's looking under, actually finds one laying down, able to sneak through, but the trade is still there in the middle of the map as they need to find Don, and Riz moves through to find Don as they will get the numbers advantage.
Numbers advantage in the favor of Void Clan on the offense. Now looking for the rotation here is Killology with the bomb in tow. Going to be looking for the smoke over towards A, and well, the trophy system will eat that up first. Got to make sure you kill the trophy system first before you throw down that smoke, so that's not going to be in play this time around. And I think Straight Busted knows that this is going to be the play that ends up coming through. Is going to work their way with the boomstick, has a little bit of an angle, misses just a little bit to the left. Cargo Container will eat up both of those shots that Straight Busted will throw, but the bomb's going to get planted here regardless.
Bomb does go down. Straight Bussin now has a chance to work for this pick from the middle of the map, but Kology, he's been so good at playing his life, and Straight Bussin just hits it. Doesn't look left, doesn't look right. Just will run right through the street, finds the opening kill. Now turns things in towards an even game here, 2v2, as everyone's starting to move forward. Straight Bussin has a Krig now to work with as he looks for top control information, but not gathering it. 15 seconds remaining. Wavy needs to make a play. He finds himself one, but will turn away just at the wrong time. Challenges back out, finds the kill, but meanwhile his teammate has gone down, and Riz will grab the double up in the end to make sure things are still comebackable here. 3-4 we go. And we'll see if they can actually maintain this and combine for more than one round. That's the problem here, Proper. They're good at grabbing one to stop the bleeding, but they need to now combine for back-to-back rounds moving in towards the next round.
They absolutely do need to combine for a multitude of rounds to be able to bounce on back in the Search and Destroy. And while in this series, this is a best of 3. Keep in mind here that Team Diverge are leading in a 1-0 fashion. To be able to send it to a Moscow control would be big. It would be the second 3-map series in a row for Team Diverge. And this would be all for a battle of semifinals. Team Diverge, call timing not on their side in their previous round. Not going to be looking for it to be in their favor ahead of this round. Going to be looking for north side control, maybe flying towards the north side of the map. But is anybody going to read that Tyler got wildly aggressive on the backside? It's actually going to be Crypt that finds Don inside the window for first blood. So this is going to make these angles all the more potent. But Straight Bustin's going to be able to take down Killology towards the center of the map. But keep your eyes out for Tyler. Is in a great spot to take down Wavy. Now Straight Bustin in a 1v3.
1v3 finds the first one. Tyler with a little shoulder here, but it's enough for the info. And yes, they can bounce back here with more than one round in a row. Tied up at 4 apiece. Crossroads has definitely been a lot of back and forth so far, but the sniper finally coming through. That's enough for the very first blood, and they're able to just honestly work their numbers advantage off of that, working for pick after pick, but everything kind of just falling right onto their lap for as far as over challenges and whatnot coming through here from Team Diverge. And now it's them who have to actually look for a bounce back here as they're back on the defense. They've been good at locking things down for the most part, but A most certainly has been the targeted site, and I think that's going to be the case here once again. Killology has been great with the bomb. He gets this bomb down, then he plays off the box heady just so ever well, and now Tyler also decides to press forward here as Riz grabs that first blood, and the bomb will be planted.
Tyler went right past Straight Bustin'. He was just prone towards the center of the map. Nobody saw him. And De Niro just tries to fly on forward, is able to find at least one. The bomb will be planted, but nobody's reading these flanks that are about to be coming on through. 2v2 we go. Wavy for top catwalk control. Gets eyes on Crip, coming straight out from Fire. Wants to meet them outside of the door. A little jostling for position in and around of the BS&D site. 18 seconds left to play. These kills can definitely come on through. But they push a little bit further forward. That Crip also takes this as an open invitation to push up towards Straight Bustin', and they do take them down. Now up to Wavy in this 1v2. Is able to lock down Tyler over towards the AS&D site, but not enough time in the bank to be able to get the kill, plus the defuse. So that's 3 rounds in a row. Now Void Clan are able to string together to put themselves up on map point and potentially ahead for a Moscow control.
And I mean, I think that once you get this bomb down, you're just seeing how much you have to clear out. Like, you have to clear out top cliff, you have to clear out, weapons, the catwalk, you name it. It just feels like there's so many angles you can get that bomb check off from, that there is so much to watch, sometimes too overwhelming. And that's a situation where it works out perfectly here for Void Clan, as they have just an excellent setup. And now with 3 rounds in a row, a chance for 4, as they might be sending us here to another map, number 3 for control, but not before Team Diverge look to get back in towards the mix. This right lane's open, and Donner Beds hits it, finds the opening, and gets right through the gap. Gets that first blood on Killology. Dinero also will hold the tight corner, and there is going to be B control right now for Team Diverge as they plant that bomb.
Ooh, Tyler's gonna catch Donor Beds on rotation. Riz also takes down Wavy. The bomb was planted there at B, but the kills are not favoring Team Diverge at all, as it will be Riz and Tyler that clean things up at the end. A little bit of a pirouette coming through from Tyler as they go 8-6, 11-6 for Riz at the end of it all. Void Clan able to close out Crossroads, Strike, Search, and Destroy, and we have ourselves a map 3, Moscow control between these two teams.
Got ourselves a map 3 and got ourselves a series, ladies and gentlemen. A very tight one. It comes out the back end of what was 4 rounds in a row. Void Clan here not giving up, still fighting, and I mean, it's very easy to look at that 4-2 score, Andy, and be like, damn, what do we do here? We can't really match this pressure here over beside the A-bomb site. That was where, a huge amount of the problems were kind of being laid out there for us very early on and towards those rounds. They're able to adapt, and they're able to then say, all right, if you guys are going to hit A, we're going to hit A too, and we're going to get control of this. And there was just a number of times where one player would just stay alive too long on the boxes, or was able to just move all the way through, like we saw in that last round there previous, to be able to hop up on the cliff side, gain that control, say, listen, everything is clear here. They have to be hitting our flank. They have to be hitting the middle of the map. And to be able to get that information on a map like Crossroads, it's just so important because the map is so small. And it's like, all right, they're not here. They can only be one of 2 places right now because I got this covered. So the communication absolutely coming through here for these guys and everything coming together. It's been one heck of a tournament so far, but still have quite a few series left for you guys. We're queuing up for the last couple as we get closer and closer towards that grand finals, which means that we are getting more excited and more excited as we go. But we have to step away, take a little breather, get yourself rested up here for a quick moment as we get ourselves ready to jump into yet another matchup. Don't go too far. We'll be right back after the break. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament here, all brought to you by Totinos, and of course, all here on Esports Arena. My name is Visions. Joined with me is Proper. We're getting ourselves ready to, I have to imagine, load in towards our third map here of this series between Void Clan and Team Diverge. Team Diverge has been relentless in the respawns, but have slipped up a little bit in the search and destroy, and we've seen that now be exploited a little bit here in the last series as well as this one, as we're going to yet another map number 3.
Yeah, 100% the case, and you could definitely, you could potentially chalk that up to Straight Bustin just not finding as much value with the scope. We've seen URNM Gaming on Crossroads Strike, specifically one named Sleepy being able to find an influential amount of kills with the boomstick itself, so something that probably needs to be cleaned up for many other Search and Destroy maps soon to come if they do make it past this Moscow control. Again, a map that is heavily decided by the defensive side. It is just so hard to be able to string together these zones, Austin. Again, the B site, a little bit more open from the offensive standpoint, but when you're trying to work your way over towards that A site, which is technically P3 over by that statue, it is just so hard to rip off the defensive players from those headies.
It honestly is, and the biggest takeaway I think that I've gotten to see for as far as the pro teams when playing this map, in particular, we were looking at least at, Pharaoh's Memorial Tournament there just from last weekend. A huge part of it, from Mutineers themselves was, hey, let's keep one person on the point once we gain control and win that break. And then let's just fan out everyone across the map. And let's start to get as much information as well as much map control, as we can, so that we can start to play off of some of the lives. This also stops the clock, right? When you have one person just slowly working on that time to be able to get some of those ticks in. And this was something that they were doing a great job of, was just over flooding, through the street side, getting control of back alley, and then being able to at least work for these kills so they could touch the zone from the front. That was really what they were doing and what was working. Now, we'll see exactly what the strategy will be for both of these squads heading in toward this one, as this is going to take it all for us. But Team Diverge, they already cleaned up a control on Garrison 3-0. They looked absolutely phenomenal, looking to see if they might be able to do that here again against Void Clan.
Two players already pushing through checkers. It will be Don Beds flying up through the escalators. Well, it's going to be looking for at least an angle, but it's going to be surely met by Killology, who has that heady right over top of the bench over by the A site. But B control is here for Team Diverge for the time being, so they're going to be looking for that first tick. It will end up coming through. Players are starting to converge around this area. Player number 6 is going to be Crip. Is closer towards checkers. Is going to potentially be looking for the fly, and once reinforcements are here, just one other player here defensively will be Tyler. They will be taken down by Don off the respawn coming through the street side, so the second tick of progress is going to be gained. And this is all while, keep in mind, Killology is just a totem over by the A side, just not letting players get close to this at all. Crip is able to find 2 before they do go down, but the B side is going to be secured. 2 minutes and 5 seconds for the A side for Team Diverge.
This is where things get difficult here. You have to move in towards this A zone across the map. Your spawn is very far when you're on the offensive. Defensive spawn just right behind Library here, pretty close, but Donner Beds already setting this push up here right through the back alley. Finds himself a kill onto Riz, but Grip will find the quick trade to follow it up. Now it looks like the majority of the players have been able to work in towards the back building here, but one will fall, trade will follow, Straight Bustin', last one left alive on this push, finds one here and does at least stop the clock for a quick second, but Riz is waiting right beside him here by L, and Straight Bustin' has to assume it's coming through, but he ends up smoking Riz here, finds himself on a bit of a spree. Killology does find a double up, moving back in for some defense, and Wavy also shut down. So first wave will be dealt with here on the defensive.
And again, here's just one of those headies. Tyler, like you had talked about there, Austin, is just having such a close respawn defensively, can put themselves here on this wall and just being able to line up a multitude of players as Team Diverge try to work their way in. Straight Bustin', the last remaining player, couldn't get reinforcements in time. Again, the offensive spawns are just so far away. Luckily enough that is coming through over by the planters over in the alleyway right outside of the shops, but just as soon as they do stack up as 4, you have other players over from Void Clan just locking down these shots. 1 Killologies on the 3 spree. They're at 6 and 2. It's just finding a multitude of players before they can even think about collecting themselves to work their way inside of the A zone. 10 respawns now for Void Clan to just the collective 8 lives that Team Diverge have. So just 2 good hits that Team Diverge have. 38 seconds left to put themselves on this A zone.
Wavy here from back alley, looking to try and grab that trade. That was a trade you needed here, as you might now only have one good push left, and I think they know Donner Beds in the back here. That's going to be a gunfight initially one that looked like for Riz, but it's going to be Tyler with the reinforcements able to move in. And now with 18 seconds left, this hit has to take place from the front, but you have no respawn, so it's a technical 3v12 right now as they have to get on top of the zone. Narrow does find that first one on the back library heady. Now it's just one player left in the middle of the map, also will be dealt with. So defense will come through here on Moscow for Void Clan on the very first initial round.
Yeah, and again, this is all off of just a 2-minute hold, essentially. They gave up the B site entirely. Killology was at this specific spot, remember, by the shrubbery, and holding this heady right over top of the bench since the entire defensive round started. So it's just very smart coming out from Void Clan, just knowing that the B site is going to be heavily contested, but it's definitely going to go over towards the offense regardless. So you just heavily defend yourself over towards the A zone, just not allowing Team Diverge to get yourself any sort of openings to get a tick of progress over there. There was maybe a half a tick that ended up coming through, but again, the defensive spawns always become a consideration. And as we move over towards the offense for Void Clan, they're going to be looking to do the same thing as Team Diverge. You send one player streets, one player through checkers, two players through the house as well, just to find these opening shots through from window to window. But it's straight busting for first blood. It is trades coming on through, but it's not good enough for Void Clan to feel comfortable enough to put them on the B zone quite yet.
Gotta start jumping in behind that bus right there. You could see the toes being shot from Riz right from cutout, not allowing anyone to move forward for that glow pressure. And now this will be Killology looking to start to collect some time and make some progress here on that very first tick. Wavy, though, from the street is going to be a good for 2 kills. Tyler has to leave the zone here, which means the clock is now going just to find Wavy, but Wavy's full health, and he will challenge out. It will be just the little peek underneath the bus that gives Tyler the heads up that the push is coming. They will now hop back on the zone for a quick second, but De Niro from the window is definitely adding some much-needed pressure here from the defense, making it very difficult to move in, and Tyler now has to challenge outskirts, but still time is ticking away. They will finally be able to secure that very first zone, but things are not secure just yet. Still lots of members here on the defense that can look to pinch this, and Donner Bez is doing exactly that as he finds one here from Checkers.
One tick of progress over towards B. 35 seconds left. 17 respawns for both of these teams. De Niro pushed up against the house window. We'll end up finding one before Tyler does find a trade. But again, these trades are all heavily in the favor for the defense. They're going to be able to reinforce this just a little bit better as the offense. They do need a sufficient amount of numbers before they can put themselves on towards the zone. But Don or Beds is still here. They're at 9 and 12, yes, but an influential 4 spree now ends up coming on through. Now they're going to be looking towards pushing through that cutout wall inside of Checkers. 2 more players outside from the street. Straight busting in a power position with the AK-47 is going to be able to find one. They're heavily tagged up. Crip's going to be able to put them down. But Donor Beds is still here. Now the challenge comes down from the staircase. 1.5 seconds left, and just barely able to stay on top of the zone is Riz, but they're the last player alive for Void Clan offensively as we go 1 round apiece, defense for defense.
And that was a much different offensive attack from offensive attack there for both of those squads. I mean, really only getting 1 tick secured here for Void Clan on their offensive attack over by B. And last time we saw the zone go over pretty quickly, at least as it would seem there for Wavy and Co. As Team Diverge were able to put themselves with an extra minute on the clock there fairly early on. Now looking to do that again. And I mean, the question has kind of come out there. It's like, do you try to hit A? You know, send one player A to at least bring some attention over towards that zone here, maybe get that first tick in so that you can work towards some progress for the last 2 once you secure B. These are some of the questions that are being raised this early in towards the game, but it's all B, it looks like right now for the side of Team Diverge. They will open up with the very first blood, but Tyler here from the middle of the map finds himself 1 kill in return, but not enough to take down De Niro and Wavy. Both of their ARs stacking and holding strong as De Niro now will throw his body on that point and work for that first tick.
Sees that there's 1 player down towards the bus will be Tyler. That does take them out heady for heady. Tyler is able to come out on top of that one, but still taking up progress. Now halfway towards the second tick, ends up coming through for Team Diverge. Previously, Void Clan just gave up the B side entirely, but you can see player number 8 of Killology is just sitting up there with the bench, just keeping their legs up, just waiting for any sort of players from Team Diverge to hit this, but they're all funneling in towards the center of the map and from streets. Is anybody going to read that Tyler has now pushed over towards the offensive side of the map? Doesn't seem to be the case, as Tyler and Riz do take down 2 more. Don or Beds trying to scrap this push, as they do find a nice little angle and some great shots come through with the 74U to get Tyler out of the laundry area of that house. Means that the second tick of progress has already been gained. The third tick of progress is about to be accrued as well. 19 respawns for both these teams, and 2 minutes and 5 seconds again for Team Diverge to try to take the A zone.
2 minutes now to work with, and how will they look to start to set this push up? different from the last one? That's really the question. And it looks like they're going to now double stack street, run through P4, and get themselves towards the back. Now, little do they know that there's two players already back here waiting. It's going to be Tyler on that back heady. And oh, what a hard shot this is going to be. But it will be Donner Beds with the first initial shots that do take up the player, making them weak. 3 go down. Still spawning in library though, so this will be very difficult. Now spawning in from behind as they double stack the zone. It feels like this is a zone you have to get your teammates on in order to get a lot of progress very quickly. Dinero still controlling library here from the back as he'll be looking for the players coming off spawn. Crypt now going very deep here on the long route, will be tagged up, forced to regen and stuck in the corner. Meanwhile, the hits coming now from back alley as they look to move back in. They will find Dinero in the back. Riz is good for one. Tyler with the second. Wavy now tries to get himself in, but is only good for 1 kill. Straight busted. Last one left alive. Gets himself back on the zone and is trying to secure that second tick here on the zone.
Reinforcements are about to be here as well for Team Diverge. 14 respawns to the 9. This is all in the offense's favor, but Crip and Riz come back. They find 3. That's a good kill feed now for Void Clan. Second tick of progress has not been fully gained here, Austin, and it won't because Crip comes back and is able to take down Straight Bus, and that's 4 straight now for Crip. Is in a power position to try to read where Team Diverge are coming from. They still have 1 minute and 20 left to play, and 2 more respawns available for Team Diverge over Void Clan. So they're going to look to set up the same pinch that they did previously off of gathering the B zone itself. But this time around, they do have a player here defensively. It's going to be Riz towards the alleyway outside of the bank. It's going to come down to just a unique timing, but Riz does take down Dinero. Is now going to be shifting their focus to maybe read where Donner Bez is coming from, and they do.
Find it, shut it down. The setup now a lot more in sync right now for the side of Void Clan. But we still have at least 1, maybe 2 good hits left right now for the side of Team Diverge. They got themselves 1 tick, but once again, they go 3 down, and now the life's starting to play a bit of a factor for us. You can see 3 remaining for Team Diverge, 7 right now for Void Clan. Chipping away at the lives, making things that much harder to move in, and now every single life matters. There's a snapper, though, from Dinero. He finds 1, moving in for the back alley. Wavy from the front finds a double, smokes 2 players off the heady, and that is good enough for a touch. Stalling the clock, but still only 1 life remaining. You can look to slay out. Tyler will go for the challenge, and Wavy just can't bring that one home. Weakens the player up, but 20 seconds now left on that clock as that second tick slowly depleting. Runs right into the line of fire for Crip. Grabs the double up. Donner Beds now has to make a heroic play from the back. Won't be good. Wavy, the last one, will be shut down yet again. Defense holding strong despite that one coming down to the wire there in round number 3.
And again, this is just why even all the way up to the pro echelon is just scratching their heads on how to take an offensive round here on Control Moscow. And again, you know, the Florida Mutineers, they definitely come to mind. I believe was versus the Dallas Empire at the time during the Farrah Memorial Tournament, Austin, that they were able to string together an offensive round. But still, you saw a very unique opportunity for Team Diverge. You had 2 players flood through bank, but then they didn't read where the respawns were coming through. Obviously, if you do flip out the spawns, even for the defensive side, they're not going to be spawning in the library anymore, which is where those 2 players for Team Diverge were looking at. They're going to spawn in bank, and you need to turn out immediately to be able to work that very unique spawn trap. But now Void Clan, if they can take an offensive round, they will take the map, and they'll take the series. But this might just end up going towards a final round, given off of how the previous offense for Void Clan previously looked at. They're trying to work their way over towards the B zone early, but there are players here defensively for Team Diverge.
Dinero finds 1 and is able to move in for Tyler. Great double up here. And that's going to make sure that you're already chipping away 30 seconds off of this time, and already a lot of map control just by cutout and mid stairs right now. Straight busting, looking for these players coming off spawn. Wavy has middle room control right now as he's looking to start to find these players as well coming off of that spawn, but we'll turn his attention towards the outer street, seeing if anyone's taking the longer route to battle for globe control. And it is just going to be 2 players pushing through over towards A as we take a look at that mini map in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. 2 players with a chance to be able to touch A. It will be, though, a kill. I think that just came through there from Donner Beds, looking for 2 himself, and he stops both players from touching A. Now you're in a heap of trouble for Void Clan. You got 20 seconds left, and you have to make some kind of progress here on B.
That was the last-ditch effort play, but Donner Beds immediately flips that on its head. They're on 6 straight, Austin, 21 and 21. They find those 2 players from Void Clan trying to find the cheeky play to go over towards A to split the resources defensively of Team Diverge. These kills that are coming through last minute are going to be Tyler and Killology. They do find 2, but you only got 5 seconds left to be able to touch the point. It's going to come down to Killology, who tries to fly through the window, immediately gets put down in the dirt by Straight Bussin'. So a very clean defense comes through again for Team Diverge, setting this to a final 5th round.
Final 5th round, and I mean, these offenses and defenses have been very one-sided, obviously, but I mean, even more one-sided on the defense for Team Diverge. They've been able to really kind of influence this B zone the most, as they just have their outer control around B. And well, round number 5 will come down to kills, and that will favor Team Diverge, as they will have defense. They've been great so far. They haven't even given up a zone as of yet, and they might be able to continue that trend unless we see something different from Void Clan. Everything's on the line for them on this offense, and it looks like there might be a shot call to 4-hit A.
Comes 3 players about to be pushing past towards Eskies. And you do have Crip here working their way through checkers. Can be first line of defense here. Straight busted, but they won't win the gunfight. Don or Beds, though, is at that heady right over top of the bench. Will take down Killology, but Riz smokes them off that heady. So now they're going to try to commit over towards this A side, but there's only 2 players over here. Player number 6 will be Crip. He's going to try to push down towards Glass. Will now reposition themselves potentially to set up that pinch, but this is all giving the defensive team of Team Diverge the opportunity to come off of the respawns, to shrug off the players that are here at A, and you spawn so far out if you are the offensive team. Now splitting their focus up. This is actually a smart play coming out from Void Clan. They split up the focus defensively from Team Diverge, and now they shifted their focus heavily over towards B.
This is great for them. This is finally some progress being made over by B. Second tick about to come through. Wavy, though, he's been so strong from this outer position by Globe, and he'll now move in, but Tyler will have none of it. Finds the first one. Straight busting to follow. Also will drop, so third tick on its way. The first zone looks to be secured for Void Clan. Now this is their first attempt at actually heavily attacking A. They didn't secure that first tick when they made the initial route there off the start of the round, so they'll have to start all the way from step 1. But this will be Riz here off to a great start with the gold control here, able to find one. Tyler with a second. This is the chance to start the hit.
And here comes the pinch as well. Look at Killology working their way through Bank. You also have player number 7 of Riz that was previously working their way through the alleyway. They will lose their life to straight bussin'. But Killology commits towards the flank, is able to find one. Now 3 players on the south side for the west side of the map are looking to set up a very unique spawn camp. It's just down to straight bustin' to try to deal with this, but Tyler takes them down. So now this could end up coming through from the push, but all 3 players that are looking down this way are trying to deal with it in full. This is all while Riz off the respawn is trying to shift their focus on the north side of the A zone. But again, you have so many headies and so many opportunities for the defensive team just to always respawn and put yourself in power positions. Killology, they really needed to find that kill, but over towards the A zone, it is all blue in the kill feed here, Austin. 55 seconds left, and it's only a 2 respawn lead for the offense team of Void Clan.
You need someone to get on this point to stop the clock right now. That is going to be the biggest problem. It always comes down to time and control, and with 45 seconds left, this hit really has to count, and well, it looks like they're making it count. Riz with a great opening for the double. Wavy, the last one left alive for the time being. His teammates are close off spawn, but it is going to be just really 2 players trying to make their way towards the zone, one coming for a full flank, and they are both dealt with. 30 seconds left. The time is stopped, but Riz will fall on the head. He has no real support just yet. His teammates now need to flood from the top, fight from Eskies, and move in. You have to win some very difficult gunfights off of the fountain, and that is going to be a win there for Tyler. But watching by L is Dinero. He doubles up, finds 2 by L, and well, might even be 3. Killology with the aggressive challenge will fall. You have maybe a chance to touch, but Straight Bustin' is looking to lock this one up. Hits the pinch, grabs the double, maybe even looks for 3, but doesn't even have to. No one can get there, and we will see Team Diverge close things out 3-2 in map number 3 and move on.
Oh, came down so close. I mean, Void Clan was so smart to be able to shift their focus 2 into 2 players finding value over towards A, then joined in by a third, and then immediately shifted their focus down towards B in that final offense. That was the first time that we saw them finally take a zone of B and then try to work their way from Bank to set up a pinch. They almost had the spawn camp there, Austin, but it was just met by a handful of players. Again, once you're spawning in towards the library side, if you are that team that is offensively pushing towards the library side, trying to take that A zone, once you find those handful of kills, you got to fly towards that library side, because then you force the defensive team to spawn towards the bank, and then you then have the power positions to be able to read the defensive spawn, so that way you can get control of the A zone entirely. It didn't all end up coming on through. Just a little bit of hesitation coming through from Void Clan within those final moments. Again, I say hesitation, but it is just so darn tough trying to take that A zone of Moscow control.
Truly is. Truly is. We got to see that, kind of just take place there for us on screen where, one side, it felt like, all right, maybe Team Diverge were able to work their way over towards A. They seem to have taken B pretty dominantly, but it just comes down to that close spawn. Like you just explained there, Andy, it is so difficult to do, especially when you don't have a smoke to go down and cut off, that entire cross. If that was the case, then I feel like it would make things just a tad bit easier, but we know smokes do have to be a little bit tuned up on Far's Treyarch side for as far as making sure they're not one-sided and you can't see all the way through them. So changes maybe that might end up occurring and coming later in towards the season, but for right now seems to be very difficult to get yourself away with an offense on Moscow. However, that's enough for Team Diverge to continue to move on and see if they might be able to get towards that grand finals. I know it would be their very first appearance if they can get through that next round, but for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break, get ourselves set up here for that next series coming your way. Don't go too far. We'll be right back after this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament here, brought to you by Totinos, of course, all on Esports Arena. My name is Visions, joined with Proper. We've been bringing you guys the coverage all day long today, and well, we've gotten to see a lot of hype series, but now we're getting further and further in towards the bracket. We might have maybe a couple quarterfinals left, but have to imagine our semifinals are just about there for us, Andy. And we've seen a couple of teams be able to at least break through, Team Diverge being one of them for sure, as we just came off of their control win there in map 5 or map 3 fashion, but all the way to the round 5 fashion.
Yeah, absolutely the case too. We've been able to break down a handful of controls, a lot of crossroads strike, search, and destroy. We've been able to see teams that find value with snipers, teams that don't find value with snipers, smoke plays on search and destroys, and able just to break down how tough control truly is from an offensive standpoint too. But the hard points have been absolutely fun to be able to see just from a multitude of maps. We've seen Garrison Hardpoint as well as Moscow now will be our semifinals one. But even on Moscow earlier too, just being able to break down this map, which is still very young and in a competitive nature. I know that Challengers is also happening across all regions at the same point, Austin. It's just very nice to be able to see it from an analytical standpoint, how the game continues to grow.
Sure is. And well, of course, we wouldn't be able to put this entire tournament on for you guys if it wasn't for Totinos. And if you guys actually do exclamation point giveaway in the chat, it's going to populate a link that you can click, pull up, and have a chance at being able to fill out and bring home a loot box. But not only do we have those for you, we also have the Supreme loot box for you. It's got itself a nice little jacket, got some double XP codes in there, dog tags, face mask, you name it. If you do exclamation point Power Squad in the chat, that will also populate a link for you so that you can look at going towards that link. I believe it's a retweet. You fill that out and you'll have a chance at being able to bring home the premium loot crate here for yourself. Again, all brought to you by Totinos. I know our hosts at the beginning of the show, haven't seen them a little bit since the opening, but I know Puckett, Lottie, and Miles, they all had their jackets. They had everything going in the background. They're even eating all their pizza rolls, you name it. So it's been a great time. So make sure you guys do that, as it's just there and it's free. So why not go and do it? But back in towards the game we go. Not sure if we have an updated bracket for as far as what we got here for us, but I think we might actually be moving right in towards the game for you guys to see exactly what teams we have facing off against each other and how it's all going to come together. Because as Andy said, we've had some very intense search and destroys, some close map number 3s, but we're getting closer and closer to that best of 5. That, of course, will be in grand final. Still all best of 3s up to that point. But if you're not going to control, Andy, if you can get to that grand final, at the very least, you can say, all right, I can grab either the first or second one, and we'll have a chance at being able to maybe take that control down as we finally get to take a look at our bracket and see how all these teams are progressing.
Well, we just previously saw that Team Diverge did take the 2-1 over Void Clan, so they will be moving forward to face Roach Gang. That's going to be a very fun match to watch and play out. Heavily dictated just by ARs and submachine guns that give no light of day for the enemy's positioning. So I'm definitely interested to see how that one's going to be played out. Not too sure where No Thumbs versus Night Watch is at, but URNM Gaming, as far as Search and Destroy is concerned, seems to be the team to beat. They have a very unique play when it comes down to smokes and playing out for those opposites S&D points. We've seen that on Crossroads Strikes 2 times now, but as we move over towards the semifinals, it's going to be Miami as their Search and Destroy map, and I can only imagine when you got a strong sniper rifle player like Sleepy, they could end up dictating a lot of pace through the entirety of that map from the middle all the way through the beach side. It's going to be very exciting to see who's going to make it towards grand finals, where it will be moving towards a best of 5.
And Miami is absolutely sniper's playground. So you just have your fun. You do whatever you would like. And really, unless there's an opposing sniper player, well, you're going to get away with it, because very difficult to really kind of find those players when there's such a long range lines of sights. Like you're saying, by the beach side, even through the middle of the map for the most part, when you're even fighting from hedges over towards the ramp or even up top by the balcony, wherever you'll have it, it is a lot of long lines of sights. So the sniper certainly going to come in handy if you're able to make it work and find for some of those initial picks here as we get ourselves in towards that. First time I really get to see Miami in quite a while, because I know some of the tournaments I've been doing have not really seen it. It's kind of been a map where it's in, it's out, kind of figuring out exactly where the place is. But Search and Destroy certainly popping up in a lot of the tournaments, Search and Destroy tournaments in specific, for as far as seeing this one. So it'll be fun to see how that one kind of unfolds here for us coming through for the map number 2. But at the very least here, we know for our 3 squads that we currently have in the semifinals, URNM Gaming, they've been pretty strong, haven't really dropped too many maps here on the day. Don't think they really have. I'm not sure about their first round altogether, but certainly looked good when we were watching over them, where we got to cast them in that Unjustified Gaming, as well as M7 Black. They just looked like they were really having their way with the most part here for both of those teams. So definitely going to be a tough opponent to be able to take down. And they also had that crazy run in the very first initial tournament that we had. Of course, different roster, but fell short in that grand finals to JC and the Goons, where they were unable to close out a map at the very least of that best of 5. But a chance to be able to get revenge here in week number 3. And well, we still look at Roach Gang as well as Team Diverge. And that should be a spicy one, because Team Diverge, I think, has been one of the most consistent respawn teams for us on the day, Andy. And that is going to be a great matchup for Roach Gang, because that has JC, and well, he has also been dominant with his squad. So that should be a very fun time watching over those respawns.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting time for sure. You know that JC, after previously winning a week here through one of these Cold War tournaments, wants to make it back to grand finals. We know URNM Gaming want to be able to make it to grand finals and being able to close out a weekend as well to get the better share of $1,000. But again, standing on their way for Roach King is going to be Team Diverge. Like you said, a very strong respawn team. Wavy has been absolutely electric as far as fighting out for rotations, and the respawns that are being played out through semifinals is Moscow and Crossroads. It's going to be Crossroads Control and the Moscow Hardpoint, 2 different maps that are heavily dictated by very fast rotations and decisive timing within its own self too. So between all of those between all three teams that we currently have, there's going to be a lot of times that I'm sure between you and I, Austin, that we're just going to be ended up saying, look at that rotation, look at player X on the map as they look to fight for those rotations, and it's all going to just come down to the wire. I can only imagine that things are going to come down to probably a lot closer scoreline. I mean, we had 250 to 223. That was our first hard point of the day. That was on Moscow. Yeah. Can only imagine, judging off of the three teams that we are currently looking at in semifinals, will probably be par for that course.
Sorry, we're at a point where just about everyone left in this tournament has been grinding and playing the game here, and it's just going to come down to execution, essentially, moving in towards these, or at least also making very strong team calls based off of the game state that you're currently in. Like Andy just said, those rotations, that's something that we've been very vocal on, especially maps like Moscow, for as far as being able to move from P2 to P3. Well, there's quite a few of those specific hard points on these maps that you have to make sure you're ready and waiting for and set up first for, as well as also securing, the very first kill on those rotations, as, getting blooded on your setups is something that can make you spawn at the old hill when it's still alive. These little things that play a difference, these little things that these amateur players, up and coming players, whatever you want to refer to them as, they've been grinding, from the start, probably even more than some of these pros, because, for example, there's a Challengers Cup already, populated for today, and there's already been two more of these tournaments that we've had, one on launch weekend, as well as one to follow right after there in November. So these guys have had lots of time, plenty of time to be able to learn, study the game. It's just coming down to, almost that point where who wants it more, who's going to be able to adapt to some of the strategies that we've seen, like NM Gaming having their magnificent A push, for example, on Crossroads that no one's been able to beat. These little strategies that you've been able to maybe figure out faster than other teams is what's going to put you ahead and give you that little advantage you'll need to overcome them and see if you can make it towards that grand finals, because everything's going to be stiff. You said these respawns are likely going to be close, and I'm right there with you, Andy, because they likely will be coming down to the wire in some of these maps as we get into them.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And that's what's always going to make these very exciting for these young amateur players that may not be participating in challengers. Maybe it's their age that's restricting them. Maybe they're just not being able to populate a team ahead of the of this current weekend, but still they have a great opportunity ahead of them. Again, the better share of $1,000 is up for the line here, Austin. And for these young players, this is only just experience that they can tack on their belt, all the more so. But the game is all set and ready to go. We are hopping in here with Roach Gang versus Team Diverge, our first semifinal of the day. What does JC and the gang have to offer versus Team Diverge? Again, they seem to be the respawn team to beat.
They sure do. Team Diverge looking to keep that flawless record for us as we kick things off here. Already first blood will be good here for Oryx as he's on top of the hill, just waiting by the statue, and a couple more players will also slowly but surely move in from Eskies, it looks like, but A6 does manage to grab himself one before he falls, and now they want to make sure they don't lose the spawn. So you can see player number 3 on the mini map here, that's going to be A6. He goes and picks up Eskies to make sure no one will be moving through. Meanwhile, it's all kills coming through on the point, and it's a great start for Roach Gang as they already got themselves 25 points.
It's a great start. It's a fantastic start. They're not only able to soak up 30 seconds off of P1, but they're also putting themselves in power positions to deny the rotation. You got A6, like you were talking about, are up in top shops. They will have an isolated gunfight here that's going to be versus Wavy. Wavy actually is able to win that one, and a previous kill did come through from Team Diverge. So that's going to mean scrap of scrap time over by P1, but they need to be able to take these kills and flood all the way in towards P2. Look at two players now. JC and A6 actually spot over by P3. And with player number 7 of Wavy spawning in towards the police station, they are going to be gifted with a power position as P2 does populate. It's going to be straight busting that is able to read this push immediately through the shops. They'll lose their life, but Wavy's in a power spot to be able to help them out.
Oh, good shots there from JC. Finds Wavy right before that stun ends up hitting him. Now challenges from the stairs. Denaro, though, will find the trade. Actually ends up grabbing both players stacked on top of the point. So still will be time. Gifted over towards Team Diverge. Now they'll fight inside the shop. Will be straight busting with the trade. Looking to grab the majority of this time. Quick contest in the end, but Wavy's double should be good for the last 20 seconds or so. And this will also give them just a slight lead moving in towards the rotation. But now they need to move across the map. A6 might spawn in the back here, and he does. So you now have an actual 3-on-3 where you can look to move through and try to flip out the spawns here as they'll work their way towards the back.
One thing that we were always talking about, even at the top of when we came back from the break ahead of Moscow Hardpoint, is just the rotation from 2 to 3 can absolutely be blistering. But Team Diverge, they're going to have an opportunity to make that rotation all the more easier, given off of where Roach Gang just previously spawned at. It's going to be a far west spawn coming through from Team Diverge, and I don't think that Roach Gang were ready for that at all, as Don or Beds triples on up. Team shots are going to be there. They're not only going to be able to take the lead, but they're in power positions to be able to shut this down. Roach Gang are coming through the center of the map, now looking through the glass push, but it's a pinch that is already set up for itself. Straight Bustin is able to find one. It's just A6 and JC to try to make this last-ditch push end up coming through, but P4 is about to come into a question.
Quick contest. I don't think Don actually sees the feet here. Will throw himself out of stun and a nade. Tries to find JC. Won't find the feet, but finds the head. JC will be down. Just quick little 5 seconds of contest to try and neglect a few of those points from going over. Wavy now on the rotation. Will be shut down up close here from A6. Already ready and waiting. And will now be first touch, it looks like, for JC inside the hill. Down about 30 points, but a chance to bring things back. Dinero, though, he has other plans. He will try to throw the wrench into the side here. Able to move in, and will be able to find himself a kill. Long range shots for one. Now the pitch for the side will be from Straight Bustin. He can't bring this kill home, so he's under a bit of pressure trying to scramble for the kill. Meanwhile, it's his teammates all winning it on gunfights, and they will have control here for the time being, as Team Diverge have been able to come off of an excellent rotation and move right into the hill.
Yeah, P1 and then the opening of P2, all towards Roach Gang. A little bit of time off of P3, but Team Diverge have been contesting and finding these rotations and the breaks to boot. Oryx pops up in the kill feed at least for 2, but the doggy door won't be able to be that power position for too long. Vertinex is able to find at least another one, and now they're trying to soak up as much hill time as possible. Streets from the east towards the west side, Roach Gang are at least trying to keep this contested. They want to get as much time off of P4 while holding on towards the east side of the map. P1 is about to pop on through, and they're going to be looking for the initial time are Roach Gang. But again, the name of the game here for Roach Gang, of course, is to keep P1 scrappy while holding on towards the east side of the map. They lost it in the previous set of hills, but after the first set of hills, Austin, it is just shy of about a 30-point lead in Team Diverge's favor.
JC, he was playing such a pivotal role out there by the street, found himself 2 kills, forced Wavy to really delay his push before he can move forward, and then he ends up dropping as well even after he finds the trade onto JC. And really, this P1 hill has been great for Roach Gang, but look at the pinch from the side here. That could have been a multitude of kills maybe funneling, but it will be a quick trade that follows. Now the pinch right in towards Checkers is about to unfold. Oryx will find himself a kill. Now will look to grab himself a Krig as well, as everything is settled for the time being. Looks like it's going to be Team Diverge chalking up P1, maybe giving over the last 15 seconds. Will actually send one as they send everyone else on the rotation through the shop. Dinero with the kill, and the scrap time will try to press forward. 2 players make it towards back police station right now, but now it's going to be A6 who has to find some kills. Can't do so. All up to 1. Wavy needs to stay alive. JC goes for the mantle. Wavy will find the kill, and he will make sure that spawns could still be influenced as gunfights are being won in the hill.
When it was scrap time over in P1, it was a north and south spawn, but A6 didn't want to give up the position inside of P1 to try to push on through to reinforce P2. 3 players from Team Diverge just flooded in through the north side of the map and found themselves an opportunity to get themselves in that power positions for P2 spawns. Now a late break ends up coming through for Roach Gang, rather, as they're going to be looking to keep this in their favor, while Team Diverge are all spawning in right behind the police station, so they can reinforce this quickly. Wavy finds 2. That's going to be 3 down straight now for Team Diverge. But if you're okay with this, if you are Roach Gang, again, the rotation from 2 to 3, it is quite a long one. And you can see from Team Diverge, those red arrows on the mini-map, they understand that, while they're all sending players on the south side of the map. It's going to be Don or Beds to try to throw a wrench inside the system for the P3 setup against Roach Gang. Roach Gang, on the other hand, are looking for a money hill of P3 to extend their lead all the more so.
Wavy doesn't see the player right beside him, so Wavy should end up dropping. A6 finds the easy pickup. Donner Beds will fight for spawns at the back. An excellent stun on the JC, locks them in place. Oryx now goes for the mantle and will end up falling. What a rotation here. Still not completely done just yet, as you still see the spawns at the back right now for Roach Gang. Moving in, A6 with the kill, but Wavy and Dinero looking to light this feed up with red. Still a very back and forth game, but Team Diverge will take the lead here just by a few points. A contest now for Oryx as JC watches over, finds 2, A6 finds the 3rd, last one remaining up close. is going to be player number 5. That's Don Beds, and Don will fall as well. And look at Vertex right now, finding himself on a spree, 2 in a row on this rotation as they lock things down for the remainder of the time. Out towards the street we go for P4 right before the resets, and Roach Gang will hold on towards about a 20-point lead, and they are set up first for P4.
It wasn't a big enough hill that Roach Gang were hoping for, but it's going to be good enough. Again, like you said, the rotation is there from 3 to 4. But is anybody going to read that Wavy did spawn in behind the bank? They might have an opportunity to set up a very unique pinch. And I'm not too sure that Roach Gang are going to end up reading that there is one player missing. Here comes the nice little patient of the shots come on through. Wavy does find one, but JC turns around to take them down. It's De Niro from the opposite side that does trade it back in kind. And Oryx is the last player remaining. Roach Gang, they're able to hold on towards the closer spawns over by Bank to keep P4 in their favor. Their lead is starting to grow to be about 50 plus.
What a hill to do it on. This one, honestly, it could be enough to lock them up for a nice enough rotation towards P1 where they can look to lock things down and secure the W. Vertnex does find one that's looking to pinch for the time, but over 200 points now is going to be Roach Gang, leading by just over 50 as they move back to checkers. Don Beds is set up first, looks for that challenge, gets smoked here. Vertnex with the first one. JC moves in for what could be the second, but no, Wavy with 2 will stop the push here from Glass, just about all by himself. And this is the time you need for Team Diverge. But not only do you need just about all this time, you also need the rotation towards P2. So things need to come together. Teamwork needs to come in and need to keep playing Respawn like they've been doing all day.
Last hit ends up coming through, potentially could go for a second one, but this one's going to be all the better. Vertex with the Semtex going to be able to take down De Niro. Now just have to worry about Don Beds that is over by the cutout wall. 3 players here for Roach Gang, 224, and you still got 28 seconds left inside of the hill. This is going to be good enough to keep it closed out, and you can see that Team Diverge, they know that, so they got to keep it contested for the time being. De Niro slides in here. They also have reinforcements. That's going to be straight bust, and that is the last player remaining for Team Diverge. They were able to keep this contested for all the while, which means that Roach Gang cannot win here no more. So they have to be able to hold on towards the P2 spawns. Player number 3 of A6 has a very unique opportunity, but they're holding on until they absolutely fly through the shop side. They need reinforcements to come on through, but there are not enough players here quite yet for Roach Gang, who put themselves up just 10 seconds shy to close out the game.
Oh, look at the double, though. A6 from the front finds 2. Will he be able to find more? His teammates now are also starting to hit a bit of a pinch. They have control of the hill. It's a fight for top police station, and JC and Oryx both win their gunfights here. They move in. That will be a complete wipe as well as a win here in map number 1. What a patient play. A6 from the front with the double. His teammates win the kills in the back, and they will take away map number 1 on Moscow.
And that, I do believe, is the first respawn that Team Diverge have lost all day long. It's going to come through from Roach Gang again. Like you said, you had the patience and the trigger discipline coming through from A6. Like I was talking about, as P1 was about to move over towards P2, they were in a power position right inside of shops, at the lobby. Before they ended up pushing on through, they needed the reinforcements. The last 2 players coming out from Roach Gang did win a very nice gunfight inside of checkers where P1 resides. And then once that reinforcements came on through, A6 came on out. They were able to find 2 players on top of that very small rooftop, immediately shifted their focus inside of the police station. That was the last gunfight that Roach Gang needed to be able to close out the map. Wonderfully done from them, even after losing P2, what would end up being the second time out of 3 sets of hills, they were able to find the breaks that they needed to keep a leg up in that hard point.
They did, and I mean, coming off to the end there, A6 with the patient play, you just can't really highlight that enough. Just being able to play the corner, play your life, just waiting for your teammates to create some noise so that they're not looking your way. And once they see all those red dots, of course, taking place by the street, coming in towards their building, no one's really looking at the front there, and just finding the opening to be able to open up with that double there was really the difference maker, and being able to move in and find that break, because there's a chance where we've seen Team Diverge, lock down things by P2, hold a full 60, and then win the rotation towards P3, something they've done previously on Moscow for us on stream already. So a chance to be able to do it here, but will be shut down at the back end of individual plays, and enough to take away their very first respawn, which now is like, oh crap, we lost the first respawn, Andy. This is really kind of almost like a panic mode in like a lot of teams' heads, because I don't think we've seen them close out a search and destroy yet. Maybe besides their first round if they were able to 2-0, but everything has come by way of win by hardpoint and control here of the last couple of rounds. So you have to kind of wonder how the comms and almost how the vibes are coming off of that map number 1, even though they are playing a very strong team.
Yeah, this is still a best of 3. Last round before it shifts over towards a best of 5 for grand finals. And if you have Search and Destroy not being your strong game mode here, this is a really tough spot for Team Diverge. So they're going to have to hope that Miami is the map to be played out on. Though you could say the same thing about Roach Gang. They haven't had necessarily the strongest Search and Destroys. Maybe a little bit of an easier matchup comparatively to what we saw for Team Diverge to work their way through. Of course, always closing it out in a map number 3. But this is about to be heavily dictated. We talked about this before we hopped in towards the first hardpoint of Moscow for these two teams. But Search and Destroy Miami, this is a sniper's playground. But what if you don't have a strong sniper that's finding the instrumental amount of value that you can through the middle of the map, through streets, and also through sand when you're inside the visitor building looking down towards Tiki defensively, or even offensively when you're inside of purple looking down past the parking garage, or even on the opposing side on that balcony looking down the streets. Again, a sniper can find so much value on this map alone that can open up both sites A and B respectfully like a can of Pringles. And once the fun pops, it just don't stop. And you got to end up looking at this from both of these teams' standpoints. As far as a sniper's perspective, they haven't been able to find an instrumental or a massive amount of value from Search and Destroy. Not quite yet. It's all been done through ARs and SMG presence.
It surely has, and this is interesting because this brings us back to Arklov Peak, from Modern Warfare, something we kind of were talking about during the break, prepping for Miami and seeing how it was going to kind of come through for us. And a big part of Arklov Peak from last year was like, if you're dedicating yourself towards one bomb site, it's very difficult to then make a rotation towards the other. So it's almost like you're committing yourself towards one side of the map when the map is this large, and it's not easy to simply just run through the middle with all that open map for someone like a sniper or like an AR who's going to be posted up ready and waiting for that rotation. So this is really going to come down to, I feel like, a lot of strategies, what these guys have prepped and what they're going to be able to bring out for us here, as I think we have a little bit of a host of game, maybe one player not loading in. Sometimes that still happens, still very early in towards the game where these issues can't always be accounted for. So I'm sure we'll jump in here very, very soon. But kind of back to my point, just not being able to make these rotations here proper is going to make it very, very difficult to be able to move across the map from one way or the other. And a huge part of it is being able to open up onto one site with these kills, because if you're the offensive team, you find a kill or two, you can almost guarantee that you've taken just about all of defense here by this site, as the majority of the players are going to have to either play for the longer rotation on defense or simply are just not going to be in a position to be able to then help their teammates who are falling and can't get those trades in time.
Well, even just look at this from the other standpoint too. What if you are looking for that mid-round rotation? Again, you don't have all the time in the world, and typically when it comes down to offensive takes for Miami Search and Destroy, it takes about a solid 45 seconds to take an entire site, unless you find kills back to back to back. Like, it almost plays out like Crossroads Strike, but typically it doesn't end up happening for Miami. As again, the defensive side, if you are looking from the BS&D side, right outside of that laundry van or in and around that parking garage, there's so many power positions that the defensive team can put themselves in, specifically around not only inside of laundry, inside the parking garage, but also that alleyway is quite impeccable for a team's success to be able to turn a defensive round in their favor. But once all that time does go away, and say you find yourself in a 2v2, the defensive team only has maybe a sub and a sniper rifle left alive, that rotation from B to A is not an easy one. Even when it's 2 ARs left alive, it's not an easy one to be able to rotate through the streets to work your way over towards A, because if the defensive team then reads this, they're just going to be in spots to be able to take you down from the visitor building, looking at piano, or even any position really from the middle of the streets. They can just trap you inside the BS&D site and not in a position where you can be able to plant that bomb. So even though the rotation might seem like a clean one, there's so many nooks and crannies as far as Miami is concerned that you're not going to be looking at a rotation from B to A, or even from A to B if you do caught out in the middle of that round.
Yeah, an important note as well, you bring up smokes for being a factor, and a map like Miami where everything is so large, you kind of just need those smokes for sure to be able to open up for some cover to hit these lanes and whatnot. And I believe these guys are following the GA rules, so gentleman agreements here, I do believe, is limited to 2 smokes per team, and I have to imagine we'll be seeing lots of those coming out here for us as we jump in towards map 2. Roach Gang currently up 1-0 over Team Diverge, made them lose their very first hard point here so far on the day, and now we go in towards Miami, where there will be a little bit of piano control, might be fighting for the top as Wavy gets tagged up pretty heavily with that nade, as well as a stun, straight busting, waiting just to hit that jump right up top, but won't really gather any information. One player's close right, won't be able to win that one. Oryx brings it home for first blood.
Oryx with the 74U all day long has been electric. And that will slide through straight bus and almost able to win that gunfight. You can even see defensively that it is JC up over here towards the visitor building. We'll get information that Don Beds is down here. The rotation is coming through for Team Diverge to try to rotate over towards A. Wavy carrying the bomb is trying to fish out where JC is potentially located at. 2v4 we go. The bomb will be allowed to be planted. There are 3 players defensively still looking out at the B site. They're going to get information, obviously, that the bomb has been planted over here. De Niro does take down Oryx. So now in a 2v3 we go. 35 seconds left to play. It's just going to come down to JC and their positioning. Can they actually find out where Wavy's located at now that they've worked their way all the way behind the visitors building?
Shots coming through. De Niro, though, will fall from behind. And it's going to be all up to Wavy. He will be spotted out. Bomb will be defused. An excellent retake coming here as everyone's able to move across the map. JC with a couple of kills will also be good for what is opening this one up. We can see the site. He's got himself the ACOG scope on that baby. Going to be able to really beam people here from across the map as we'll see JC's perspective here one more time in the kill cam.
And I brought this up earlier too. If you're not going to have a sniper, the sniper scope on the AK-47, I get Jordan General vibes from Black Ops 4
Sure
with
do.
the
Sure
variable
do.
scope on the ICR. It's nice to be able to see the versatility coming back as far as the sight control when you do have that ACOG or sniper scope, depending on how you truly look at it, on top of that AK-47. And JC not finding value with the sniper in previous rounds goes towards a long-range scope on the AK-47 to be able to do it here. And I also respect just giving up the site and just playing for the retake. They didn't have the information, but they were able to play it on out just from numbers alone. So over towards their offense, they're going to be looking for the B site. Expect to see a lot of this as players are stacked in and around of the piano building, now looking to explode out of top purple, knowing that there are going to be players here defensively for Team Diverge around the laundry fan.
No one dropping just yet. Vertex now looking to try and group up with the squad. 3 players working their way in towards garage, checking the angles, checking underneath the van. Smoke has gone down, but they have lost Oryx here. That is the bomb carrier. Wavy follows up with a second kill. So now it's going to turn things into a 2v4. Very difficult, pressing from the garage. Vertex and JC trying to get the job done, but it's all up to Vertex. He finds himself one, sure, but has to still get through 3 members on Team Diverge as they spread themselves out a little bit. 1 player heavily watching over the B bomb, 1 player here also watching for the rotation. And well, you have no other choice. Vertex is going to have to make a play for B.
1v3. Going to be interesting. So you only have 11 seconds left. It's not like you're going to be able to get this plant easily, not unless you find Don or Beds. And well, they're just checking every single angle. Anxiety in tow, tries to go immediately hop on towards the site. Time was becoming a question anyway, but it's going to be a defensive round win, going defense for defense so far. So patience absolutely comes through for Team Diverge. They didn't give up any of their positions. Like you ended up saying there, Austin, Roach Gang didn't end up dropping down from top purple anyway, so they just were able to hold their positions once they read that it was coming through from garage. Those same positions that look over that top bar where they could end up dropping from that staircase is still in a good spot to be able to shut down the push from garage as well.
And now we go in towards our next round here as it's tied 1 apiece. And this is a little bit of a different take. So we've seen a lot of A pushes kind of unravel here for us throughout the first couple of weeks. And like we already touched on, usually comes out the back end of a sniper watching over you, getting from that back boat, very similar to where you would have that P3 hill. And it will be player 5, JC, who actually wide challenges 3 players, only really finds himself 1 when going for the peak, and he ends up beaming out Don or Bed. So now you're making this A push happen, and everyone is watching the rotation to the middle of the map. A6 follows up with a second kill. Straight Bus, it needs to find value with the sniper rifle, and all the shots just are whizzing by. That player there, I believe, was A6. They've also now lost 1. So it does turn things into a 2v3 as Oryx does go down, but you have to make a decision on where you're going, and you are very limited on time.
You also got Vertex pushed up over by Tiki. They are inside here. Wavy will spot this one out. Does have the bomb. They are trying to keep their life. They're down to 10 HP. A cold breeze will knock them on over, but the regen does come through in the nick of time. Straight Bussin' will now drop down and try to help them out, down to 20 seconds. This is in a really tough spot now when you're trying to offensively take A. That, again, it comes down to the question. If the sniper's not finding the value, you gotta pick up a submachine gun. Straight Bussin' does just that. Is able to find Vertex. Time absolutely becoming a question here as Wavy is able to find 1, but the trade is going to be good. So we got another defensive round win. Roach Gang do get a round up in this search and destroy.
They do, and it comes off the back end of, once again, making that A push happen. JC finds the first kill and just stops it, and the whole push comes to a halt as they're trying to find something to even up the odds and, get themselves the trade, or at least find JC over by A, where he's already positioned defensively. And until you get that done, you just don't really feel comfortable moving up there along the beach side as everyone slowly collapses here to the middle of the map coming off the B rotation here. So great stuff all around the board for Roach Gang. Already now ahead by 1, as you see a nice start right now for JC 4-2. He's had a lot of strong performances through just about every game mode, but this is a very aggressive hit. Top purple control already gifted over towards Roach Gang. This will be conceded by way of really just playing the back right now for Team Diverge. They just want to play for the crosses and try to play for the upper challenge if someone tries to peek at a top purple, but instead it looks like the push will start to take place here through the garage. Smoke is down, and this is a chance to be able to look for a bomb plant.
This is a reprise of exactly what happened on Roach Gang's previous take of the B site. And again, holding these positions will be 2 players for Team Diverge. Nice shots coming through from Don or Beds. And now they're just trying to fly on forward. There's Oryx with the 74U. Joined in with Verdinex, finds a nice challenge over towards De Niro. Does take them down. 2v2 we go. The bomb site, it might end up being gifted over for the plant. I think that they both know the players... A player at least had rotated in towards top purple. Will be Wavy in the power position, takes down Verdinex. Oryx will be there for the trade. 1v1 we go, and 35 seconds left on the clock.
Oryx will take his time. Goes bottom purple here, looking to come back up. I think Donner Betts is just going to hop on it. Oryx, though,
Smart.
I don't know if he'll fall for this trick. He might go for the bomb check here, or maybe you won't go for the bomb check. Don or Bed sticks it, says, I'm not playing with you. You want to go hide somewhere? Well, go hide. I'm hopping on the bomb. Just sticks the defuse, and that will be enough for the round win.
Yeah, I wonder, just from Oryx's perspective, I mean, they knew that Wavy was top purple. Maybe they thought that the last remaining player was going to be doubled up with them. As you see, just from Oryx's perspective, after they took down Wavy, that was a trade. But then they try to fly back through Piano, thinking that the last remaining player was going to end up being there from Team Diverge. Was not the case at all. And that round kind of taken from underneath the feet of Roach Gang as we go over towards another defense for 4 straight rounds into round number 5. Well, we see the first offensive take end up coming through. It's looking like another B hit here for Team Diverge. Again, players will be flying in towards the Piano building, looking for top purple control. Oryx is already up here, does not want to give this up easily. And straight Bussin knows that, goes for the challenge, ends up winning it, doubles on up with Wavy.
Excellent bait and switch comes through up top. They deal with both players, but JC is on the map with the scope. So that's going to eliminate Donner Beds here from round number 5. But this is also going to be the bomb going down with that man advantage. So they do get the plant off. Trophy systems down. Setup now coming in. De Niro hits the back. Finds the sniper player. A6 with the trade. Actually gets 2. And now it's a 1v1. De Niro here playing in towards the back. Might be hearing the footsteps. Does take shots. Both players now knowing where each other are. Things slow down for a quick moment. A6 goes for that challenge. But it won't be one. Massive 1v1 comes through. And Team Diverge will take the lead by 1.
I will stop right there. That A6 is about to close out that round entirely. You'll see it from their perspective. Was able to find a first and immediately turns around to find straight Bussin after they find a very nice challenge to open up that round. But first offensive round win will go over towards Team Diverge, who make this a 1-round affair in their favor. And JC was holding on towards the boomstick over by the visitor building. They try to rotate on over towards the alleyway down by B. They get caught out. Was about to be in a really good spot. So a nice heads-up play from Team Diverge to be able to close out that round entirely. As we move over towards the offense, that has been all B so far. Apart from that one round that we saw Roach Gang try, or from Team Diverge, try to force their way over towards A, but it's Oryx for first blood onto straight Bussin top purple.
Great first blood here, and you can look to work the clock a little bit because you have one player that's sitting top balcony who's actually taking shots at, I believe, Donner Beds right now on the minimap, and that is going to at least give you information on where one player is. So at the most, you're playing with about a 3v2. 55 seconds now left on that clock as they'll once again look to take control of Garage. And JC actually just cuts off the middle of the map here, but it is pretty aggressive. So Wavy does punish him for the play, trying to cut off the rotation here, but that's still enough for them to be able to at least play for this plant. And now we'll be left in this 3v3.
Coming in, maybe over by the jump wall is going to be at least one player. Wavy will go down, trying to make the play over towards the jump wall. Oryx will meet them in kind. That's 2 in the round now for Oryx. A6 is also able to find Don or Beds right over towards the streets. It's now just up to De Niro. In this V3 technically. De Niro trying to lock down the shots is only going to give up their positioning. They're down to 40 HP. The pinch is coming through the back alleyway, has the pre-aim available, but Oryx cannot be stopped as Roach Gang answer in kind for offensive rounds, 3 apiece.
Offensive rounds coming through here for us, and we're going to look at Oryx's play here right before we jump in towards the big swing round, and just hitting it and just waiting patiently after he hops over the wall, finds himself the easy kill. We'll find Straight Busted. Straight Busted just doesn't see him on the mantle, and then right after that ends up jumping back over the wall to stay alive and then gets information. So very well played here. Oryx being the big objective player that I think we've seen so far in this tournament. You know, having 3 minutes of hill time, I believe it was, on Garrison, and now already off to a 6-4 start with a couple of bombs already being planted. 3 spree coming off that last round there as well. But swing round in effect, looking to see who's going to be able to pull ahead and take round number 7. Will be another dash right towards top purple. We've seen this play a couple times here for Team Diverge, looking to try and get control of the top. Nades are down, push now taking place. Straight busting, goes for that gunfight. Oryx though finds it. Wavy with the trade. Oryx with 2. Everything unfolds quickly, and with a minute left, we're left in the 2v2.
Oryx on a technical 5 spree will now be put down. De Niro on the dock side is going to be able to find that trade. 1v2 now for JC. Downward Beds will now fly over towards the BS&D site. Will go towards the plant. It's JC actually with the LW3, the Tundra. It's going to wait for the pop-up. It's going to be able to rip the head off of Downward Beds. 1v1. It's got a sniper versus an AR. Smoke's going to come out, and I think they might just hop on top of this. Does De Niro end up trying to work their way over here? Krig 6 will now be gathered here for JC. De Niro's going to fly from top purple, has a very beautiful angle over towards the bomb site to be able to close out the round for Team Diverge. 1 round, we go.
I love that play there for JC in the end. Just finds the quick kill. A very difficult kill to hit as well. In between the bomb and the van, I had a second window, maybe even less than a second, to hit that shot, and ends up finding it, throws the smoke down. Just can't read specifically where that player is coming from. After watching the top there, probably didn't expect a repeat to come through, but nonetheless, Team Diverge starting to show up here in Search and Destroy, something we've not really seen so far on the day. It's been all respawn wins, but they might have enough in the tank to send things towards this map number 3 for Control. They will be on the defensive, Roach Gang on the offensive here. It's really just been back and forth, fighting for purple control, trying to get over by this B site. The bomb, once again, will be brought towards top purple. Little slide through for Oryx, just trying to bait out shots. Meanwhile, JC, he's able to find a kill onto Wavy off screen.
Look at JC again. I mean, just working their way over towards the beach side. It's going to go all the way down towards the party boat, and this is going to be a rotation all the way through the middle of the map. Does Straight Bustin' see this end up happening? They might have an opportunity. They do, to take down Vert next. So that's going to be a 3v3. Does Roach Gang have the whereabouts to be able to commit towards this pinch? 2 players to work their way over here. The bomb's going to be committed over towards A. Here comes the plant. It's all down to player number 8. That's going to be A6. They're about to be in a great spot to be able to set up a pinch. Flashes, smokes, and everything else in between is going to come through over towards this site. It's just now up to A6 in this 1v3. You have more than enough numbers here if you are Team Diverge. Straight Bustin' hops on the defuse. A6 is going to find Downward Beds, but it's not going to shrug off Straight Bustin' from hopping off the defuse. They will go to stick it, and it's going to come through. Team Diverge put themselves up on map point.
Very interesting play. I think A6 just doesn't rotate over fast enough. He stays in piano for so long, trying to play for exits, I have to assume, coming off that B site, but just due to staying, over there for so long, just puts his team in a pretty tough situation. If they don't win those gunfights, then they are pretty much going to be lost of control for the site. So Team Diverge able to now come through with an offense and a defense here, back-to-back rounds, a chance to take 3 in a row to close this one out here on Miami Search and Destroy. Roach Gang looking to get 3 rounds themselves in a row to make sure it doesn't go towards the map number 3. Meanwhile, looks like the bomb will be brought back over towards A. It's been JC. He's been locking this one down. It's been usually with that sniper. This time, matching the sniper here will be Straight Bustin', looking for an angle here to be able to utilize a pick and allow them at least free passage up the beachway, but won't find anything. JC's pretty tucked away this time around. He's pretty close on the bomb.
Yeah, but I believe that JC has an AR with the sniper scope, that AK-47 with the long range scope, so they're not up in the visitor center, so they're not going to see the cross coming through for the beach side of the map. Now, I'm sure that they're going to hear a lot of footsteps. It's actually a Krieg 6, so the positioning is going to be good. JC does find Wavy, so that's going to be the bomb dropped right over towards the A side. Now the rotation has to come on through. JC's going to hold the line while A6 ends up going over towards the visitor center, but De Niro does take down A6 on the back end, is able to collect the bomb as well. But this isn't just such a tough spot. You got 24 seconds left to play in this 3v3 to plant the bomb.
Nero does have top control, but the problem is he also has the bomb itself, and JC waiting and will be ready for that challenge. Finds himself a kill, 3v2. Straight busts in as well as Don or Beds. Last one left alive. I don't even think Don can grab the bomb and get to A in time. Tries to fight for JC, but JC has just been relentless. Has found about every single kill in the round. And that will be very strong defense off the back end of just one player. JC was the only one there proper. Found the first kill off the bomb here onto Wavy. Stays alive long enough to find a couple more. And enough for 3 in the round to make sure that there will be no offensive success.
And I was really scared there too because of what JC was positioned at, that they were going to get snuffed out. But because there was no sniper glint on top visitor center, I totally see it from Diverge's standpoint that they thought that the A site in the push through the beach was about to be all theirs for free. Was not the case. Again, nice heads up play for JC. They're on 3 straight now. 10-7 is their KD. And now looking to tie this up, 5 apiece for a round 11 to go over towards the B site. Wavy finds first blood, but Oryx trades it off very early on. So now Team Diverge defensively know that the push is coming over towards B. They are swarming in and around this building.
A6 looking for a challenge, but now will second guess himself and says, all right, let's get together here with my teammate. Gets a little peek here, but Don is not looking or is not interested in that gunfight. We'll just back away, hold the top purple control. Meanwhile, the bomb actually is in bottom piano. And Oryx is looking to make a risky play, but he might encounter 2 players here. Encounters one, and as soon as he sees one, he also will dip out here. The problem is there's about 35 seconds left on the clock, and B will be the only site you're going to be able to really get to. So they're going to have to start to inch up a little bit closer. There's the first smoke that will go down, but you have no piano control, no purple control. You're really just starting to wing it here, hoping you can get this bomb down without anyone killing you in time. Oryx tries to hit the side. Don, though, will shut that down, finds the kill, turns things into a 2v3. JC stunned up, locked down here, goes for the challenge in the back. 10 seconds remaining. A6 needs to grab a double kill, almost grabs 2. Only good for 1. And Team Diverge, they will be able to grab themselves a search and destroy, close things out 6-4, and send us to a map number 3.
Could have been a potential misplay there at the end there from Oryx. Was the bomb carrier, but was also the sub, the entry fragger alike. So they really needed to get that top purple control because, like you said there, Austin, you didn't have piano control, you didn't have top purple control. So you got to know that there's players up there defensively from Team Diverge, and it's only going to end up coming through from a sub player just flying up there. You maybe could have done it with the Krieg 6 or an AK-47, but it's a better bet to be able to do it with the submachine gun, especially at that close range. But was the bomb carrier of Oryx that ended up going down. Smokes not being able to help you out in that exact circumstance. Time, like you said, became a consideration, and we are headed to Crossroads Control to decide the semifinal.
Crossroads Control, always ready for that, to jump into it. And I mean, based off both of these teams, we've seen one play Control a little bit more than the other. Certainly have been watching Team Diverge, close out a couple of controls. They had the 3-0 on Garrison from a little bit earlier on. They had just closed out the series previous, all the way towards the last round there, round number 5 and map number 3 on Moscow. They were good enough to be able to lock things down there as well. So Control has been pretty good overall, I have to say, here for Team Diverge. But something we've also seen, at least here from our other squad, is they've been able to also contest and take away some of these respawn game modes. Also notably in that map number 1 on Moscow, took away the very first respawn we've seen so far off of Team Diverge, which is something that might just give them confidence here heading in towards map number 3 to see if they might have enough to close things out. And this also determines who moves in towards grand finals proper. So there is a lot of intensity here, a lot of pressure on this map number 3 for both of these squads.
Yeah, and Crossroads Strike, again, we talked about this when it comes down to Search and Destroy, is that it has a certain amount of domino effect, that once the first kill ends up coming through, it all just kind of topples on down from there on out. when it comes down to Crossroads control, Austin, it's much closer to being a glorified TDM. That when you are the offensive team, you can guarantee that you're probably going to get that first site. More than likely going to end up being B before you end up shifting your focus towards the cliff side and over by ice. But that's where it starts to become that glorified team deathmatch. Time could be bumped all the way up to about 2 minutes or so, and then you can just really start laying in the pressure when it comes down to those submachine guns and ARs respectfully. But there's a lot of power positions when you are looking for those rotations to catch out the offense, that the defense also just spawned very close in and around that rock, which is technically P4, to always reinforce that small area where they can get up and top weapons or lockers, looking at the catwalk and through window side as well, to be able to layer in the pressure towards the spawns of the offensive team. So I'm very interested to see how these two teams end up playing. Again, very strong respawn teams in between Roach Gang and Diverge alike, but you're going to have to find an influential amount of kills. I'm talking about a clean kill feed. You're going to have to find 4 straight, so that way you can find yourself in one of these control zones, so that way you can heavily sway the round in your favor when you are on offense.
Yeah, we've been very vocal about the map not being very big, so spawns are very close when you are fighting out here on this map. So that definitely comes through with finding those multi-kills, finding those 4 downs, so you can at least gain yourself a little bit of control and be able to move up in towards some of these buildings. And as well as this roaming role is something that we're going to see a little bit more of here. Someone who's going to be playing for kills more than playing the objective, simply to threaten the life lead for as far as the team that might be getting a little bit too comfortable with their lives, and you force them to then play a little bit more scared or more passive when they're either on the offense or defense. And that's usually done by one player, going rogue, I guess is the word that it's used a lot in the Call of Duty scene for us, where one player just says, all right, I'm going to go and do this. I'm going to find a bunch of kills. I'm going to go for a spawn trap. I'm going to play for a pinch, whatever it might be. That role, very, very important on a map like Crossroads, where things can seem very one-dimensional for as far as, the actual entryways towards the hill that you're going to be hitting, or the control point in this case, for as far as how you're actually going to get in there. You sometimes need to set that up with someone going for, like Andy was saying, a play up cliff side, being able to at least hit from behind, draw focus away from the objective and onto you, so you can allow your teammates to be able to move in with ease and at least be able to bait and switch so they can get in the point itself and start making some progress. Something that we'll definitely see here for both of these squads. And I know, like I've been saying as well, Team Diverge, a team that has not made it in towards the grand finals just yet here, Andy. They're so close here, literally one map away of being able to push to a top 2 finish here for themselves, and they've put in a lot of work. They've been definitely stressing, how much they want to be able to improve together as a team. They've stuck together since the start, and they might be able to come together here for a massive upset, I feel like, here over Roach Gang, who's been a team that we've seen here and there throughout these tournaments, as well as throughout the amateur scene, and they might have enough in them to also take down Team Diverge and ice up here in this map number 3.
I mean, JC with the AK-47, you got Oryx with the 74U have been lighting up the kill feed as far as respawn is concerned. Even in that previous search and destroy, even in a losing fashion, those 2 players have been popping up left, right, and center. So it's definitely going to be tough here when it comes down to Crossroads. Again, when you talk about those lurkers, or you're talking about, as we call it here in the COD scene, those players that are going rogue, it can end up being a multitude of players that could end up coming out from Roach Game. But you could also say the same thing about Team Diverge. At any given moment, Don or Beds could end up being that player that's cutting through the middle of the map defensively or offensively, that's cutting down that center lane, that makes those rotations all the more easier, that could be holding down from lockers, that whether that's on top fire or top weapons respectfully, that could always end up finding those positions. And then you also have Wavy in consideration as well. AK-47, Krig 6. We've even seen it happen with the 74U all day long from those players. So it's definitely going to be a close one here, but I'm mostly looking at which teams are going to be able to double up on top of each other and being able to find that influential kill feed in their favor, both defense and offense alike.
And I mean, someone could take over. We've seen it. You talked about it, JC. I think really early on towards the tournament, we saw a Moscow hardpoint where he was just able to take over and be relentless on the map, winning those rotations for you single-handedly. That's something that can take place for a map mode combo like Crossroads Control. So I think this is definitely something where we can see one player like you're talking about, be able to come through and just completely take over. Now, I think something to definitely highlight is you bring up Oryx, and he's really been insane for as far as the objective work. And this is something I always try to at least put some emphasis behind, because it's a role that's not talked about as much as someone who's dropping 30 or 40 kills or whatever you'll have it. So watching for him, I feel like, and this is something that could just play the difference. But we take a look at how we got here, ladies and gentlemen, for anyone that might not have been tuning in from the start. Well, we've gotten ourselves all the way towards the semifinals matchups, currently 1-1 ahead here in this best of 3 for Roach Gang as well as Team Diverge. But then on the other side, we got URNM Gaming here up against Night's Watch. Both of these squads are getting ready to kick off their series as well for their very first map on Moscow Hardpoint, to see how that will unravel there for them. And as well as a team that we have not really seen, Night's Watch, I don't think a squad that we've really gotten to at least get any gameplay on as of today, but they did close out their quarterfinal matchup 2-1 over No Thumbs to get there. So also their names known, as well as URNM Gaming, a team that we've seen kind of split off from Symbolic Gaming in the first 2 weeks of these $1,000 tournaments here, brought to you by Totinos. And now they also have themselves a chance at being able to get towards their first grand finals for a lot of those players.
Yeah, I was just about to bring up URNM Gaming, aka Unreal Nightmare Gaming. They really want to make their way back towards grand finals, and they want to be able to close out a tournament here and get the better share of $1,000. You also got teams like Team Diverge, like Austin was just alluding to, that want to make it towards their first grand finals, and they have a really strong respawn that can end up closing things out, and they were able to close out a search and destroy, something that we had a lot of questions on. So they definitely seem like a team that can really pull it out of the bag when it ends up coming down towards it in a best of 5 that is going to be grand finals. It's all going to just be about stamina and consistency from there on out, because there's been a lot of Call of Duty Cold War played for all of these teams, for all 4 teams that are currently remaining. And now you're going to be able to, you have to take that all the way towards a best of 5 towards grand finals. And URNM Gaming is definitely another team that comes to mind as far as playing very fast. It also has a very strong search and destroy with a sniper rifle at the caliber of a player named Sleepy. Haven't seen any of Night's Watch today. Not too sure who's on that roster, though they definitely have to be a strong team if they've been making this trek all the way through the bracket today.
I mean, yeah, once you get towards the top 4, like, it's kind of safe to say, all right, this squad's pretty good for sure. You have to get through a lot of teams, and you're usually not going to sign up for, these tournaments unless you're confident enough to be able to understand competitive enough to a sense where you feel like you can take down your opponents. Like, I think that's really the big takeaway. And then the fact that you've been able to now get all the way towards this round and battle through a few teams is definitely enough to say, all right, you're good enough to be here, but do you have what it takes to take down a team that has been grinding from the start? That's the biggest question we have until we see that roster there for Night's Watch, and what they're going to be able to bring to the table is currently a question mark for what we'll get for the time being right now. But for anyone that's just wondering, I think we're just getting ready to load up our very third map here, Roach Gang versus Team Diverge. But that gives us an excellent opportunity to tell you why we're here, and well, who's also sponsoring the event. As you can see down in the right hand corner of your screen, Totinos Pizza Rolls. These guys, of course, being a massive sponsor for these $1,000 Call of Duty tournaments for Cold War. This is the third one that we've done. We've done 2 previous in November. And well, as much as they are also sponsoring and giving some things away, if you do ! giveaway in the chat, you will have a chance at being able to click that link, fill out that form, and you'll be, I think of the 130 or first 130 people, I believe it was, that will get a chance at being able to bring that loot box home. You can see that, of course, on your left. And then we have a supreme loot box where if you do ! Power Squad, that will give you a chance at being able to win that one. I believe that will populate a link, as you will have to click it, and believe it's a retweet that you'll have a chance at being able to bring that one home. And you got yourself a jacket in there, a face mask, you got some double weapon XP, some just regular double XP, dog tags, you name it. Everything is going to be provided inside that box for you to be able to play on out for some Cold War, as well as get yourself some excellent pizza rolls here from Totinos. Everything brought to you by them. But getting back in towards the action here for ourselves, and we got a map number 3 waiting to jump in towards the game here for yourself. You got any predictions for me coming in towards this one here for Roach Gang and Team Diverge?
I honestly think that the momentum might end up shifting heavily over towards Team Diverge. I mean, they did lose that hard point, 250 to 167. Their biggest struggle there, of course, was rotations and getting those setups that Roach Gang had always been looking for. When it comes down to Crossroads Strike, it's all just about finding an influential amount of kill feed, just time and time again. And I think that this is about to be the true team to beat of Team Diverge. Then when you have players like Wavy just absolutely headstrong in towards a map like Crossroads Strike, and you also have Don Orbeds being able to play these power positions, I think that this is about to be the true team to beat. And this could also end up flipping all on its head too. So if you can tell by just by my prediction alone, Austin, I don't have a specific one for you, just because, again, like from 2 different standpoints, you got strong ARs and SMGs alike on both of these teams. From the other point, again, from Roach Gang, again, if Oryx ends up finding a lot of value with the 74U and controlling the inner parts of the map defensively and offensive, like if the communication, if the small talk, like we like to call it in this scene, is absolutely flowing for Roach Gang, then that's where players like Don or Beds or Oryx can end up popping off. I mean, it is a very heavily dictated AR meta, yes, but those 74Us, those SMGs can find a lot of presence, especially on a small map like Crossroads Strike. So those are the two players that I'm mostly going to be looking at before I can give you a bold prediction in between both Don or Beds and also Oryx on both sides. But if I had to swing one way just to keep it all the more spicier, I would probably stick to my guns here and say that Team Diverge is probably going to move their way into grand finals.
Fair enough. They've been very strong in control. We'll see if they can replicate that here again, heading in towards this map number 3 here for us. And well, something that you touched on right there, Proper, was also the communication. That was something that Miles brought up very early in towards the very first intro of the show, where he said, I want to hear exactly how comms are going through. And as much as we maybe can't go into listen-ins themselves, that's what's important, especially in a map game mode combo here like Moscow Control. You have to have the comms flowing. You have to let your teammates know what you're watching and where they are. And now we're going to see it come together, ladies and gentlemen. This is the semi-finals. This is actually going to be the other semi-finals that we have here for ourselves. Your NM Gaming here up against Night's Watch. Our first look at Night's Watch, and I don't think we've seen these guys previous in towards any of these tournaments, but they will be fighting here for P1 off the bat. Joker, however, he's got other plans as he finds the double. However, the last two players will be enough to shut them down, as we'll see Night's Watch start to collect some time.
Yeah, I actually have no idea who any of these players are from Night's Watch. I mean, we've been seeing URNM Gaming throughout the entirety of the day through a multitude of events here on Esports Arena. So good to see them being able to make it out this far, of course. The same could be said for Night's Watch, that do find themselves on the upper hand as far as P1 is concerned. Heinz in a very tough 1v1 will end up going down, but Nickmo's right there for the trade. This was all a little bit of a split push that came through from URNM Gaming. They try to put two players to commit towards P1, and that will be the play yet again. But previously, they tried to send two players up through the streets to try to break inside the P2 spawns, but Night's Watch has not given it up yet.
Sleepy is watching that cross towards the hill, so he gives his teammate information, but it won't be a win for Sirens, followed by Sleepy now just hitting it, finds himself one, fights for the police station kill, ends up grabbing himself two. One more is going to be up top as Sleepy is just doing the full wraparound right now, and it's going to be Joker who actually finds the last player up top here. An incredible play from Sleepy, being able to finesse, play the life, stay alive, and flip out the spawns, but there is still one player in the back. Dasky here with the double is still trying to influence those spawns as he will hop up top police station. So Sleepy now, last one left alive. His teammates are spawning out. He's got one close on him, and Sleepy is still on a spree as he'll finally be cut down at 5.
It's going to come down to Shane on the flank inside of the shops. It does find 2 on the back end, so the scrap time will be given on over towards Night's Watch. Again, URNM Gaming are going to feel pretty darn good about that after finding a break over towards P2. They couldn't break the spawn, so were able to break there at least to find themselves up at 30 seconds. Now the rotation from 2 to 3, again, it's a long one. But URNM Gaming, they have the closer spawns, and they're going to be looking for the setup. They do get the initial time here, but they just got to be worried about the split push that's going to be coming through from Night's Watch. Joker ends up finding one, but it's a trade because Shane does take down Sleepy over towards the bench side. And now numbers might start shifting over towards Night's Watch, but all these kills are all better for URNM Gaming because they have the closer spawns. They're spotting inside library, but just as I say that, it's a north and south spawn split. Night's Watch are coming from the bank, and I don't think that URNM Gaming are going to read this.
Doesn't look like they are right now as everyone just floods in the back. Exogen not in a position to be able to help with those gunfights in the back. So we will see now a touch on top of the hill. Shane will be looking to soak up the time as he's got a couple players in and around, but there still could be a fight for spawns in the back. Look at this pinch here from Joker. He's able to get himself in from behind, and it might be enough to be able to find the players on the actual point. Joker gets challenged. That's a big kill that ends up coming through. Now Night's Watch looking to grab the rest of the scrap time, but more looking so to make this rotation happen. Nickmo here already going to be able to move in. No one's touched, but we will see Nick go for the first one. He does move in. Sirens with the kill. Shane now needs to follow up with a massive play as everyone is swarming in around. Won't be good enough for more than one, so it will be now the shift of attention over towards URNM Gaming where they need to grab some of this time.
But it's an offset spawn, so now this comes down to the small talk from URNM Gaming, and it seems that Sleepy has the know-all. It seems that the communication's going to be there. That Night's Watch are spawning on the east side of Street. Sleepy is able to double on up at 11-6. A fantastic start for them. They will be taken down by Heinz, but again, the point being heavily end of P4. Now it's a question about breaking back in towards P1 as players are respawning here quickly to get in the defensive point for Night's Watch to get an influential amount of time of P1 while also looking to hold on towards the P2 spawns. Shane's going to actually spawn over by the west side of the map, and you can tell URNM Gaming, they have no idea about this. Player number 4 of Sirens might turn around to be able to deal with this, maybe to find a trade right outside of Glass, but they're also going to get some help. But this is all good for URNM Gaming, who are able to break in towards the east side of the map for the P2 spawns.
Joker has been so explosive so far as he just moves in, finds that double here by Cutout, and they have now been able to at least flip the spawns so that they will be in control moving in towards the next big money hill. But it is still a fight for about 30 seconds left on towards P1, and well, Heinz able to grab the double here, followed by Dasky's kill on towards Exogen. That's enough for 3 down and a chance to press forward, and it's all up to 1 in the back right now. Sirens, he will have to play his life so that they don't know he's back here, or he's going to have to go absolutely mammoth and find just about every single member right now on Night's Watch. But with the P1 hill coming to a close here, last couple seconds will go over towards URNM Gaming. Heinz now in the back is looking to play that massive role here by top police station, but he does not watch the left street here, Andy. One player once again will be Sleepy, looking to come in from behind to see if he can grab the double up.
The previous time that we saw URNM Gaming on Moscow Hardpoint, it was always Sleepy that was working their way inside police station. They were always finding a lot of value in finding the break inside that power position, but that time they get cut down. Now trying to work their way in here continuously are URNM Gaming, but Night's Watch are in a prime spot to be able to shut down URNM Gaming from a multitude of positions. One maybe last good hit coming through from URNM Gaming. They might just commit a single, if not 2 more lives to breaking inside of P2 to really upset the spawns for Night's Watch to keep them over in P2 all the while longer, while URNM Gaming are shifting their focus over towards P3. Exogen is now on a very long mission, so that way they can put themselves over on the bank side, Austin, so that way they can really do a good job if Night's Watch hit through the street side, but I don't think they're going to be hitting here anytime soon.
Not when Sirens is doing things like this. Absolutely not here. Able to just find and line up 3 players. Looking for what could be more, as there's a few more actually starting to rotate here through top Eskies. That will be good for 4. Sirens has done his job, and now he can relay the information. As Sleepy looks to take that exact spot, Dasky with an ego chell and a half will be absolutely put down. Sleepy now will just look to go to sleep for a second while his teammates slay around him while he soaks up that time. Joker on the pinch, watching this L position, will end up falling, and now it might just be a flood towards that back alley. As you see on the left-hand corner of the minimap, all those red arrows fanning out in towards the back, trying to flip out those spawns. They won't flip them out just yet, but Heinz with another kill here is looking to make his way in towards the point with an excellent double inside. Heinz will be able to break things for now, ends up finding the 3rd on the cross. Nobody can challenge the man right now, soaking up the time. One last player in the back will be Joker, who has also found a double, might be 3, and Joker says, what you can do, I can do better. Thanks for the extra couple seconds.
4 kills in a row now for Joker. Has 1 lined up. Hipfire headshot's gonna be good. That's 5 straight. 17 and 12 here for Joker. 17 and 19 for Sirens. URNM Gaming with a slight lead, just about to be about 20 plus, as they do get the initial time off of P4. Spawning in towards the east side of the streets again is Night's Watch. We have a little bit of a reprise coming through from our previous P4 off the first set of hills. Dasky's able to find Joker. That's a nice kill inside of gold. It might be a little bit of a unique pinch as Nickmo is about to be pushing themselves inside of the alleyway right over in the arches, but they get met. 3 kills in sequence coming out from URNM Gaming, making this a strong P4 in their favor.
Exogen also pressing forward, gets info on one who moves right in towards the building, challenging now for Global. My God, finds yet another one. Moving through, I love this play. All the way towards P2, thinking ahead, always thinking a hill ahead towards the rotation that's going to net you the most amount of points. And as much as we have points still going over here by P4, all the attention now turns towards the middle of the map and the P2 side of the map. That is in control right now for the side of URNM Gaming. They're up by about 50 points, so Night's Watch, they need this time and the rotation, and Heinz might just do exactly that as he does grab the double here. It's enough to be able to grab a couple of kills. I think my feet has died here, Andy, so I don't know how the rest of that hill had went, but it looked like it was going good.
Yep, it's still going pretty good as you figure out the rest of your feed issues there, but it's still Night's Watch that are able to get themselves inside of P1, still holding on towards the P2 spawns. So far, our URNM Gaming eclipsing past the 200-point margin, now just at 206 to 167. Still in control of the P2 spawns, keeping P1 contested for the time being our Night's Watch, but they got to keep P2 in mind here, and a good amount of kills might end up coming on through, and an upset spawn comes out. Joker spawns over by P3, now joined in by Exogen. So this is about to be the moment that you could fly over towards P2 if you are Night's Watch, but in the power position is Sleepy. Of course it's Sleepy with the AK-47, gonna be able to lock things down, taking down Dasky from the street side. Now just a lone wolf player over here will be Shane. They're gonna be shrugged off ever so slightly. 220 and counting on up. Night's Watch, they need a break as they're looking to try to fly in through from the shop side and the pinch from the apartments, but no one's gonna read Exogen from the angle. But I say that Heights just flies out of the shop side, is able to take them down. It's enough to be able to get the break. Sleepy's still lingering inside of the police station. Joker off the respawn is about to try to come reinforce this, as well as Sirens. Still 28 seconds left inside of this hill, and Night's Watch, they're throwing everything they can over towards P2 now. And I'm not too sure if you got your feedback up, Austin, or if I got to keep continuing on up, but I'll just go ahead and just keep on commentating over top of it as Night's Watch are still breaking in towards P2. They will get the time, but player number 7, keep an eye out for them on the minimap, has worked their way back towards the library side. And with that being said, they are making their presence felt as Dasky does take down Sirens. You know that URNM Gaming, they got to deal with this player. Now the foot race comes on over towards P3. Joker from the backside is able to take down Dasky, and Sleepy hits it from the front. Nickmo now trying to make their more than presence felt as they do try to take them out as Sleepy does go down. But it's still Night's Watch inside of the hill, still trying to at least come off of their respawns. Are URNM Gaming up at 230 to 210. The closer respawns are here for Night's Watch. 235 to 210. They need the break to come on through. Their close spawns mean absolutely nothing when Joker's able to piece together 2 more. Heinz inside of the hill is still trying to at least keep this in the favor for Night's Watch, but they gotta keep it contested. 243 to 210, and even then the closer respawns mean absolutely nothing. URNM Gaming at 243 in the final few seconds. Night's Watch, they find the break, but P4 is about to come in towards a question. Just about 20 seconds left, and the leader's advantage heavily there for URNM Gaming up at 243, and they're about to be looking at the initial time towards P4, keeping it scrappy over towards P3. You can think that Shane knows that a player is on over here, but it's just going to get them up towards a 3-second need for the closeout of this game. The one player that was down there towards P4 will be dealt with, so Night's Watch somehow are able to get themselves the initial time on P4, but it's going to be contested for the time being. Joker and Sirens are here, and they're able to triple on down. No player here in enough time as URNM Gaming are able to close it on down. It was a photo finish, and the 250 to 239 scoreline will mean that URNM Gaming are going to be able to close it out here on the first hard point of their semifinals match.
Let's get a round of applause right there for Proper, closing that one out with a solo cast. Make sure that he's carrying me as my feed goes down. I love that. Didn't get to see it all happen for us there, Andy, but I could definitely get a good idea of what was happening as you were saying it. So URNM Gaming here coming out with the very first one, able to hold things down, coming down to those rotations. That's something that I think we really saw from them. Moving first, being able to win out on those very important gunfights more often than not, just allowing them to be able to come ahead. So great stuff all around the board here for those guys being able to come through with another dominating performance off a team that is not easy to take down in these respawns. But when it comes down to it, they're able to show up, bring it home. And we looked at players, like we had already been hyping up and talking about here. Exogen, one of those players that we saw from Symbolic Gaming, makes the roster swap, able to come through with this new squad. Things looking a lot better here for them. So great job all around the board. I'm still getting my feed up and getting this loaded here for ourselves, Andy. So can't hear anything from the producers if they're saying anything. But at the very least, I know things at least are, I think, coming back here for me as I load back into Discord. But still, very intense map number 1 that we got there for ourselves.
Yeah, it was absolutely fun to watch. I mean, again, we were looking at a solid 60-point lead at one point in time throughout the third set of hard points. But as soon as all the action truly started to unfold, that dwindled all the way down to about 20 seconds or so. That well, for URNM Gaming, again, just being able to triple on down, sometimes being able to find a clean kill feed was not good enough for Night's Watch to find the rotations needed. Again, that word is always going to come around for Moscow Hardpoint as a whole. But as we go ahead and try to figure out some of the feed issues for Austin, we'll go ahead and throw things to a short break. But on the other side of that break, we got more Cold War action. Again, this is the Esports Arena 1K hosted by Totinos Pizza Rolls. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more semifinals action.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our $1,000 Call of Duty tournament here on Cold War. Myself, of course, Visions joined with Proper after he got a little bit of a breather from the solo casting in map number 1. We're now right back into the action for map number 2, staying on board with URNM Gaming up against Night's Watch. It is going to be a couple of kills that already come through here for Night's Watch, and well, enough to close out the round. Joker always hitting those flanks, always hitting those routes, and they will strike first here on Miami Search and Destroy.
Absolutely will. I mean, when it comes down to just, again, Miami Search and Destroy Austin, when it's in and around that B site, it's going to be dictated around those subs and ARs. Again, you can put yourself in power positions around the laundromat, looking up towards top purple, and again, the SMG coming out from Joker was a nice little closeout for them. And Sirens is the player to watch for me when it comes down to URNM Gaming when it is on Search and Destroy. We saw them a lot on Crossroads Strike, finding a lot of value with getting aggressive, almost a Beezy-esque from Atlanta FaZe, with always flying on forward and finding a lot of first bloods. And especially in 4v4 Call of Duty, that is going to be influential to say the least as we move over towards their offense. It's actually looking like an A hit early. It's a 2-2 split, keep in mind you. Players are making a lot of noise down towards the B side, but it's Nickmo that takes down Sleepy for first blood.
Yeah, and I feel like Exogen here just trying to play for exits or just trying to be a little bit annoying, and he will find one player here, which means that they might still think the action is kind of unraveling by B, even though they have lost Sleepy, but they're going to find out real soon once that bomb does end up going down. Still down a man, but we'll be able to turn things around. And look at Exogen's timing here, coming right over the wall. Could be enough for maybe 1, even 2 kills in from behind, waiting for it all to come together. Just a matter of, can you lock down the shots? Yes, he can. Finds the first one. Now 3v3 with 25 seconds left. Shane and Heinz both winning their ones. They know where Exogen is, but Exogen wins a second gunfight here as he's the last one left alive. Has to get through the rest of the members, but they're already on the bomb. They find Exogen, and that will be a big response round as they make the retake happen.
Absolutely massive retake coming on out. Again, once they knew that the play was out, they knew exactly where to fly on over towards, but still a very interesting take as far as Miami Search and Destroy offense is concerned, going for the 2-2 split. We talked about this in our other semifinal event, again, just how far the rotation truly is from B to A, and although COD timing and the gods might be in your favor, you might end up losing a handful of more players along the way before you can actually comfortably make your way over towards the A, S, and D site away from B. So we'll see how that further develops coming up from URNM Gaming's perspective in their next offense. But we are back here with Night's Watch, looking like another B hit to come on through. Player number 3, Nickmo, could be the player to watch as they're looking for the mid-cut control. And just as soon as I say that, Sirens absolutely smokes him.
Big beams coming through. Nickmo going to regret peeking that one here in round number 3. But still about a minute left on this clock as we see them slowly inch themselves in towards garage. And Shane has actually done a good job of laying down a bit of the groundwork. I say that. And Sirens with a second challenge in the round will be good for a kill on towards Shane. So now it's desperation mode. Heinz is just looking for a challenge here as he loses his teammate. 1v3, awkward gunfight on the stairs, but brings it home. Now 1v2, but Exogen might just be looking to start to hit this as actually they think he went up top. So this could be a double. Another awkward gunfight. This time I think it went way of shot punch here as it will be no 1v3s happening in round number 3.
Again, I mean, when you're just looking at this from the perspective of URNM Gaming, it's Sirens. Is finding first blood and then continues to push that envelope all the more so and putting themselves in positions that they probably have no business winning gunfights, but for some odd reason, more often than not, they are always able to close that out. 4-2 into round number 4 we go. Exogen is ahead of them at 5-1. Sleepy, the lone player that has been finding a lot of value with sniper rifle kills. So again, we've only really seen them off of Crossroads Strike, Search, and Destroy. Has not brought out the boomstick, I don't think, so far. Judging off their position, could end up being that. They could also just be looking for Ruckus over at A. It was a 2-2 split previously for URNM Gaming. Now looking for 3 players to push on over towards B. But Dasky's going to be there to take down Sirens for first blood.
Sirens does fall. Very influential player you want off the map here for URNM Gaming. Sleepy Joker, Exogen, all the last ones remaining, and they are positioned by B, but you have one player here, which is going to be Sleepy, is trying to cut off the map for the time being, but it is a 2-2 stack right now on both bomb sites defensively. Exogen will drop down. Now it might just be a rotation over towards A very last second one, and now you've lost Sleepy, and Sleepy was the only one really laying a bit of that groundwork for you by A. So 2v4 caught in the middle of the map. Joker with the bomb. Gonna have to do some real finessing here by the truck as he even needs his teammates to teammate find a kill or two so that they can move up. And well, I think they know this round is over. Interesting take on grabbing the bomb here. 1v4 gameplay, I guess, is what Exogen's going for. Not sure, but decides to take the bomb and dip out. Maybe Joker had lagged out, not too sure, but looks like this bomb might end up getting planted.
Definitely looks that way, right? Off of tons of different search and destroy challenges, it looked like that they ended up taking out their own teammate of Joker, and will that end up will be the case 100% as we do see their name inside at the top right corner, just kind of blinking out there, and that'll be the round. Of course, 2-2 we end up going here, so not too sure what's going to end up happening here if the servers will allow Joker to come on back into the mix. But at least it was almost a nice heads-up play from Exogen. Had an opportunity to try to clutch out.
Yeah, realize that, oh, damn, my teammate is out of here. He's got the bomb. I need to find this kill and grab the bomb and run to the bomb site. A chance to almost win it, too. And, well, you see now Exogen here with the swap over towards the other team, meaning that we maybe get ourselves end of game, I would have to assume, and we'll call it a 2-2 is what we'll currently have, which means that we'll go back to the old rules, Andy, and it's going to be the first 1 to 4, kind of back before Black Ops 2 when we were in comp with Modern Warfare 2, Modern Warfare 3, and whatnot. First 1 to 4 is what we'll get a little flashback to and how it used to play out here for us as both teams are tied up at 2 apiece. But waiting to get, I believe it was Joker who had ended up lagging out. Meanwhile, everything that we've seen so far, you mentioned that we haven't seen a whole lot of sniper presence, maybe not as much as we would expect from Sleepy, who has been absolutely fantastic with it on maps like Crossroads, for example, a much smaller map than Miami. You feel like maybe he would want to bring this out on a map where he might be able to find, some picks that are going to be from a longer range, but is definitely just favored the Krig as of so far.
I like how you say that a Crossroads Strike is a much smaller map than Miami. Brother, you could literally fit Crossroads Strike inside of Miami. It's just a little bit smaller, but at the same point in time, it could also be a strategy that they could end up saving to try to heavily push over towards A with the sniper presence, or playing in top visitors defensively with the sniper rifle, because we know that Sleepy absolutely hits those. We've seen that continuously through previous rounds, but may not want to try to go to against an AR that is getting aggressive up on the beach side of the map over by the AS&D site. But B hasn't really been going in their way in previous offenses so far for URNM Gaming. Just when they try to break out around the parking garage or in top purple, they're immediately met by a line of lethals and tacticals and even gun spray alike that they can't end up getting over towards that bomb plant. And I think the only time that we did see them planting the bomb, Austin, was when Exgen unfortunately did have to kill their teammate of Joker, who did lag out, to then fly back over towards the BS&D site to try to plant that.
Yeah, I mean, if the play works, then, I mean, it's probably a play that you absolutely put in your montage, right? Where you kill your teammate at the start of the clip, you're like, what is he doing? Is he going for, like the crazy clutch play? It's like, oh, he's lagged out. He gets the bomb down. And if he does win the one right over half wall, the jump wall right there, like, that's very, very clutchable. Because I don't know how many times, you've maybe experienced it, Andy, but when you're going for retakes by that bomb site, you're just like, okay, this guy could be garage, he could be back garage wall by the docks, he could be top purple, he could be back alley, he could be close room, could be on the half wall just sounding and just waiting to jump over and kill me off the bomb. It feels like there's like so much to clear out. So when you have little information and you're playing for that retake, it just feels so overwhelming. It's like, okay, well, it's almost like a guessing game. I'm just going to go and take a guess and hope he's top purple and I can force the gunfight, or do what Donner Beds did earlier, where he's like, I'm just going to hop on the bomb. I'm not going to play hide and seek with you right now. I'm just going to hop on this, get this defuse off, and secure the round win.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's been a lot of argument that even Miami kind of feels kind of close to Piccadilly if you're coming off of Modern Warfare into Cold War. Again, there's just so many little places in a post-plant situation that a lot of players could be hiding off at. And you could say the same thing about B that you just said, Austin, over by A, with the visitor building just having so many different corners you could be hiding out on. You could even just go put yourself over by the party boat over in the top right side of the mini-map too. Have a very nice angle with an AR to be able to clutch up from that round again. But again, remember, as we do hop back in towards the replay here, it is 2-2, all tied up here. So we will be playing 1st to 4. So Austin gets a little bit of a flashback for previous CODs, but Nick for the middle of the map's going to be able to take down Sirens again for first blood.
Yeah, Sirens has been really hit or miss with these first bloods or getting first blooded. This time he does get first blooded. Exogen also does follow up with a kill, so brings us back to even odds. 3 on each squad right now. Stun does connect, so they get some crucial information down low. Semtex will follow that one up. Nick Mo now does find timing on the Sleepy on the flank. Ends up taking one down with ease. Now it's all up to Joker and Exogen, both in a spot where they could end up finding some kills, but Exogen sniffed out for the down low play by B. Last one left alive in the garage, and an excellent offensive round will come through here as they move in and sweep out everything and find all the kills.
Like, remember what I said when we hopped into S&D Miami here about Sirens, that they are very Abizi-esque, that if they find that opening kill, that they typically sways in the way for URNM Gaming on their search and destroy rounds. What happens when they don't find that first kill and they get first blooded themselves? Typically means the other team's going to end up winning the round. So definitely keep your close eye out for that. Maybe Sirens might pull themselves back a little bit, play it a little bit slower, and try to play for the information rather than trying to fly for that first blood. As it all ends up going back over towards the offense for URNM Gaming. They are heavily stacked up towards the south side of the map, looking for this garage control. Got players playing in and around of top purple. Will be Joker here with their MP5, actually. So there's a nice little bit of weaponry train. Dropping the 74U for the MP5, but first blood will be traded out here. So 3v3 we go, but Sleepy does take down Nickmo. So this bomb site is all the more open for URNM Gaming.
And look at how fast they gain control in towards the back. Exogen does push out the back, but has not checked the full on back alley. Now, this should be an easy pickup onto Shane, and it is. So that is going to be good enough for what is going to be a 1v2. Heinz will also read Exogen's pathing in towards the back here. So this could be a massive turnaround round in what was once a 3v2, now a 1v1. Heinz just trying to search for where Joker might be positioned, and he does have the MP5, so up close, Joker should be able to win this one if he spots him first, but will drop down on the bomb for a quick second, checks the half-wall spot, not going to be there. Joker's just looking in between the glass, saying, I can see you, buddy, but you can't see me, and well, there is the easy cleanup, as we'll get ourselves tied here once again at one apiece.
Those windows on those laundry vans are almost like one-way mirrors, more or less, when you're just looking at them, but it's a very expensive position. I haven't really seen anything like it, that you can utilize those windows from the van for your own benefit. Wonderfully played out there at the end with Joker. Again, the MP5, it's not that bad of a weapon. Of course, the 74U is more of the favored one as of late, but the MP5 can definitely still have a strong showcasing, though, when it comes down to a 74U up against an MP5 in close quarters. The 74U more than likely will take the cake. As we move over towards Night's Watch, we're able to find a nice take over towards B early on. It was all met by Sirens being first blooded early on. Sirens is actually over by the visitors building, is taking some early shots. That's over towards Nickmo, who did first blood them last time around, as everything just comes down to a stalemate. But keep your eyes out for player number 6. Look at Sleepy on the super long flank, and I say super long flank because this is a huge map.
This really is. I mean, coming all the way through the back spawn by the pool area, and now everything ends up taking place right in front of us. Exogen does find that first blood, but Shane and Nick Mo both follow up with kills of their own. So man advantage here over towards Night's Watch, but still all the action unfolding quick as we'll have a couple more kills fall through. So it's going to be Sleepy now up against Dasky as well as Shane. Bomb will be going down. They had an idea on where Sleepy is, and now Sleepy might be looking to come through back alley to see if he can clutch up in this 1v2.
Sleepy now looking this from bottom side. We'll have player locked down. That's going to be Shane. Crick 6 is going to be good to be able to get that kill. Now up to Dasky versus Sleepy. You got time to play with here. 23 seconds might just be enough. But again, I mean, this is Miami B site within a nutshell, just like Visions was talking about. Think about all these angles that you have to be careful of. Dasky will eat a couple shots, and Sleepy's actually just going to hop on top of this. Does Dasky check this in time? Sleepy just
No way.
and just diffuses it. Wonderfully played by Sleepy, and I was just about to say, I think Sleepy saw every single lick of this map throughout that entirety of the round and just sticks the defuse after throwing some shots over towards Dasky, who's on the other side of the parking garage.
Yeah, there's only two ways ever that you end up winning that round. It's one by absolutely beaming and world starring that player off of that heady, or it's by just hopping on the bomb and just saying, listen, I'm not going to play peekaboo. Let's just go for the defuse here once again. Ends up just sticking it. And you can just see not wanting to go for the challenge there on the back wall is what's going to end up making Night's Watch fall in that massive swing round. This is the first to 4 as we ended up ending the game when both teams already had 2 rounds underneath their belts here. So this puts URNM Gaming pretty close to a chance of their very first grand finals here with this roster. And Sirens will look to inch himself over towards now the garage area. This has been a lot of area gained pretty quickly here for them as they're able to get themselves already positioned in. And it's going to be Joker also waiting here up top to see if he might be able to press forward on what could be the setup of this pinch, looking to take control of the site. Shots now will be fired, and Dasky will find that first kill.
Siren's going to get first blooded here. 3v4 we go here for the offense of URNM Gaming, who might just end up taking this bomb and rotating out, but I don't think anybody's going to read that Heinz was there in the streets, and, well, that's going to go ahead and answer my question. As they do take down Joker, 2v3 we go, as Sleepy does find the trade over towards Heinz. Bomb's going to be recollected here, and it looks like that it will by Sleepy. 3 remaining players for Night's Watch are still looking in and around the B site here, Austin, and it looks like that Sleepy wants to swing this wide from the river side and wants to try to look for the backside of the parking garage. Might be able to catch Dasky off guard, but that angle is being covered by Shane. 1v3 clutch would technically be a 1v4. Sleepy looking for the clutch. The MP5 gets eyes on at least one more player inside. Won't be able to win that gunfight as Night's Watch tie things back up. This is technically 4-4.
4-4, and Heinz with the play right in the middle of the map there. I think just playing the cross off of piano shuts down everything that you're going to be able to do from the front, and it forces you then to just pretty much attack from the back garage or make the rotation over towards the other bomb side and see if you might be able to find some favor there. But a really strong setup here, locking down all of the crossing angles is what allows them to play off the information as well as play off the trades here for one another. So URNM Gaming definitely still going to be looking to start to bounce back here for themselves after what was a round that they had a man advantage, ended up losing it. Now over towards the defensive for them as they need to try and lock things down. But looks like it's a stack by B. We've seen a lot of teams set up 2-3 members sometimes in towards the back alley in the garage, but sometimes can be a gamble. But it is just going to be piano control, brute forcing their way in towards the back here. Bomb has been brought over to that back wall, and everyone's just waiting here, just about back to back over some of these walls to see who will be able to strike first.
So we have a little bit of breathing room in between. Some shots are going to be thrown out here. It's going to be from Joker. Going to be looking at player number 4. That's Shane. And we'll end up finding that kill with the Semtex. So wonderfully placed out by them. Now you just have the bomb carrier out here. It's going to be Dasky, who's kind of left out on an island all by their lonesome, but he's going to find some shots. Some toads are going to be clipped there. Joker's going to go down. 3v3 we go.
35 seconds left. need to get this bomb down. And you've just lost Heinz now, bottom piano, off screen, of course, but 2 players still close on Garage. Sleepy with the scope. That is not something you want to see, but you have to cross. I mean, Dasky just doesn't have time to go all the way around. I think he now realizes it, second guesses it. Nick Mo goes for the aggressive challenge, might eat the Semtex and will go down way of pistol. Dasky just has to hop on this bomb and hope that it goes through. 3 players surrounding him, can't find himself one. That will be Sirens, who slows things down, gets himself a couple of kills in round number 5, and this will put URNM Gaming just 1 away from closing out the series.
Series point here for URNM Gaming to punch their ticket to grand finals. You know that they're going to be licking their lips at this round. They want to close it out here. Again, Sirens being able to find a nice power position. They pulled themselves back from previous round. We're getting first blooded continuously, which is why you only see them up at 2 and 4, but was able to at least bounce on back in kind. That puts themselves in a great spot along with their team. Like Sleepy, the very long flank in a few previous maps around, scope included, was able to find a very easy kill. I respect the push that came through from Night's Watch there at the end to try to fly through the alleyway to deal with Sleepy, but 1911 is still a very strong pistol as we look towards what happened for URNM Gaming on their first round. It's a 2-2 split. You got the bomb being carried over towards A. Of course, this is going to be backed up by Sirens and Joker, the one carrying the bomb. Smokes are going to come through, stun checks galore. Siren takes a position on top of the party boat. Won't end up seeing any players here specifically, but this is all while noise is about to be made over by B as well.
Haven't seen too many A attacks so far, but it's Sirens with that first blood. We talk about it. He gets first blooded or he gets you first blood. This time, it's going to pay off massively as this could be the round that determines it all. And Sleepy finds a second pick onto Nick. Now it's all up to Dasky and Shane. They need to send this one more round and clutch up. And Shane is trying to bring home this kill on the Sirens, but Sirens somehow manages to escape just barely. Bomb has now been planted. Joker positions and gets himself up close and personal. Finds Dasky and they know where Shane is. It's a 1v4. They play a flawless offensive round, an excellent execute by A, and that is enough to close out map number 2 and send URNM Gaming to the grand finals.
Hey, so that's what that play is supposed to look like. I was super questioning it when we saw it on their first round, but that was wonderfully executed. Again, Sirens pushing over towards the party boat, was able to find information. Just off of the voice alone that you ended up saying there, Aussie, I don't know how Sirens just stays alive as they put themselves on that beachfront. What was it? Shane that was inside of the visitors building could not lock down the kill. The Semtex came out. It was able to flush Sirens out from that positioning that was prone on the bottom side of that stairs, but couldn't find the kill. That was all while Joker was planting the bomb, and then they overtook that visitors building, wonderfully executed. Of course, this was all while Sleepy was waiting until the final few rounds to pull out the boomstick and found an fantastic amount of value there at the end, just holding through the mid lane, all through the streets, was able to find at least one pick. And in 4v4 Call of Duty, it's really all you need as far as Miami Search and Destroy is concerned.
Picks certainly play the difference for sure on a map that's that big. So able to bring that one home here. And I mean, we see some players come off Symbolic Gaming. I believe Joker and Exogen now a chance to be able to get themselves a dub here in this grand final. I believe that's what's going to be coming up next year for you guys. I want to say the other semifinals should have been done because they're moving in towards their map 3, but nonetheless, we'll be able to have more information when we come back. Don't go too far. We got the grand finals coming up after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. It looks like we don't have our grand finals here for you just yet. It's been a little over an hour. Both of these teams have been trying to get themselves loaded up and ready to jump in towards this map number 3. And finally, it is here. Back to Team Diverge up against Roach Gang, and we can already see this very first control point not going the way so much here for the offense, as this should be a lockdown. Roach Gang now able to push things out, also have a nice respawn lead for themselves, and the map is being cut for Oryx, and this should be enough to be able to secure this very first initial round, unless they can get a last second touch, and it doesn't look like they will get there with the reinforcements. So first round will be good for defense.
Yeah, Dinero just touches there ever so slightly, but will be dealt with handily. And again, when it comes down just to Crossroads control, when we talked about Crossroads search and destroy, we could just talk about Crossroads all day long, Austin, because it is a very small map comparatively to the rest of the pool. But for control itself, if your subs in at least one AR is just going in and out from fire and weapons up top through catwalk and has all of that central map in their control, pun intended, well, they're going to be able to win out defensive or offense round play. So it's just what you're able to see very early on here from Roach Gang. You see A6 and Oryx having a fantastic first round. They're both at 6 and 3. Verdinex is right behind them at 5 and 3. And JC is that AR to truly be on the lookout for, is just anchoring out a multitude of areas, just not allowing Team Diverge to put themselves in positions to where they can get inside one of these zones for free. Now going over towards the offense here from Roach Gang, have an opportunity to be able to string together 2 rounds as they do find opening kills, and they're able to put themselves on the B zone quite early.
Yeah, look at the double stack here right off the bat, and that's good for a long-range shot there for Oryx, but moving right into straight bust in, finds himself the double, will clean up everyone on top of that B zone. So now attention shifts over towards the opposite side of the map here towards A. There was a touch there for a second, still working for progress. Good shots though. Dinero able to laser down JC, and that's going to be good for a push through over towards control now. Dinero's got himself quite the power position, should be able to find a couple freebies with ease, as he's now maybe looking to push in towards lower garage as well, trying to get these spawn kills straight bust in. Also position here for anyone that's going to be moving over towards B. First one looked to be good, but Oryx says no. Vertinex also wins his gunfight, and now Wavy, it's up to him to cut down the middle of the map, and he will be shut down.
Will be shut down. 16 to 15 respawns, just a single life lead here for Team Diverge. I say that, but JC and Oryx are able to triple on down. 15 and now 13. Now we'll shift their focus back over towards B. And again, Roach Gang, the second that they find an influential amount of kills, they put a player over towards A. And now they're triple stacking over towards B. Just shoulder to shoulder, back to back to back. They're going to be able to get that last tick of progress over towards B. Up towards 1:45 left on the clock. And now they're going to wait for the respawns to try to funnel themselves over towards the A zone. A6 is going to try to fly on in to get some information, but they're only going to be met by death.
Trade Bustin going to be sitting in the middle of the map, trying to call the rotation here for as far as what side is being hit, and you can see something unfolding there by top cliff. I think that was JC with his teammate. They were able to grab a kill or two, but now it's back over towards the front of the hill. Oryx with a couple of kills here, able to open things up a tad bit, tags up Wavy right by the crate, finds a third by the doorway. Oryx here playing the objective beautifully, already 13 objective score on the 3 spree, 14 and 7. This very well could be the very first offense secured, as that first tick does come through, and now working for the second.
Now working for the second. Look for this pinch that's about to come through, but the power position from JC over top of the tank is about to be all the more better. And well, Straight Bustin does find 1+ a team kill. That's not going to help any sort of retake at all. Second tick of progress has been gained. Player stacked inside of this A zone. Now you got to try to touch here in time, but Team Diverge, they just can't. And as they string together rounds, Roach Gang now put themselves up on series point.
On series point, and Team Diverge have to get an offense. They have to secure an offense to keep this one going, and you have to kind of wonder, with these guys sitting here for the last hour waiting to play this third map, how many of these guys have gotten cold from, not shooting the gun, not being able to play hot like you were doing from round to round or map to map earlier on and towards the tournament. You've now sat here for a while, and you can see some of these guys that have been so important and so impactful for us throughout multiple games today. Wavy, 4-9, having a bit of a slow start here, as well as Dinero, who's been really the big opener, it feels like, here in a lot of these respawns. It's just not all here for them, and it needs to come here in this very third round, or it might just be it. And it might be Roach Gang moving towards that last and final round in the grand finals. It is going to be a hot start here. Donner Beds able to grab himself a bit of time and progress on towards the B zone, but A6 will get him right off.
We'll do just that. We'll take a progress gain down to a minute. Down to 22 respawns. It's only a 2 respawn lead here for Roach Gang, but they're trying to shift their focus over towards A. Our Team Diverge, but in a powerful spot to try to rotate early on, we're Roach Gang. And I say were because Team Diverge has come inside of the A zone and absolutely take it by storm. You got to worry about player number 7. That's Oryx. Was able to find 1 kill over towards P1. So it's about to be a little bit of a pinch because the defensive spawns are just so close. And Oryx, they were able to find 3 in that life before they go down. They're still a double positive, 18-9, 16-9 for Verdinex. They will shrug off the take over by A again, but the clock was stopped. So we're just shy over a minute as soon as Team Diverge respawn. Wonder where they're trying to hit next.
This one really coming down to the lives. Now you take a look at it, and Team Diverge, they are down massively in the lives. A6 also adds a little bit more hurt to the injury as he grabs the double up, and well, look at this. You're seeing 6-17. Dinero trying to do some massive things over by the B zone here, but still working for that very first tick of progress. Has a trophy down. It is at least has a couple of his teammates watching over him, and first tick will come through. Still very doable, but you need to slay out as well as stop the clock. And while Wavy apparently is listening to the feed because he grabs himself a double, he's doing a bit of that slaying, maybe even grabs another double. Wavy now able to make some massive plays happen. That third tick over beside A might end up coming through. B also still contested. Donner Beds grabs the trade, will be able to move in for what could be the last couple ticks of progress. Donner Beds still alive. Finally, the overwhelming defense is there to stop B from going over, but they've already added an extra minute to the clock.
That's right, they already capped A, now it's just a tick of progress need over at B, and they have a minute 30 left to do. The biggest problem is that respawns are about to become a consideration, but Donner Beds opens up with one onto Verdinex. Now this is about to be an opening for a pinch as Wavy is on the cliff side. You just gotta worry about JC, who has a very nice angle, but Wavy and Dinero, they find 2, and now they're trying to hop on towards the B zone itself, but at least through the middle of the map, they're going to be able to cut this rotation in half. Now they're just down to the standing 3 players. Now about to be down to the standing 4 of Roach Gang. And this is about to be a game of inches. Now no respawns remaining for either of these 2 teams. 2 players already go down for Roach Gang. It's a 3v2.
3v2, and just desperately on the point right now with Dinero. He's just relying and trusting in his teammates, and trust will pay off. My God, they were down to, what was it, 20-6, 18-6, something absolutely crazy. And it's this play. It's Wavy, finds that first one, moves in for the double, plays his life long enough, and then moves right back up top here for a couple more kills, lining up 4 over the course of 5 seconds, wiping the entire team. Just what an impactful play, and that was the offense you needed. You have a chance now to reverse sweep and control, heading in towards this defense. If you can just play together like you just did, there is a chance to send this all the way here towards round number 5.
I like I even heard like Wavy must be listening to the feed, said, Austin, I'm a slow start. How about I bring things back up to a 50? Yeah, including the standing players, Austin, it was 20-10 in total lives, respawns included, that Team Diverge were able to bounce back from. Now opening things up here for Roach Gang. They won out their previous offense, looking to stack up things over towards B. Straight Bussin is trying to meet things here at the B zone, but up close and personal is A6. They're able to find 2 off this life, triple stacking down over towards B, and 1 player is down over towards A as well. Oryx is about to be splitting the focus, and where Team Diverge is spawn at, they're going to deal with A before they even think about dealing with B. There's still players just playing the headies over on the B zone, and the last standing player down here at B will be Verdinex, but from the Windows side, Dinero's going to be able to take them down. Just a little bit of more progress needed for that last bit of control on B, and it will go over towards Roach Gang. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to take the A zone.
a ton of time, and now you can slow things down if you're Roach Gang and simply play for kills. You still have a nice little life lead here, up by 4. That was just diminished a little bit here from Wavy, as well as Don, but up top will be the jump up. Oryx somehow wins that gunfight, doesn't even take damage in return. Now just hits the Jets, runs to top weapons, almost snaps on Don or Beds, but Don will lock down defense inside of A. Make sure no progress will go over just yet. Now the setup back intact for the time being, as A6 does find Wavy, but straight busts in now with a slow start as well, starting to move back in with a nice little trade there. But Don inside the point, 15 objective score, make that 17 objective score, almost snaps on Next in the middle of the map, almost finds the kill, relies on his teammates to get it, but they don't, and now that will be 3 down and a chance to touch the zone here for Roach Gang.
The defense here, you could reinforce this pretty quickly. You might want to give over just this first tick before you can start swarming on the inside. Don Orbets tries to hit through the middle of the map. Now it will be De Niro, but Asex and Vernex are just meeting everybody at the door. Last player here will be De Niro for Team Diverge. First tick of progress already accrued. Now about to be the second tick of progress as well. Semtex flying in through the door will tag JC just down to 110, but it's straight bustin' is about to be setting up for the pinch. Vernex is playing over towards P1, takes them down, trying to work in through the door just a little bit more needed for that third take of progress. A6 doubles on up. They're able to get 3 in this life, and that'll be the round. That'll be the game in the series. We have Roach Gang going to grand finals.
Roach Gang going to grand finals up against URNM Gaming. An absolute stellar series coming in the end here for us, but just too much to handle when it came down to the control. Wavy with the kill cam again, but we just didn't get that from Wavy earlier enough in towards the games. The very first couple of rounds just was not there, but he did turn things up, tried to keep it going, just was not enough in the end. Offensive rounds just seemed to not be a problem there for Roach Gang as they close out control for themselves. And like I said, go up against URNM Gaming here for that grand final. Andy, it's been a very, very tight series here across a multitude of our games that we've gotten to cast over so far on the day. And now it's a chance here for URNM Gaming to be able to get themselves their very first championship. Symbolic Gaming coming together, and we'll be able to at least group up with a couple more members to see if they have what it takes after not really being able to break past semifinals or quarterfinals in previous tournaments, up against JC and the Goons from the very first one, now with, I guess, a bunch of different Goons under Roach Gang, and we'll be looking to see if he might be able to maybe bring this one home here for 2 out of 3 wins. We're going to have to find out, but ladies and gentlemen, do not go too far. Don't touch that browser. Grand finals this time, I promise, will be coming up after the break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. I hope you are ready to jump in towards our grand finals for the $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament, of course, brought to you by Totinos. And, well, it's all happening here at Esports Arena. We are ready to jump in towards the grand finals, and it's myself, Visions and Proper, bringing you the action here. URNM Gaming up against Roach Gang to see who is going to be able to take it all. We've had a changeup of rosters come in towards this URNM Gaming squad. They are now looking very, very strong across about every single game mode that we've seen them play in. But Roach Gang, well, they got some players that have also won here previously, and JC might be able to carry this squad towards a dub as we jump in towards Hardpoint here for our very first map.
JC training in his goons for a couple of roaches. I'll let you be the deciding factor whether or not one might be better than the next. Still able to make it towards grand finals here, but again, when it comes down to URNM Gaming, like you were saying, they are having a lot of pop-off moments. Sleepy on Search and Destroy, Joker with the submachine gun, 74U. We even saw the MP5 come out, and then Sirens has been electric for their success. But in this best of 5, we are starting off on Hardpoint Garrison. You want to try to hold on towards the north side of the map, so that way you can make an easy rotation over towards 2, while keeping one rather scrappy here. First, however, are going to be URNM Gaming.
And we'll see Oryx here, not with the straightest shots we've seen out of him so far, but he's been the objective man. I mean, we've seen this man actually on this map grab about 3 minutes of hill time. So really able to play that objective role as well as open up explosively with multi-kills here. So keep your eye on Oryx as we get in towards the mix of things. Right now, though, URNM Gaming, they're on the breach of being able to get over about 30 points here for themselves. Scrap time is going to be left up as everyone starts to rotate through, and it looks like it's going to be a flood for the back, but JC is reading that beautifully. He will be ready for the second and third player. Oh my God, JC grabs all 4, lights it up, and stops the push single-handedly.
Okay, JC, for spree, and this is going to be 7-1 for them. Fantastic start. Now they have themselves over inside of P2, which is a fortress of solitude if I've ever seen a hard point, considering off of all these headies that you got to play with. It's just going to be Oryx that is left over here. Of course, they do have the satellite to be playing around, but because of pushing past the 50-yard line of URNM Gaming, Oryx is going to have to defend for a little while longer before reinforcements get here. Inside the point are going to be URNM Gaming, but Roach Gang quickly are here to reinforce the hill itself. A6 going to be able to pick up one on the back end, and as we're just down to about scrap time, we're going to start looking at the rotation over towards P3, which is just a little bit past the south side of the map. You see it popping up on the mini-map right now. Off of the respawns already, URNM Gaming are going to be looking to take that rotation early on, but A6 doesn't want to drop the momentum ball anytime soon. They're on 3 straight right now, looking to fly to cut the middle of the map in front of URNM Gaming.
And if you're URNM Gaming, you can't afford to lose this rotation right now. You need to make sure that you are going to be able to lock things down in the back for your spawns, and you're going to be able to control the hill, but they are still being pressured pretty hard. As you see, Vertnex, he's not even hopping on the hill. He's waiting for the challenge here from some of these outer positions that are usually held from the AR players. Sirens is going to take that role, but Vertnex finds himself one, challenges the second. Sleepy will be traded out as soon as Sleepy jumps on top of the point here. This hill has not really accumulated a whole lot of points for either squad, but JC finally with the spawns in the back might be good enough to try and grab the scrap time. Hops over and mantles on Sirens. JC is on one right now, already 14-5.
14-5, and you remember back on the hardpoint quite some time ago, I believe it was Garrison hardpoint, they were the first to 30 kills before any of their teammates of Roach Gang got close to 20 kills, and JC is not stopping anytime soon. Finds 2 more, middle of the map, wants to go underground now, and might find some unique timing to find a few players towards Cobblestone. Now cuts back through the tanks, gets eyes on at least one player, is able to find Sleepy, but Sleepy absolutely smokes him. As we move over towards P4, here initially will be Roach Gang, but the reinforcements you thought were about to be here, but Vertinex turns it right back on its head, finds 5 straight for this life. They're at 11-4.
And this might just end up getting a little bit more, but Sleepy able to slide on in, actually able to win that gunfight, followed by his teammates now trying to attack the hill, but it will be Exogen as well as Joker winning on the gunfights. Vertnex, the last one left alive, will also end up falling. So URNM Gaming, a chance to grab the big amount of scrap time here, about 20 seconds or so up for grabs if they can grab it all, but the spawns in the back might be enough to flood through because everyone's shifting over towards the hill that's going to be right behind Green. And now A6 with a big kill on the Sleepy will be looking to try and press forward. The question is, are you looking to make this hit happen through bricks, or are you looking to go through the middle of the map? A6 with a gunfight he absolutely should not have won will now be able to push out to bricks, and they make an excellent rotation as they will be touching the hill first and grab the first 10 seconds.
We'll be looking to do just that. P5, this is a very hard hill to try to break. This is a money hill, to say the least. Look at all these power positions that you have to offer for Roach Gang at 123 to the 61. But having the closer spawns here for URNM Gaming, you had players push all the way through curtains, and that means that they're going to be in a powerful spot. I still turn around a snapper from Sirens, as that's going to be 3 straight for that life. They're at 13 and 13 before they get taken down by Oryx. It's a quick trade, as P5 is now looking like a very scrappy hill, but still getting at least a little bit more time than the other half is going to be URNM Gaming, and well, they could absolutely use it before the first set of hills ends up coming to a rest. It's going to be looking like a 123 to just about a 90, so a 30-point lead for Roach Gang. They're going to be feeling pretty darn good off that first set of hills, Austin.
I sure will. And I mean, URNM Gaming looking to have to start to step it up just a tad bit in the slaying department. I mean, JC 22 and 11. Right behind him, you know, we have Vertnex here 15 and 10, A6 12 and 13. Looking towards people like Sirens, you might be able to take over here, but it's going to take quite a bit. Gunfight up close, does find Oryx here moving in towards the point. Sleepy now will be able to follow up with the second by lights, but will be overwhelmed from A6 as there will be a quick contest. A very scrappy hill, not the easiest to lock down. Exogen here also just going to be sitting on the staircase, watching for the gunfight, able to gun JC inside of Green. URNM Gaming bringing this one back here, slowly but surely. Exogen with a second challenge will be good, as it looks like this time will be picked up right now for URNM, and now they'll look to make this rotation.
You gotta be careful when you are making that rotation. Sirens already got caught when they were trying to rotate over towards Green, trying to get aggressive as Exogen into the waiting arms of JC. They will be taken down, still up at 25 and 14. And because of all that scrappy warfare that was happening over by block, that means that Roach Gang are gonna have an easy rotation here over towards 2. But just as I say that, 3 players stacking on the top of each other will be URNM Gaming, but Oryx is able to take down at least 2, but it's not enough to push back URNM Gaming. They are here on P2. JC off the respawn will find at least a trade, but Joker's here on a 4 spree, trying to keep it alive, and they're going to be able to do just that. Going to fly inside Cobblestone and find a bit of a pinch, but for URNM Gaming, don't even need it. They are able to take the lead here off of being just down about 30 ahead of the new set of hills, and they are making great time off of P1 and P2 respectfully.
It's an excellent hold. I mean, they needed to find themselves the rotation, and they do, and this is going to put them up by a nice little lead here, moving in towards the spawns in the back. Sleepy will be starting to make this move happen. JC caught with his pants down, will be taken out here and might end up spawning in behind the last hill, and he does. So JC kind of out of the picture here for the time being. Sirens, though, looking to also control small room and the point itself, but Vertnex will win out on that battle. So now the spawns in the back will be gifted over towards URNM Gaming as they're looking to flood their numbers inside of the point. They're pushing out front double doors. They have some great positions, but they're still not winning all the gunfights right now inside of the actual hill. It's A6 winning it on these. They're still spawning in the back, but unable to break the setup.
Unable to break the setup, A6 trying to at least bring it towards the spawns of URNM Gaming. They will be traded out. However, this is still going to be good time off of P3 because of being able to push in towards the spawns. This is exactly how you want to play this from Roach Gang's perspective. You want to try to set up a little bit of a spawn trap, setting in one player after another just to offset URNM Gaming as a whole. It was good enough to be able to send 2 players spawning closer towards the center of the map, but now we have split spawns east and west alike, and URNM Gaming off of the closer spawns are going to be able to set themselves up here for the back end of this hill time, and they could absolutely run away with this now as they eclipse past the 200-point margin. They're going to give up this back 5 though, Austin, because they know breaking in towards the trash hard point over by P4 is going to be tough. But players are going to be setting up a little bit of a pinch, and all becomes a little bit more easier when you got Joker and Sirens finding entry kills.
I love this play when you push through double doors, take the vent play, whatever it is, just fanning out to the left side here is what allows you to really disrupt the map, and they're able to do exactly that. But it's still A6 inside the hill, a 1v1 battle, and it goes way of Sirens. Won't be good enough for 2 as Vertnex also moves in for a double kill, and Joker has to grab the trade and does. So Oryx with top green control will be looking to play his life, bouncing up and down. I tell you, this player absolutely cracked right now, proper. Moving in and out, the movement's there, the breaks have also been there, but look at the time. It's a minute 37 right now for Oryx, and it's going to be him actually looking to defend around and play this roaming role while A6 looks to soak up the time. And Roach Gang now, off the back end of this hill, are able to work themselves right back in towards the game. So once again, we play for the rotation, and this time it's URNM Gaming, ready and waiting to see if they can look to lock this one down right here, right now.
Looking to tie things up here, 206 to 203 now as we move over towards P5. Again, this is a very hard hill to break. URNM Gaming were previously able to do it, but now they're here for the initial time. They're able to find a handful of kills to start things off, but it's A6 and Oryx that are able to turn things back around. Inside lights, Joker's going to be able to take down Oryx. So now spotting a little bit further out, Roach Gang are going to wait for their reinforcements before they try to fly inside of P5. They're able to find at least one from range. It's going to be JC that takes down Exogen, but the close spawns are going to be better from URNM Gaming. They're able to reinforce these spawns, but the 2 remaining players from Roach Gang are able to fly inside of P5, and they're able to set up a nice little defense as 2 more players are setting themselves up, coming off of the respawns from the southeast side over by P3. It's an upsetting moment for Roach Gang because they got pinched up and they were unable to read the spawns, so the hill's still being controlled by URNM Gaming, just in a 4-point lead.
It's a great comeback, but URNM Gaming, they're still turning up here in the final moments right now. One player will be brick square. It's up to Sirens to win this, but A6 will shut it down. Now away in towards the hill for the last couple seconds. Not going to matter because the new hill has popped. And once again, URNM Gaming set up, ready and waiting. The setup will have to be broken right now for Roach Gang. A6 does find himself a trade, grabs Sirens. Joker also falls. Exogen from the side of double doors looks to make the big move here. Knows he's under fire and under pressure, so he gets pushed out, and A6 with a double will be good for the break. 237 to 225. Roach Gang now in control of P1, and they could still win it on this hill. There needs to now be a break here for URNM Gaming, as well as a rotation that might just have to take place, but a lead change might just swing the way of Roach Gang. They're now in control. JC on the hill, ready and waiting for the hit. There has to be a contest. Sirens, the first one in, will be able to damage JC, but not good enough for a contest. In from behind will be Sleepy. Sleepy will find the break, and with 10 seconds left for them to be able to close this one out, I think it has to go to a rotation. It has to move across the map to P2, but maybe the last second might just come through, and it does. URNM Gaming with an incredible hold, an incredible break, and they will steal away map number 1.
JCE will be gifted the best play of the map, fighting 4 straight for themselves, but Sleepy got the play of the game, in my opinion there. Able to come back in from the curtain side, was able to find 2, one with the shot punch and immediately swifting back over towards the weapon, and was able to find those kills. It just meant that the close spawns were all the more influential coming out from URNM Gaming. Roach Gang just needed a second, if not 2, of contested time before setting over towards P2, and you saw on the minimap just in those final seconds, they knew that. They were starting to send players over towards P2, but that last little second, because it wasn't contested, Austin, it went in the favor for URNM Gaming, who were down off the first of the hills by just about 30 seconds, but they cleaned things up. They were able to find a break inside of P2, and from there on out, they just seemed to be in firm control. I know it was only a 4-point game, but just in some of those very influential hills, just where I was saying P5 was very tough to break, URNM Gaming were able to break it. P2 was a tough one to break. Roach Gang ended up overextending through the middle of the map and gifted URNM Gaming the money hill, which always kept them in the lead.
Not gonna lie, I thought it was going towards P2. I thought we were gonna go one more rotation. P1, it's just so hard to lock that hill down, honestly, and it's really easy to get some of those contests off because there's only so many spots that you're gonna be hiding from. So the fact that just closes out right there on P1, like you said, just a 4-point difference for us between both these squads. That's gonna, well, make it safe to say that this might just be a fantastic series here for you guys between both of these squads. They're hungry, they want it. We have one team that's got some winnings at least already within some of these $1,000 tournaments at Esports Arena, but we have this team here, URNM Gaming. They're hungry because they haven't won. They've made the adjustments, the changes are in, the teamwork is absolutely showing, and they're able to take away that map number 1 here, and that puts them in a great spot because I know from experience winning maps like like that where it's back and forth and it's a lot of teeter-tottering and you're moving across the map and you're playing for these rotations and whatnot, when you win those, like, it feels good. You're screaming, you're getting hyped. I'm waking up everyone on the street, whether I'm casting or I'm actually playing the game, one of the two, it's going to happen. So you know that when you get those moments, it feels really good. And then when you lose those on the other side of the coin, it feels terrible because you know you just needed 4 points to be able to close that one out and you just couldn't get it. So it is very difficult here. It's very interesting to look at it from both sides of the spectrum, but either way, you are NM Gaming in a great position and a chance to carry this momentum at least in towards map number 2 for us.
And now we move over towards Search and Destroy. URNM Gaming's mode, if you will, but it's Crossroads Strike, Search and Destroy. Austin, this has been Sleepy's playground all day long. The LW3 Tundra, the scope pressure has been insane. URN Gaming have only lost a single round on this game map mode combo that we have seen on broadcast, to say the least. Whether or not it was played in round 1, I'm not too sure. I don't really care at this point because even if the competition continued to get tougher, their A hit and control has been absolutely amazing. And I'm looking for that to be able to be in effect here in grand finals. And if they're able to take the A site, we've never really seen a retake come through from any of the teams that have been coming on through. The flanks have been able to be watched out. Sirens is a player you got to be watching out for. Again, has been finding so many first blood. Sleepy looking over towards that entire ice A site as a whole has been able to lock things down. And I'm not going to lie here, when it comes down to Roach Gang and their Search and Destroy, hasn't exactly looked good for them all day long. This is a good opportunity for URNM Gaming to go up 2-0 in the series.
It is, and you just could not feel more confident, I feel like, going in towards this map 2 for them, where I think they've only lost one round, I want to say, across this map over the course where we saw it back-to-back series, right? They lost one round, and you've already touched on it. Their A attack needs to be shut down, and really, I think it's a matter of, have these teams even really had time to really prep and scout out, based off of what we've gotten to see and, being able to play from match to match. Like, are they really going to be able to know that they love hitting A? I mean, that's really the question. They're going to find out really quickly if they don't, because that is something that they've just done flawlessly. And yeah, Sleepy needs to be shut down. I think you bring up the great point where we maybe haven't seen him perform the best with the boomstick on maps like Miami and maybe some of these more open maps, but for whatever reason, close maps like Crossroads, it just seems like Sleepy has your number. And if you give him a shoulder, he's ripping it off. So that's something you have to kind of take in and be like, okay, are we going to match this, or are we going to simply start to shut this down with overwhelming pressure of up-close gunfights with subs and things like this, using the smokes to be able to block the line of sight? That's what we're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2, Roach Gang, they need to find a response here, but URNM Gaming, this is their bread and butter, and it's going to be Joker in that mid-map control that we always see, and it's going to be an excellent bait and switch to kick things off.
It absolutely will be. So 3v2 we go early on. Sirens did get killed off. They were able to read that the hit was coming through the center of P1, or on the top side, rather. But as soon as Exogen tries to push on forward to be able to find a trade, just comes down to Sleepy, who did find one kill with the 1911, but I'm pretty sure and confident in saying that's the only weapon that they have to be playing with. Nice little stun check's going to come through. JC will lose their life. A little isolated 1v1. Vernex will be able to escape with that one. So a nice hit comes through from Roach Gang. They do take the opening round. That was offense, and they just flew through the north side of the map. And when you don't end up doing that, that's where Sirens has been able to find a lot of value. Joker only ended up finding one through the middle of the map, and they got dealt with quite handily. And from there on out, Roach Gang were just in such a good spot to deal with URNM as they were trying to rotate on in.
Truly were able to come through with that one, and that will be the very first offense good here for Roach Gang. But here is really the problem that we're all waiting to see if it gets solved. Can you shut down an offense from URNM Gaming on this map mode combo? That is what we want to see. That's what I'm waiting to see right now. And their A push is so good. They've been good at being able to push all the way up. Great at finding picks, as you see that exactly happen. JC will be picked. Sirens follows up with a second kill. Already an excellent opening to this offensive round, as they now have a nice advantage, but they will lose one, and now we'll make it a 2v2 as A6 finds Exogen.
Yeah, I was about to say, A6 just flies through the catwalk. This is all while Joker did plant the bomb. Sleepy, 1911 in tow will take down A6. So now it's just up to 1. That's going to be Verdenex, who's about to be... Oh, I was about to say, ring around the rosy around that tank side. Sleepy does have the angle. Won't be able to get the kill on Verdenex. I'm definitely taking AR over the 1911 there. Oh, Sleepy has been able to find a lot of kills with that weapon respectfully throughout the entirety of the day. 74U in hand here for Joker. Knows where Verdenex is going to be hopping on over towards. Only one play left available. Verdenex almost able to lock down the kill. But the shot's all the better for Joker, who plants the bomb, and in a post-plant situation, just plays underneath the cliffside to close it out.
That's the closest we've seen so far to dropping an offense. And really, I mean, Sleepy just makes this far rotation out towards the middle of the map where I just don't think they ever expect to get tagged from behind from him, because they're assuming he's probably going to hang around crates and watch over the bomb here. But meanwhile, they have Joker here watching over it, making sure everything will be safe. So coming through here, both teams winning their first initial offensive rounds. Now seeing if that trend might just continue in towards what will be a massive swing round here in round number 3. Joker watching the cross, escapes with his life. Trophy will eat all of the lethals coming over the wall here, so we'll have to deal with that before they're able to actually throw anything inside. And finally, Vertnex will do that. No one dropping just yet, but early control, at least by the tank right now, for Vertnex as he's waiting, seeing if someone might give him a peek, and I imagine that sometime they're going to be looking to see if they can gain some of that middle map control and then cross.
Yeah, I mean, previously, defensively, coming out from URNM Gaming, they just were looking to take away the entirety of the map, but so far on the defense, they are just playing rather passive, not giving up any sort of elbows. No Joker in the middle of the map, and that plays right into their hands. Oryx trying to press on forward to take a look at the B site, will go down, and that's also going to be the bomb dropped.
E6 looking for a peek, but Vertnex does manage to find Joker. So still a winnable round here on the offense right now for Roach Gang, but they need to move in and get control fast, and looks like A6 is the man to do it. Finds first blood, can't connect for the second, but bomb is going down, and Sleepy from a pinch angle here might be good for 1, maybe even 2. Tags up both players, but JC with the snapper, and Vertnex moves in while weak and finds the cleanup kill. Offense will still be good as they get the bomb down and play the post plant perfectly.
And again, apart from the previous times that we have seen URNM Gaming on this map game mode specifically, they have always been contested on the cliff side of the map. Sleepy has always had at least one player looking at them, and Sirens has been able to fly through the north side of the map defensively, of course, to be able to find first blood. Now they're pushed all the way back, and they don't get to dictate the pace of the round. And as you're trying to go for a retake, I would definitely take a Krig 6, an AK-47, a 74U over a 1911. Again, no shade to Sleepy. They've been able to find a lot of kills with the 1911 all day long. But again, they're not specifically being looked at with the boomstick, which has been their most influential weaponry throughout Crossroads Strike on Search and Destroy. Back on offense, we go for them. They will go for that patented A-bomb plant. Sirens will find first blood onto Oryx.
Things will slow down for a quick second here, as it looks like they're going to try to set up here. And now it's going to be Joker just laying close towards the bomb right now. Just going to be watching over. 20 seconds left on the clock. And Vertnex will be moving in. JC checks the crate. Joker with the kill is good for 1, but won't be good for the second. Up top, though, you have everyone watching over you. And now you're going to have Sleepy also checking and making sure no one's going to be on the bomb. A6 tries to press up, but he will just be pinched and locked down here by boxes. Once again, offense coming through here for us. And a map like Crossroads, I would say it's a little bit unorthodox to see every single team winning it on their offenses, but that's certainly what's taken place here so far for us, Andy.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, again, just in the nature of the map, the team that's able to dictate the pace of the round typically will come out on top. Even you saw in the previous defense for URN Gaming, Sirens was still able to find first blood, but because the tempo was set for Roach Gang, once they did fly in towards fire, that BS and D site, they were able to dictate from there on out. They were in control. So now as we move on over towards the offense for Roach Gang again, look at the two players getting aggressive past P2. It's going to be 2. It's going to be Joker, join in likes of Exogen, but JC reads it. It's going to be a trade. 3v3 we go.
JC, I think he reads a second player up top too, but Sleepy manages to find that and get out with his life, but turning for the back door, JC reads it. But now JC's the last one left alive, so this would have to be a full-on ace here, as well as a 1v2 clutch onto Sirens and Sleepy, and well, can't even get at a top plat before I believe it was Sleepy here from behind, able to find that kill. And finally, we'll get ourselves at least a defense going over here. And yeah, Sleepy just hits it. Just so confident. He's got the boomstick in his back. He's got this 1911, which is basically a sub, let's be honest. Able to find this one up close, and well, makes it look easy here in from behind. And finally, a defense will fall through here for URNM Gaming.
6-3 for Sleepy. 8-3 for Vertnex. Oryx on the cusp of joining the agency at 0-5, though they are the dedicated bomb carrier when it comes down to offense. They have been first blooded by Sirens continuously on the defense side. They will now look to swing wide. Sirens, you can see on the minimap again, is looking to do the same Might end up finding a little bit of an angle, but it's JC that does take down Joker for first blood. So this is going to halt up things for the offense. Again, URNM Gaming, they have not parted away from trying to go for this quick plant over at A, but now the bombs drop on the site itself.
Yeah, Sleepy might be the one to pick this up, and well, Vertnex is watching over him, trying to bait out what could be the bomb plant. Not sure if there's a trophy down, but Sleepy does finesse behind the boxes. Exogen tries to pick up the lane for him, but A6 runs through both. And now Sirens, who was dedicated to watching the flank, has to cut through all the members, and JC will smoke things out, hit top control, and find a kill. So as much as we see one defense over, we see the second also go over, and that is the first time we've seen an offense be dropped here for your NM Gaming on this map mode combo.
Yeah, and again, this was just wise for A6. Just knew that Sleepy had given up their post, tried to go over to recover the bomb and try to get the plant itself, but still was able to shut things down from underneath the catwalk through the middle of the map. So this was all wise. Again, Oryx did read that Sirens was on the very northeast side of the map, just played their cover over by the tank side, didn't find any kills, didn't give up any kills either. So a nice heads up play from them as we move over towards the offense for Roach Gang. Again, looking for north side control, but is anybody going to read Joker that is hitting the flank heavily?
That's really the question. A6 looking for it right now. They might have gotten a call out. The Joker is close, but A6 now will give that up. So maybe just a quick check, and Joker actually goes back towards the middle of the map here. JC is going to be watching that. He goes for a wall bang, but everything is going to be going wide. Does not connect, does not get the information, but top peek here from Catwalk. Oryx able to grab himself a kill. Finds Joker, and now it's going to be a 4v3. Make that 4v2. Oryx here with a second in the round. Enough to open things up and create some space here by B as the bomb's going down.
Bomb will be going down here. It's now Sleepy and Exogen. I can only imagine that Sleepy might be playing with a 1911 here, considering we've only really seen them bringing out the boomstick so far. This retake's going to be tough, but Exogen flies in, is able to find two. Sleepy off the off angle with the 1911, is able to find another one, but nobody's able to deal with JC over by the boxes right inside of P1, making this a one-round affair in Roach Gang's favor.
That was looking pretty scary there for a second. Exogen just comes flying through the door, grabs the double. But I mean, this double is really what opens up the map here. I mean, this is a tough gunfight. Sirens, you can see him kind of working in and back for it as he knows he's going to be challenged here very, very soon. And will just get taken down off the back end of the double kill. Great plays all around the board. Oryx also, that was his first 2 kills on the board. And that's enough to send Roach Gang here ahead 4-3. But back over to offense. URNM Gaming. They have finally been shut down by A, so will they opt into yet another A push? The answer is looking to be yes, this time with 2 smokes, I believe. And once again, the same way, Joker just ends up dying because JC's watching that cross, and they've now also lost a second. It looks like there's finally been an answer to shut this down as all 3 players will drop, and it's all the Sirens.
Yeah, it is, in fact, all up to Sirens. They'll find one before A6 puts them down. But again, even off the previous offense for URNM Gaming, I'm truly just scratching my head and thinking, why would you try to go for the same hit? One extra smoke's not going to dissuade JC from just spraying on through towards the bomb site from the middle of the map, which is exactly how they shut down Joker on the previous offense. It happens exactly the same. Try to recover it, URNM Gaming could not, and they have been able to crack the code as far as shutting down URNM Gaming's drive to try to plant at A. And so far, it's going to be Roach Gang up on map point to tie things up 1 apiece in this best of 5. Gonna have to see some spots come through if we even get there, but it's looking like that it might all end up going down, but hitting it aggressively is Exogen and Joker. They find a 2-for-1 trade. Now it's up to Vertnex for a 1v3.
I love that play call. You are never going to expect 3 players hitting your catwalk up the start. Maybe even all 4 it might have been, but either way, last one left alive, middle of the map, not going to matter. Exogen, I believe, the last one to clean that one up here, and that's definitely a way to respond with a fast round. Just absolutely send everyone up the middle catwalk in towards top control. Just flood the map and just get into their side, and that's exactly what they do. Can't imagine you would ever expect that here for Roach Gang. So they're going to have to shake that one off back in towards a round where they might be able to close out here. They don't want it to go to round 11. But here's the question, proper offense. It's really been all A for these guys. They've been shut down back to back. Finally, it looks like the bomb is making its way over towards the north side of the map, which means it could be our very first B push we've seen from the squad.
It will be. Sirens does get first blooded, and you know how this typically ends up going, but Sleepy gets a quick trade. They go towards the 74U, but JC doubles on up. They're now double positive at 10-5, looking to send this to a map 3, tied up 1 apiece for map count. It's just up to Joker. 1v3, a technical 1v4, as they're the only ones that has found a kill so far. Their position scouted out. Oryx will be taken down. 70 HP. Won't be able to get the information that A6 hit the opposite side of the tank. 6-4 will be the final scoreline here on Crossroads Strikes, and we are headed into checkmate control, one map apiece.
Checkmate control. First time we'll see that map mode combo as well, but you can just see JC just locking down the steps. This feels like this position is really everything about this map, especially on the defense. If you get there, if you can win out on those battles, you shut down that push towards B if they cannot trade you out. And JC was not traded there in the end. So great stuff coming around. And it really felt like once you were in gaming, were unable to make their plays happen on offense over beside the A bomb site by Ice. It just felt like they no longer were, willing to kind of adapt or play the map in a different way. They do, of course, in the very last round, but that one just feels forced. And I think that everyone there for the side of JC squad, we're just ready and waiting for like, all right, we shut them down twice by A. We don't see any smokes going down. They're probably making their way over towards B. They read correctly and they're ready for it and they shut it down. So map count is 1-1, ladies and gents. But we got checkmate control coming up here for you guys. We're going to take a small little break. Get ready for that checkmate control. Don't go too far. More action after this.
Let's get saucy!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our $1,000 Call of Duty Cold War tournament here. Of course, all sponsored by Totinos here on Esports Arena. I am Vision, joined with Proper as we get ourselves ready to jump in towards this grand final. It's been a little bit of a break, so if you're just tuning in, series is currently tied here 1-1 between both of our squads. URNM Gaming against Roach Gang. And well, it's been a very tight one. We saw the very first Crossroads Search and Destroy be lost here for URNM Gaming. They took a very tight hard point there for us, just 4 points separating those guys on Garrison hardpoint. And now we go in towards checkmate control to see who is going to be able to pull ahead in the series.
And checkmate control, I mean, we were able to break down Crossroads Strike control. We were able to talk about Moscow control, but checkmate control is just a different beast within the deep nest that is this just control game mode inside Cold War. I've only really seen maybe a handful of offensive round wins, and this is including all the pro scrims that I've been watching, and even through the Farrah Memorial Tournament that happened just last weekend. Austin, it is just so hard to string together zones on this map that even if you are able to somehow get the bottom of the plane in your favor, working your way through the north side of the map, if you have more than just 8 respawns available, you might have a shot, but it's just so tough because just checkmate as a map as a whole, when you're thinking about it, the cross, when you are looking from the south to the north side, where that B control zone is located at, you're just out in the open. There's just so many spots where ARs can absolutely light you up from the tower, even from the wood side, and even from the spawn as well, from the defensive side of the map, that it is very tough that if you are able to get that first zone quickly to then put a few members in power positions to almost set up a spawn camp, that's really the only way. And I'm talking about a spawn camp that's going to last for maybe like 45 seconds, which again, I have rarely seen on this map. So checkmate control, again, is going to be probably a very defense for defense that if an offense ends up coming out of the gates here, I'll eat my words with a smile on my face.
Yeah, offensively, the map feels like there's a lot to watch when you're making it over towards the zone underneath the plane. I absolutely agree with you. And I mean, we've seen in some cases, I think I saw one on checkmate control where we saw a spawn trap take place, but it usually always happens defensively. It doesn't feel like a whole lot of it's offensively. And it almost feels like you have to dedicate like one member to say, okay, once you win those first initial battles in the middle of the map or whatever it might be to be able to break past that 50 yard line, you have to then gun it towards, the spawn off one of the side angles and be able to get yourself back there and then just try and play your life and just be annoying. Like that's the biggest thing. It's like, even if you aren't finding kills, just them searching for you and drawing maybe 1 or 2 members away from where all the action is taking place on the objective is maybe enough to be able to open up for a bit of breathing room to be able to work for progress or stack the zone or whatever it will be. But you definitely have to stack the zone offensively when you get towards the zone underneath the plane, because if you are just keeping one player on it, you already said it, like there's so many angles it feels like you're just going to be exposed from, and it's just so hard to watch all of them without having 5 players on the map compared to 4 for this year in control. So I definitely think that's really the big difference here for us. But I agree, I think every single time I've casted this map, for the most part, unless it's just one team that's really good at control and able to like 3-0 it feels like it always goes towards that round number 5, and you're just in that spot where it's like, okay, are we going to be in round number 4 just playing for kills because we need to start to get the defensive side here for round number 5, or are we going to actually actively go for this win? I think that's kind of the questions teams now need to ask themselves as you get later in towards those control game modes.
Yeah, and just to break down exactly what Austin was just talking about too, that when you are stacking off that first zone, whether it's B or A off of checkmate, you almost want to have a player just to be that player going rogue, as Austin liked to call it earlier. You want to be a pest, and as that pest does end up going down, you're going to end up having one player obviously respawning on the offensive side that then reinforces the zone control, and then that next player has to step up to the plate to then be a pest going on forward. And to be able to find at least 1, if not 2 kills as that rogue-like player, then you're going to be in a really good spot to be able to take these zones very quickly, because you do have to stack them. You got to try to swing the momentum early here in checkmate, that when you do lose that initial squabble right over top of the initial control zone, whichever one you want to hit, or A or B, you're in a really tough spot offensively, and it's very easy for the defense to even then push on forward past the center of the map right into the offensive spawns and then spawn trap you. Even if you do get them out, you're looking at probably losing about 6 to, if not 8 lives within that very small time span.
For sure. And I mean, this map also, comes down to a lot of plane control as well, and it plays off of each other. I feel like the best thing about 4v4 is the ARs and subs really play off of each other when you're looking at, all right, how are you actually moving up on the map and gaining control? Your ARs, of course, controlling the lanes left and right for you. And then it's more up to the subs, unless they're hitting one of the lanes with you with like a smoke or something like that, which wouldn't be the case right now with our current GAs, but maybe in the future you're able to hit that. But really, it's just sending your sub to the plane, getting that control so that you can drop down at any point in time off either wing and be able to at least influence one side or the other. So that's also something you're going to see a lot of, and those little individual battles can play the difference for as far as which team has control of the map and is able to kind of impact the map the most. So something we'll at least call out for you guys as we get ready to jump in towards this one right now. While we're waiting to jump in towards map number 3 for you guys, for anyone that's wondering right now, this entire event, of course, put on by Totinos. And well, if you do exclamation point giveaway in the chat, I think there might be still an extra couple of loot boxes potentially available for you guys. You can see that on the left-hand corner of your screen right there. All you have to do is do exclamation point giveaway, click that link, fill it out, and you can get a loot box sent your way. And then if you do exclamation point power squad, that will give you the chance at winning the big loot box that you can see with the jacket. It's going to have double weapon XP, double XP, dog tags, face mask, you name it, everything coming through in that box. So make sure you guys are also doing that, clicking the link, retweeting it, and having a chance at being able to get entered in and potentially even winning it all. Again, all brought to you by Totinos Pizza Rolls. Now, as we transition back towards the game, it looks like some players are currently having some issues, at least hosting it and getting themselves in towards the lobby here for the time being. But we know it's all getting arranged. It's part of the growing pains of the new game, and being able to get all 10 players, or I guess this time around all 8 players in our observer, in towards the actual lobby and really get them ready to jump in towards things proper, as we're still early in towards the game and servers do play against us here and there.
Look, the servers, they're doing their best, all right? We got challengers going on right now. We got wagers going on. We got tons of different tournaments happening, including this one, too. Everybody's all hyped about Cold War, and not to mention all the public games that are also happening at this current juncture of time. So the servers, look, they're doing their best, all right? Let's just take it easy here and just talk about this matchup just a little bit furthermore. We already know, because this is a best of 5, we are guaranteed ourselves that Crossroads hard point. Of course, that's coming up after this checkmate control, but in a really good spot potentially to send this to a map 5 would definitely be interesting, to say the least. That final search and destroy would be on Moscow, and I would definitely be interested to see both of these teams end up coming out to see how it's going to be played, because as we were setting up, especially for that Crossroads strike, search and destroy, Austin, I'm not going to lie, I had no idea that at least Roach Gang were going to be able to shut down that A push through 2 times over, and you can chalk it up to whether or not it was just URNM Gaming just, all right, well, they got us the first time, but will they be able to get us a second time around? First, it's just Roach Gang continuously reading where their offense was coming from for URNM Gaming. They were able to put URNM Gaming on their back foot. The first time that we've been able to say that for all of their search and destroys, being able to dictate the pace for the search and destroy maps, whether it's Crossroads Strikes or even Miami, this one, of course, happening on Crossroads Strike. I would be interested to see how Moscow would be played out between these two teams, a search and destroy map that we haven't seen between the two, and even that Crossroads hardpoint, because when it comes down to the Roach Gang, with players like Oryx, and you also just have JC also lighting up the kill feed, dictating the pace throughout the entirety of these maps, might just be in their favor. Momentum could definitely shift.
Could absolutely shift for us. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the big swing map for who will be able to gain the advantage here in the grand finals. And it's going to be the battle for the plane right off the start, like I talked about. And it's going to be Oryx moving in, finding the double, and being able to win that over. Finding even a third there already, going and gunning through, as it's going to be Joker's nade that finally will put him to bed. But we will see Sleepy at least touch the A zone here for a very quick moment, start to work for some progress, and it will almost be that first tick coming through as both players will stack it.
Both players will indeed looking to do just that. Well, at least for URNM Gaming, they're looking at accruing towards that second tick. Oryx and 8-6 are able to find 2. JC will now join in the bunch, being able to take down Siren. So the first tick of progress will be all she wrote for the A zone for the time being, not working their way up to deplete that zone progress, just trying to figure out where URNM Gaming are trying to hit next. Exogen, an isolated 1v1 over towards the hallway over here, gets some great help from Sirens, and now this is going to be 2 kills going in the way for URNM Gaming. It's about to be the second tick of progress given over to A.
Second tick coming through, and might just be the third. Exogen waiting, trying to laser down JC, and will do exactly that. Offense definitely coming through here for them, but it will be a contest. Now a fight in a battle, the slide out, not good enough to take the player down. Exogen will secure the zone, puts an extra minute up on the score, and now a chance to be able to press forward here for even some of those spawn kills we talked about. Exogen now deep in towards the spawn here of his opponents. Meanwhile, Sleepy locking down the left lane, knowing the spawn's going to be back tools. So we'll look to watch over this right beside Wood as he checks all the corners. B is going to be worked on. First tick is slowly but surely coming in. There is the challenge, but Oryx and Vertnex both went out on their one-on-ones.
Exogen is still back here, by the way. Was able to find at least one. Now will be expunged of. Asex is able to find their revenge, if you will. But again, giving up the A control zone is such a hard one to give up early. Typically, you'll see B given up, and then a full front defense will come on over towards A. But as we do unfold over towards the B zone, it's going to be interesting to see how URNM Gaming try to bounce back. It's only 2 respawns in between these 2 teams, and you still have plus a minute to be playing with, and they're continuously stopping the clock. Almost the first tick has been gained here, but A6 will take down Joker, just trying to wait for the respawns. Look at the spread on the mini-map as well for URNM Gaming. You got Sleepy towards the back, trying to be that pest, trying to split up for how Roach Gang are setting themselves up for the defense while the 3 other players are trying to hit through the middle of the map. It hasn't worked out fully yet, but Sirens has on top of the zone will be dealt with, and all these kills are going to be good for Roach Gang to send all of URNM Gaming packing.
We'll have to look to stop the time there, and it looked like Joker might have been able to do that, but Sleepy also falls up top in the plane, making it very difficult to regain control. All that time they spent doing it now has to be done again, and A6 is still alive. This AK-74U paying off beautifully for A6 as he's still on a spree, finds himself on 5 in a row, 8-3 now, as Joker is trying to move up to contest A6. Will take him up a bit, but more importantly, you have to worry about the objective. Time is slipping away, and you have about 15 seconds left, and no spawns remaining right now for URNM Gaming. They are absolutely in a tight spot. Joker's going for a desperation flank here behind enemy lines, but still someone has to stop the time here from ticking down, and I don't think that's gonna happen. So defense will be good here for the very first initial round for Roach Gang.
Yeah, and their best look for URNM Gaming to potentially take that offensive round, Austin, was all of the Exogen, who was being that pest in the backside. They only found 1 as far as the spawn trap is concerned, but you have to be able to go big in towards the enemy spawn. Just finding 1 is not good enough because they spawn in a lot of cover, and you saw just what happened. If they're unable to find 1 or 2, if not 3, while doing that spawn trap, then the rest of the team for URNM Gaming aren't going to be able to cut past the middle of the map. It is so open coming out of the spawns defensively once the A zone has been taken by the offense, just to work your way in those power positions, looking underneath the plane, down the hallways, down the lane, everywhere in checkmate. It can be devastating. So now we look at Roach Gang for their offense. It's going to be looking like a B hit early, but the initial 50-50 inside the plane could end up going for either of these 2 teams. JC does find Sirens for first blood, so they're going to immediately hop on top of the B zone.
Yeah, attacking B first, something we have not seen a ton of, and well, this is really why. Sleepy is able to find that kill with ease, pushes all the way through, and now he has a chance to actually find some of these spawners coming off the spawn, where 3 players are starting to move out here, and they realize that they might be under pressure. Sleepy with a bit of an off angle, looking for the players that will be making the rotation in towards one of the zones, but it will be Oryx with the kill. A6 now knows it's safe to press forward. He will be able to combine for what will be 2 kills on this said push, as he pushes up all the way to the front of the zone here, has the cutoff. Teammates also going to be watching here from the side. First tick looks like it might just be coming through. A6 with the challenge will shut down Sleepy and secure the first tick of progress.
A little bit of a split focus coming on through. Had players just pestering over towards the B zone. Like you said, the first tick will end up coming through for A. Now A6 is on a spree. They will get taken down, but I'm sorry, Oryx will be taken down, but A6 still alive here. Tries to go for another one. They're at 13-5, trying to influence to the middle of the map. Those are going to be good kills because now JC can exist on top of the B zone, but Sleepy deals with them from range. Now you got 3 players looking towards the center of the map. Sirens is the lone defender over at A again, where the first tick has been gained. Down to 30 seconds left, and Roach Gang, they are still good as far as respawns are concerned, but they don't have the map pressure to be able to take this zone convincingly.
That's the challenge there. JC will shut it down. So Sirens does fall, and Oryx is just actually happily waiting right now, and it will go for the double stack. I'm a big fan of stacking more than 1 member on the zone. Works towards that progress even faster for you. Oryx has just been doing it the entire time. 14 objective score so far, as that will put him 16-7. That might be the second tick, and it is. Sleepy from the side needs to be good for the kill, and Sleepy will find it. Now finally Blue starting to light up in towards that kill feed for us, as there will be at least a bit of a reprieve here. 20 seconds seconds left for the amount of time you have left to be able to move in towards this zone and stop the clock. Exogen waiting patiently for this push to come through. They still need to grab the other zone as well to add an extra minute of time here. It's a bit of a split focus. Joker will watch over on towards the more important zone. The push comes through. They will win out on one. JC with one, but look at the feed. It's Exogen with two. Oryx now, the last one left alive, ends up doubling up. It's a quick contest, but still under fire. Will be good for Sirens to move through a very intense zone, but won't be able to grab either, getting ever so close, and there will be no final touch in the end.
Yeah, that split focus was so wise coming out from URM Gaming within those final moments, setting 2 players up towards A and 2 players down towards B, because in those final moments, you don't really know for certain which one that Roach gang were about to go hit. They wanted to try to complete the zone control over towards B. It didn't end up happening in those power positions, and coming back into the mix, Exogen and Sleepy did quite well indeed to be able to turn that back on its head. Sirens did a great job of just reading the cross from the A site, or the A zone rather. You have such a good location to be able to read the crosses. As we move back over, previously URM Gaming were able to get the B zone, but were unable to work a spawn trap, so that way they could comfortably push back over towards A. It looks like B wants to be the initial hit again. Sirens for first blood on the A6.
Looking for what could be an offensive round that could play the difference in, well, just hitting the Jets here. 2 players on the right side of the map will push in front of that A point. Unfortunately, we'll be losing one of them. Sirens tries to stay alive as he reflanks top plane. Will also fall. So the play to press forward will kind of backfire a tad bit. Now over towards the A zone once again. Oryx will be playing defense and might also be looking to find some of these spawners coming off of that quick spawn. Still able to move through. His teammate finds himself Joker, and it is all controlled by A, which means attention now turning over towards B as everyone is by the plane. But a great entry here from Sirens turns his attention back over towards the A zone. JC though still playing defense, will lock it down.
A6 off the respawn with the 74. You will be able to find one before they're traded out, but the Semtex is going to be good to find their own trade. So the B zone will now be pushed away. Not even a single tick of progress has been gained. 30 seconds left on the clock for the side of URM Game to be able to take at least one zone and add another minute onto the clock. Oryx, nice little 1v1 onto Exogen. Kill feed. All glowing up in red behind a Sleepy, taking down Verdinex. And now they have a great spot. Look at these 2 players, 6 and 7, JC and Oryx, to try to spawn trap the rest of URM Gaming. Just down to 10 seconds. Player trying to contest up the back stairs for the airplane will be Sleepy, but JC is able to get the trade. And just with 3 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be a miraculous play. If you can touch here just in time, won't be able to get there. So now Roach Gang, with a very strong defense, put themselves up on map point.
Strongest one so far for sure. I mean, there was barely any touches, and I think it's really bold to go for the zone that is not the easiest one to get here. Something we saw a lot of in Black Ops 4 where, all right, let's hit the unfavored zone, try and grab 1 tick of progress, and then work ourselves over towards the other zone. But in this game, you just have such a limited amount of time. When you lose that very first initial push, you just lose so much map control to follow up on it, and you can see how difficult it is to battle out of your spawns, regain, and be able to move towards the zone and actually make some progress here. So Roach Gang now lead 2-1, but they're going to be on the offense, and they last time got pretty close to securing B, but didn't get either zone. They got about 2 out of 3 ticks. We'll see if that is going to be the same strategy moving in towards round number 4. It's JC though up top in the plane, looking to lock things down. Will get a hit marker, throws a trophy out, and everyone now just in this little stalemate as we're waiting to see as it all unravels. But wallbangs come through. Finally, Exogen opens up with the very first kill and grabs A6.
Gonna be at least looking towards that B zone potentially, but all off this kill feed. Gonna be lighting up for blue for the time being, but Oryx comes absolutely to life for 3. 26 and 13 now can shift their focus over towards the B zone. There's only one player here defensively. It's going to be Sleepy. They're playing coy until the reinforcements come on through. Very close here for the defense, but because of the stack, they could end up giving over towards this first take. I say that, but just before it ends up coming through, URM Gaming are able to work their way defensively over towards the B zone. Keep in mind this is all off of JC from their respawn, shifted their focus over towards A, looking to split the resources up ever so slightly, but URM Gaming are not giving JC a single light a day over here. They get the first tick of progress for free.
JC, he is just absolutely big chilling, waiting for someone to challenge, and well, it's just as easy as that. Sleepy challenges, finds it with ease. Second tick might just come through here for JC. Little stun check goes out, followed by a Semtex grenade. Watching down low, watching up top, but the challenge is on the hill. And Exogen with a massive kill to make sure the second tick is not secured. Now looking at about 40 seconds left in our control, and you have to get yourself a chance at being able to move over towards one of these zones, stopping the clock and adding an extra minute up. Joker, though, shuts everything down by B, wins that one-on-one gunfight. Now we'll see Vertnex also move in, find Sleepy here from the side. Quick contest on the hill. 2 kills are going to be good for Vertnex, but Exogen from the side again, looking to play defense, will be able to grab one, but JC with the trade will be good.
Oryx will now be shifting their focus over towards A, trying to get the second tick of progress while players are still focused over towards B. It's a 1-for-3 split, but Sleepy does take down Oryx. JC is able to find 2 on the back end. Sirens does find a nice little trade, but JC is popping off. They're at 4 straight, 25 and 15 so far. Now trying to at least defend things off so that way ticks can get through to B, where we're now just about 15 seconds away before we go towards a 5th and final round. Now the last-ditch offense ends up coming through from Roach Gang. 7 respawns remaining, trying to shift their focus over towards the B zone, pressing on forward. A6 able to find a nice little kill over towards Sleepy and doubles up over here with JC. And so far, so good, working up towards the second tick of progress of B.
Look at the spot A6 is, and he's covered here from his right. They can't exactly angle him or take him down. They have to go for the full flood challenge. And B is still going over. Exogen will slide across the boxes, but A6 still alive, tucked away in the corner, waiting for the challenge. And look at this, B gets secured, the more difficult zone, and now it might just come down to lights. Both teams having about 3 lives remaining, but A6 on a rampage finds both players here by B, picks up the AK, and will look for the spawn kills.
We'll be looking for that Joker on the heady. We'll think twice about challenging that. Semtex ends up coming through, and A6 is just about to push this. They know that Joker's stuck down behind this box and is able to turn around, is able to double on up. Oryx is right there to be able to get the team shots needed. No respawns remaining now for URNM Gaming. 1 respawn in the bank now for Roach, as they do have 40 seconds left to play. And you can absolutely play for the kills too if you are for Roach Game to go up 2-1 in the map count for this grand finals. And it's just up to Sirens and Exogen. And Sirens goes down. It's just up to Exogen now in a 1v3. Is able to find one on an A6. JC and Vertnex looking for this last remaining player of Exogen, and they will find them as Roach Gang are able to close out the offense here on Checkmate Control, winning it out 3-1.
Props to Roach Gang. It is not easy to take offense in controls, and I mean, we talk about Moscow, we talk about Checkmate. These are definitely the most difficult maps to get to the unfavored zone. The zone that is going to be right underneath the plane is what they go for. They stick to their guns. They say, listen, we're not interested in this A zone over here that's easier to get. We want to get the more difficult zone because we know in the end, if it goes to round 5, we're probably going to have defense based off the kills. And I mean, we saw it there. Everyone was just absolutely slaying out. Massive plays there from A6 coming off of what was a crazy little hold there by that B zone, able to secure it, lock it down, goes on the spree, goes on that rampage near the end. It's enough to be able to create enough of a life lead in their favor to close that one out. And that's exactly what they play for, and that's what they execute on. Just a phenomenal control. We said it before even going in. We're not even really sure how many times we've seen teams actually take offense on this map. Well, they're able to do it. And not only that, but they're going back in towards another respawn here for us proper. And well, the very first one, if you happen to miss it, it was a 4-point differential on Garrison Hardpoint. It was 250 to 246. Came down to the wire. Came down to the final tick on that P1 hill before the PT rotation took place on Garrison, and it ended up swinging the way of URNM Gaming. But now they're on the back foot, Andy. They're now backs up against the wall. They haven't won one of these tournaments yet. They've gotten closer and closer and closer, and they need to clutch up in this map 4 in order to send things to a search and destroy.
Is it going to make you wipe the sweat off your brow? You make sure that your hands aren't too sweaty so you can grip the controller firm. And you got to go inside this crossroads strike hard point and just being able to control the pace throughout the entirety of it. We're going to be looking at players like Sleepy and Joker as well as Sirens from URNM Gaming to try to clutch things up to be able to dictate said pace when you are looking at rotations on the map, because 1 to 2, quite easy. Trying to battle for the east side of the spawns, not so much. You will probably see it flip about 2, if not 3 times, given how P1 typically ends up going. But we're mostly looking at the hills 3 and 4. If you're able to string together hills 3 and 4, you're going to be in the driver's seat to be able to control the entirety of the hard point for Crossroads Strike. But I'm not going to lie here, Austin. The way that we've been seeing JC lock down these shots, A6 and Oryx just absolutely lighting things up, especially for in those final moments of the checkmate control. it's going to be really tough for URM Gaming. It's an uphill battle for sure, but they're going to win this out here to send it to a Moscow Search and Destroy.
Yeah, they have to bounce back. They have to bounce back mentally and get themselves ready to go in towards this, because if they want to win, they have to win 2 more maps here. And I'm not worried about them resetting. I think they've had a couple of really close maps. They got kind of countered, and finally there was an answer towards their big shutdown and, their big play over beside the A-bomb on Crossroads Search and Destroy. Checkmate. They end up getting worked a little bit here on a couple of these rounds, and they just end up falling too far behind in the lives as you would have it anyway going towards the round 5. So they've made some mistakes, but there's still a chance to be able to bounce back here for this map number 4. Like you're talking about, things can snowball out of control very, very quickly on a map like this. And if you're able to chain some of these hills together, win out on these spawns, which sometimes only takes 1 or 2 kills in towards the back, and they're spawning across the map, as much as it's maybe not a long journey back towards the hill, it certainly is going to influence the numbers for as far as you're spawning closer than they are. So you can usually come out on the trades more effectively. And a huge part of this map as well is, is watching over catwalk, making sure that rotations aren't going to take place very easily from weapons to control. These little things are really where your ARs need to come into play to make sure that you're going to be able to lock things down and allow your subs to roam freely. Because when you get yourself into a position on this map where your subs are able to roam freely and able to slay out, and you can simply sit in hill and just allow your players to be able to control the map for you and play this roaming role or going rogue role, whatever you want to call it, when you have the ability to have someone on this team that can do this for you, it makes things so much easier. And you are just sitting in the hill collecting points, allowing your players and your teammates to slay out there for you. That's what we're watching for here, and really we'll see if it ends up coming together for either one of these squads, but more importantly, your NM Gaming need it to come together if they're seeing that map number 5.
That's absolutely the case, too. And you got to be able to, again, just come in here with a clean slate, just be able to play your game, just absolutely slay out. We've been able to see them do it a seamless amount of times throughout the entirety of the day. The same could be said about Roach Gang on the other hand, but we're mostly looking for URM Gaming to be able to step up and being able to knock it out of the plates or knock it out of the park, rather. As we end up seeing, again, for Crossroads Strike as a hard point, even from URM standpoint, when it comes down to just how well they've been able to play hard points, whether we're looking at Garrison for this best of 5 for map number 1, whether we're looking at Moscow earlier on, they're always able to be there for rotations, and they know the exact position to be able to put themselves on. But it's enough chit chat here, Austin. We are headed on into what potentially could be the final map of Grand Finals, map number 4, Crossroads Strikes Hardpoint. Between these two teams, Roach Gang up on series point, URM Gaming looking to bounce back to send it to a map number 5.
Sirens going to be watching the middle of the map, as it will be his teammates just collecting time. Sleepy does go for the challenge, but that will be 4 down here. Excellent move coming through for Roach Gang, and that's really the momentum probably being carried off of that last map, winning an actual offense here. Beautifully put together off the first initial hits. Now it's going to be scrap time fought for. About 15 seconds left on P1. Joker trying to get through, but Vertnex says, no, I'm watching the angles. I got things on lock. Just sitting tires. We'll wait for that regen to come through, and it's actually going to be Oryx who finds that last player. But they are going to be spawning in the back. Just one more player alive back there will be Joker, trying to stay alive to see if he can get his teammates to spawn on him.
Man, if Roach Gaming are counting off the respawns, and surely they must know that at least Joker is back here, but I don't think that they ended up doing the latter of that too, my friend, as Joker's going to be able to find at least one. Now just 2 players inside of this P2 area, and here comes the Swarm coming out from URM Gaming. And just one more player standing. It's Oryx is able to find one. JC is here to get some help, but Exogen, the quick swap to the 1911 is going to be able to be good to be able to find that last player. So P2 has been broken, and in control so far are URM Gaming, but the hit's about to be coming through from the Roach Gang. Very scrappy going back and forth here on P2, but so far getting the better part of it all is URM Gaming.
They're getting the best of it, and now they might get the best of the last 20 seconds here, as A6 is going to sit here and wait for the spawns to come in the back. Excellent read here. Joker is back here, so there is still a chance to flip these spawns out and make the rotation happen, but not before, I believe, the players hold their kill cams here. Very wise for URM Gaming to make sure they don't continue to spawn in the back here right behind P2. So we move across the map, and you have player number 5 up here controlling Cliff. That's going to make sure that you hold on towards those spawns. Having one player up there is very important, and then you want Exogen pushing up the sides here, pushing up the left lane, being able to fight for these players that are going to be spawning here close towards the hill. Exogen doesn't find the kill, but he gets the info, and now we'll see if they can lock the setup down.
And again, we're looking for 3 to 4. It is not that far of a rotation, but if you're able to string together 3 to 4, if not hold on towards the 4 spawns, then you're going to be in a great spot ahead of the second set of hills. JC, last-ditch effort, but Vertnex comes back into the mix and does take down Sirens. So P3 has been a scrappy one, but it seems that Roach Gang have been able to get a lot of the time. Given all of that, it's still URNM Gaming in control of P4 spawns, and this is about to be a really tough break. Gotta be careful with how far forward you push their Exogen. They will be traded out, and luckily enough, you still have the north and south spawns on the east side of the map. You gotta try to read this properly if you are Exogen, because now you are spawning all the way by P2, knowing that this could be an opening for Roach Gang to try to break in towards P4, that there are only 2 players here defensively.
In the back, though, A6 does get behind Sleepy. He knows there's players to his left, so A6 needs to stay alive as long as he can because his teammates are all spawning down low, and A6 is able to grab one before he will fall, but his teammates are going to be hitting a bit of a right side here, and you can influence the street spawns if you're able to get in from behind. I believe that is going to be JC, and JC is good for 2. Spawns now should be over behind P1 if he's able to stay back here, but they're actually still spawning right on the hill. Some of the players will be in, but look at that. Vertnex is going to line up 3. Busts on through the cliffside, finds the opening, and is able to secure the rest of the time, as well as continue this spree forward. 14-6 right now for Vertnex, as he's already trying to move for the spawns in P2.
Looking at about a 113-67 scoreline ahead towards the second set of hills. Double positive there for Vertnex as their spree does get put to rest. 12-8 for JC, and A6 is at 17-9 on a 5 spree, just pushing straight in towards the faces of URNM Gaming. Now, they will be put down, but still, you're looking at min-map control. So far, so good for URNM Gaming. Well, you also have player number 5, that's Sirens, being able to anchor out the P2 spawns. Might be in a little bit of an off-screen isolated 1v1, but P1 has been heavily in control for URNM Gaming, but here comes the push from Roach Gang. JC finds 3, as they're now on a 4 spree, 16-9 for them.
JC just absolutely been incredible so far on the day, looking to bring home another chip here at one of these tournaments. Will fall as that push does start to unfold here out front, but A6 will be able to respond with 2. Oryx cut and will be cut down on this rotation, but A6 still alive. 20-11 now, moving in for the pistol. What could be a snapper onto Sleepy, but Sleepy will deal with A6 here on this rotation, as well as the second. Both objective players will fall down, and this will be an early rotation, at least gifted over towards URNM Gaming for the time being. But now they need to actually lock down this time and hold the setup. That's the most difficult part. Joker here watching the front will see Vert next, but he knows that spawns are being influenced in the back here. So player number 8, that Sleepy off screen, has to get some work done, but inside the hill will be Joker. Wins that gunfight onto Oryx, but now will fall here as the push is starting to come through ice.
30 seconds left of P2, and now we're going to start looking over towards the west side of the map, and look at the spawns coming out for players number 1 and 3, Vertnex and A6. Now they have a decision to make. Do we fly through Catwalk, or do we just try to reinforce the north side of the map? It looks like that it will be a little bit of both, considering that they're still getting west side spawns, and this is going to be a really big opportunity coming out from Exogen, who does able to find one. This is all while P2 is still being dictated by URNM Gaming, now diminishing the lead to just about sub 20 seconds. So in a great spot to try to fly on over towards P3, which is about to populate just in about 5 seconds or so, and this amount of kills is about to be massive. They're about to be turning scrap into initial time, and Sleepy is here for the initial time, but nobody's going to read Vertnex hitting it from the back stairs. But look at the spawns and how they flipped Austin. Now URNM Gaming are in control of the west side of the map.
This is so close. Back and forth, Andy. 143, 142. JC will win that first kill, moving here across the map. And this is not an easy setup to break through. You have to push through the street side and then get yourself in towards the back for the spawns. They have found the first 2. Oryx finds the kill right inside, and this will be followed by A6. Everyone wins their one-on-one gunfights, and look at those red arrows. They spawn across the map. Control on the first hit coming through. Roach Gang now will flip back in favor of having that lead. A6 from up top finds yet another double on the 4 spree, looking to find 3, but Joker says no. Opens up with a double of his own in the hill. Back and forth once again. URNM Gaming will retake the lead, but we look towards P4, and all those blue arrows are already set up in the back.
And it's not the sexiest KD ratio coming out from URNM Gaming, but damn are they good at fighting out for these rotations and putting themselves in spots where they're able to find the breaks, but in control of the money hill. That's P4. Look at Roach Gang and how they're split off entirely across from the west side of the map. JC included. Over top of the barrels, get a couple along with A6 for 3. A6 will be traded on out, but still those 3 players coming out from URNM Gaming have spawned all the way over by P2. All up by their lonesome over here is Exogen. Their position has been more than scouted out, but this is more than enough time in the small map of Crossroads strike that the reinforcements are about to be here. But again, the power positions are all here for Roach Gaming. They're spawning inside of P4. They're turning this into about 40 on plus. We're still looking at about 20 on plus seconds inside of this fourth hill. Ahead up towards the third set of hills, Austin, we're looking at eclipsing past the 200-point margin plus more for Roach.
This entire setup has been because of JC in the back. He watches that entire left lane as well as the close door moving out towards the back here. And meanwhile, Oryx has just been sitting on the point once again, doing that objective worth already 2 minutes and 30 seconds inside of the hill. And now they'll look to make the rotation in towards P1. A6 finds the first one. Trophy will go down. Oryx with the challenge from outskirts will look to tag up the player, but it's Vertnex with 2. The break. Every single time they come up the last hill, they're able to find these very fast breaks, and now it's going to be P1 time that you can't allow to go over. URNM Gaming, they have to make their way over towards P1 and get themselves inside, and Sleepy with a massive 2-piece in the middle of the map will make sure time is not going over for free. But Exogen now, it's up to him to lock things down, as well as URNM Gaming have to look towards this rotation.
It was already an uphill battle being down a map ahead of this best of 5 series, but now being down this many points, it's 50 seconds in between these two teams back in control of P1 and control of the east side of the map. That even if URNM Gaming come and break inside P1, P2 still has to be a consideration for them. A6 doubles on up. Vertex is right there to find a third after Exogen ended up finding at least one, but now they have to fly, Austin. They gotta try to get inside of this P2 spawn, this P2 area, and they're not able to do this too easily. Last 2 players remaining, and Exogen Joker, they find all 4!
Joker with a massive couple of kills, but is it enough? No one can move in any further. And there you have it. Roach Gang, they are good with the last 3 maps of the best of 5. Able to take this one home, bring it out on Crossroads Hardpoint, and that is enough to be the champions here in week number 3.
Absolutely amazing coming out from Roach Gang. That previous offensive round win from Checkmate Control, again, that was hard enough within its own self. They also lost the opening hardpoint by 4 points. They stopped URNM Gaming's impenetrable A push on Crossroads Strike, Search, and Destroy, and they shut down their A plant 2 times on over, and then we go to the Crossroads hardpoint where they are just in firm control. Oryx, A6, Verdenex, and JC, they just could not be stopped. All of them, if not past 30 kills, they were just darn close. Fantastic work coming out from them. They have worked so hard for this in this tournament alone. They absolutely deserve the win.
I do, and JC puts up his second championship so far, 2 out of 3, pretty darn good, if I don't say so myself. And I mean, you have to kind of give another pat on the back to Oryx. I feel like this is really the player that I think, steals all my attention, because he's not the one, always dropping the most amount of kills, but he's always doing the objective work. I mean, someone like a great comparison like TP from Complexity back in the day, we have someone just sitting on the point, doing the objective work, winning those very influential and impactful gunfights that, don't get as much credit because they're not 2 and 3 pieces, but those one-on-ones that go the distance. And that is something that we got from Oryx so far on the day, just able to rack up so much objective scores, so much time. Just big props to this guy bringing this one home, as well as everyone else all around them. But ladies and gentlemen, that was our grand finals, of course, that just took place. We had Roach Gang here coming out on top, but we still have more for you guys. We got a post show coming up just a little bit after this, so we're going to take a quick breather, settle down here from that grand final, and let our analysts take over here for the rest of the show. We'll be right back after the break.
Let's get it. And we are back. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This was your $1,000 Week 3 tournament for Call of Duty Cold War, brought to you by Totinos Pizza Rolls. It's Puckin alongside Lottie and the great Miles, the Ross Boss. Miles, we were giggling the entire day. We saw some great plays. We heard some great commentary. This was a fantastic tournament. And to be honest, I was kind of blown away by the caliber of play we just saw.
We saw a little bit of everything today. It was fantastic. As you said, we were giggling a couple of times. We saw some dig big energy throughout the day, which was very fun, I will say. We had good play all around. We got through a lot. There we are. No slips of the tongue, no nothing. But we had a good day. That was some good gameplay. Finals was lit. That checkmate control was a banger. It was very
As
good.
You guys know, you were watching the stream all day. We had giveaways for you, and we just want to remind you that the sweepstakes are not done. We are going through December 21st. So you haven't done it already, guys, go to TotinosPowerSquad.com. There you can play the instant win game for an in-game code like Miles and I have been rocking. Also, you'll be in the running for some sweet stuff like the premium crates. And speaking of those premium crates, guys, we are giving 4 away to the winning team, the Roach Gang, getting hooked up. They get jackets like Miles and I. They've got the in-game codes for 40 hours of double XP, some bonus emblems, and more, all in the game, thanks to our friends at Totinos. You too, though, could be a winner. Once again, the website is TotinosPowerSquad.com, or simply put in ! giveaway in the chat right now. But with that aside, we got to take a look at the bracket and how we got to this moment, because the Roach Gang did not have an easy road. Their opponents, I thought coming in, Unreal Nightmare was on fire. They didn't drop a single map until we got to that grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty wild, isn't it, to think about how well this team have done, and obviously meeting their match in the grand finals. And I think, Miles, for you have seen many a grand final in your time as a commentator, as somebody who lives, breathes, and just dreams about Call of Duty, especially in this new title right now, because everyone's still trying to find their feet. They're trying to see what works. Things were working out for Unreal Nightmare Gaming until they met Roach Gang. Now, what from what you saw in the grand final there, what kind of went wrong, or maybe just what kind of didn't work out in terms of that matchup for Unreal Nightmare?
Look, Roach Gang were just one step ahead, almost in every situation. They also had the clutch factor, something that we talk about a lot in Call of Duty. When the going gets tough, when the chips are down, who comes out on top? And it was Roach Gang. Oryx, A6, JC, and Vertex, they went huge. I mean, at one point, I was thinking like JC, our Lord and Savior. He's one of the greatest slayers we throw in the competition today. Oryx was an objective mastermind, A6 was going crazy clutch as well. Yeah? And Vertex, in Search and Destroy in particular, he was the guy putting up some of the biggest numbers for his team, some of the largest KDs. I was just a big fan overall of the team. They brought it together fantastically on the day.
Let's go back and take a look back at some of the highlights here. And I'd actually love to start with Roach Gang, because as we mentioned, they had the tougher road. And before the show kicked off, I said, there's 2 teams I want to look at. Roach Gang, that's JC and the boys. And then I want to look at Team Diverge, because I knew they were going to be comboing 2 squads into a super squad for this event. I thought they would go top 4. Both teams did, as they were fighting for the $1,000 prize pool. That semifinal was back and forth. And Miles, you were calling it out. As we were watching the gameplay, each team had some really smart players that were doing a great job on the rotation. This man, Sleepy, was getting the job done with the diamonds.
Sleepy was the guy you really want to have on your team in the hard points. He was first in on every rotation. He rotated very, very well. Again, Moscow's a big map. It takes a while to get across it. Sleepy was there every single time, whether he was winning those hard point rotations, whether he was winning the gunfights in on the point. He was the guy you really needed to be there at the right time, and he always was. So big props to Sleepy. He played fantastically all the way to the finals. It was a really, really good showing from him.
Yeah, Unreal Nightmare able to take a 2-0 win over Night's Watch. Congratulations, Night's Watch, on making it into the semifinals of this tournament. We hope to see you again next week. But I feel like this combo of Sleepy, Exogen, Joker, and Sirens, Sirens, however you want to pronounce it, I think these are going to be the 4 players we could see at least in the semifinals, if not another grand finals next week if they keep it up. A few small mistakes throughout the gameplay, but in the semis, they had the clutch factor as well. This one came down to the wire, and you can see in the hard point, it was about a 20-point difference going into the final 2 points. Well, Unreal Nightmare was able to shut it down. If you're looking at an individual performer, was there a star in this matchup for you, Lottie?
I think for me, honestly, my eyes were constantly flickering to Sleepy. You know, Miles mentioned it. He was absolutely phenomenal. And I think for me, coming into this tournament, I did mention that what I was looking for was a well-oiled machine. I certainly saw some Totinos machines, that is for absolute certain. And I think, you know, Sleepy was a major cog in that machine for Unreal Nightmares. And I think I just enjoyed watching the cohesion of that team and what Sleepy brought individually to it. And I think individually, of course, he's fantastic and he's a star, but it really helped to gel them together as a roster. So I really did enjoy his gameplay, and I'm excited to see what this team may bring next week. So that's really cool too.
Absolutely. And you got to take a look at the Miami map. This search and destroy was a blast to watch. And Miles, you were making the argument that this could be a map that we see all season long. I know a lot of people are on the bubble. Is Miami going to be in? Do we need to practice it? Are you liking this map after watching it more today?
Dude, I'm slowly but surely becoming a big Miami fan. I mean, I really enjoyed watching the search here. I'm not so sure what we're going to be doing for the CDL yet. Again, the rules are ever changing. We're still working on all that stuff. But like, I really enjoyed the show that Night's Watch and Unreal Nightmare put on here. And I think in particular, we're talking about a play to look out for. Heinz was a guy winning massive individual gunfights in this map for me. We saw a highlight there where he won one of the most awkward 1v1s I've ever seen on those stairs by B-Bomb. Hey, the game's young. The game is young, and there's plenty of room for someone to make it work. But that was a tough one to win. I'm proud of the boy. That was good. That was real good.
That was a fantastic matchup, and that was just one of two semifinals. Let's show you what was happening on the other side of the bracket, because JC and the Roach game were coming in hot. They didn't drop a single map before the semifinal, but this was their biggest test when they had to face off against Juju Smith-Schuster's Team Diverge. Now, I totally butchered the last name. Sorry for the there's Smith-Schuster. But Juju's the man, and I was looking at this squad. We could not take our eyes off of Straight Bussin'. This was a guy who I believe in the quarterfinals was going for 720 no scopes with the sniper rifle in a live S&D in a tournament match.
Amazing.
I was looking it up on Twitter. He's also CEO of Team Diverge, teaming up here with another squad as they bring in a 4-man team for this week 3 event. I thought they put on a great show for us, quite a lot of entertaining moments, and everybody, especially Wavy and Straight Bussin', really impressed me with their gunplay.
Gunplay all
yeah,
around,
I think these guys were phenomenal. These guys were absolutely phenomenal. Sorry, Miles, I'm cutting you off there. I was going to ask you a quick question.
They all got the gunny. They all got the gunny. That's it. That's all I can say. They were all great. It was teamwork, needs a couple of moves here or there, but otherwise there were straight beams.
Well, what do you think? You know, looking at Roach Gang, of course, they did go the distance and they did take the tournament, definitely by storm as well. But coming up against Team Diverger, we know we have confident players here. We've seen what Straight Bussin' can do. He oozes confidence, especially with a sniper in his hand here. What do you think that they just couldn't put up against Roach Gang here? What do Roach Gang have that Team Diverge doesn't?
I think it's the small talk. Like, again, I talked about it at the very start of the day. Vision's picked up on it a few times through the cast. Like, I think it really comes down to those little moments like, I'm doing this. Where are you? Where's the enemy team? What kind of decisions are we making in these moments? And it's very, very difficult. This game has a very small time to kill. Like, people go down pretty quick. A mistake can really cost you in 4v4 as well. Last year in 5s, you could kind of get away with making mistakes because there were so many players on the field. Now, a single death, a single spawn flip, these have dire consequences for these players and teams. So in my opinion, I think it was just it was communication. It was a couple of decisions here or there, very, very small moments that are incredibly difficult to come back from, again, without decent comms. So honestly, I think Diverge should stick together and he should keep playing. I think a little bit of practice here or there, and they're going to be able to climb up and really compete because let's face it, they gave Roach Gang a really good run for their money. This was a really exciting series to watch, and I want to see more.
And this control game was so fun for me because, you know, we were watching A6, we were watching JC drop bombs in the kill feed earlier in the night. But then there was Oryx, the man who is just simply in the hill. I heard Vision say it and I was annoyed because I was like, I wanted to have that point. I felt like Oryx was playing the TP role. The guy was in the hill. He was on the objective, but he was also picking up the kills. He had the gun skill to back up the brains, and it's not very often that a commentator is able to like latch on to an objective player. Oryx gave you a reason to stay on his screen because the man was fragging out. He turned up at the start of that game 3. And then, of course, his teammates coming in, everyone in the final moments, especially the big V plays there in the final 2 minutes. He went on, I believe, a 6 streak to close out the game. It was the best way to shut down your game 3 of the semis. But that all led up to our grand finals. And going into a best of 5, we were talking behind the scenes. We were wondering, is this going to a game 5? Miles, you were pretty confident in the Roach Gang. In fact, you were willing to bet 2 of your Walmart Totinos pizza roll packages, which have codes on it, that I was going to redeem if I won. Why were you so confident on Roach Gang as we take a look at some of their highlights?
I just thought, again, the gun skill was there, and they seem to have a really great understanding early on of how Cold War plays. You know, like, they just look strong. They look like nothing could go wrong. And another little stat I want to bring up about Oryx. You were absolutely right, Chris. And in your defense, I've been in the call with you all day. You did say he was a lot like TP a few hours ago. Like, hours before Vision said it on broadcast. But great minds think
I
alike.
have the same brain. It's okay. We can be even here.
Called
It was
it.
beautiful.
Called
It was a beautiful moment. But again, Oryx was the kind of guy, if you go back to that checkmate control, he was doubling his team's objective engagements, his kills in on players from the point or from the point. He was absolutely nailing that one. It's a really smart player, really objectively minded. We love to see that one. But I just felt that Roach Gang, they had an edge, man. They had a real edge. And I think we called it. It was the Garrison hardpoint. That was where we laid the bet for the codes. And it was like, this was going to be, in my mind, a real close, maybe not a close one, bit of a blowout. I was leaning towards it. And in the end, the most fantastic turnaround there from Unreal Nightmare Gaming. It was huge to see that one happen and made the finals much, much more exciting for us. But I genuinely did believe Roach Gang. They had it from start to finish. I just thought they were going to be the better team. It just like that little inch was just going to be more special for them.
I mean, it was certainly phenomenal, to say the least. And I think when it came to Roach Gang, especially, I think, you know, the kind of mindset that these guys had, they really knew their roles. And I think that was so obvious straight from the beginning, watching them throughout the tournament, is that obviously Oryx, huge objective player, able to also slay out. But then we had the rest of our players being able to slay the way, also getting time as well when it came to respawns. I mean, where did you think their strengths lie, Miles? Did it really lie in the respawns for you? Were you impressed by the S&D play too? Are they this all-rounded team that maybe we're going to be seeing in future tournaments here?
I would say a resounding hell yeah, man. They look great. They really did look good across all the game modes. I think, you know, they had some close matches here or there. Again, a few mistakes. The Garrison hardpoint, a great example of that one. But generally in the Search and Destroy, things look pretty solid for them. They took down a team that were dominant throughout Search the whole day. Unreal Nightmare, they were looking great there. Sleepy's Playground, checkmate. He was put to bed. He didn't stand a chance against the Roach Gang. So I think they're a well-rounded team. I think everyone knows their roles, clear-cut, defined. I think they look strong. And again, a couple of mistakes here or there. Small talk maybe fixed is that one. Get back into those custom games. Get back in the lab. We'll see you next time.
Man, we had such a
Absolutely.
good day. And Lottie, we had some fantastic tunes throughout the day, and we learned something awesome from our producers. Pizza Roll has been lighting up the Spotify world.
Oh yeah, it has indeed. And you know what, folks? I'm just going to share this now. It's a confession. Look, if you're an upcoming chef like myself here, still learning our cooking game, it's okay. It's all right to admit it. But I've got to say, I'm very, very impressed that Totinos have made it so much easier for us learning girls and guys, because they've created this epic playlist from ice to fire, a countdown to epic snacking. That's right. Just head on to Spotify, check it out. And it is the exact time it takes to get through this playlist as it is to cook your Totinos pizza rolls in the oven. I mean, what more could you want? You're jamming out to tunes, you're cooking the pizza rolls, and at the end of it, not only are you feeling good after this awesome playlist from Spotify here, but you get to eat your snacks, and it is awesome. So that is fantastic, and I honestly, I would vouch to go and check that one out. It's been playing throughout the tournament. It's been great vibes. So love that. And so yeah, you can jam while you cook, which is fantastic. So thank you so much, Spotify, Totinos. You guys are chef's kiss.
I'm going to be jamming out to the Quest song, you know, the one that reminds you of Zelda. I was getting in the mood over the slow motion highlights. Shout out to production. In fact, Miles, we got so many people to shout out. So many people brought you tonight's show. Not only did we give out $1,000 to our top 3 teams, we sent out 4 premium loot boxes, and we're not done. This is just week 3 of 4.
There's so much still. The giveaway is still going on. And again, everyone involved, you know, thank you to Walmart, thank you to Totinos, thank you to the Esports Arena, and you for watching the whole thing. It's been amazing. Don't forget, you can still unlock that bonus in-game content with every purchase of specially marked Totinos bags from Walmart. I'm talking double XP, boys and girls. I'm talking double XP weapon tokens. If you want to go on that grind, you want to get that dark matter, you want to get that dark matter, Aether, Ultra, DM. It's the name changes every year. This is the way to do it. And actually, you can double that by buying the mega bags. This is the 130 count bags. That is a lot of Totinos pizza rolls, but that's not a problem.
That's only like 30 of them right there.
We're talking 130 30 of them. We're talking all the way with Tiffany Pop at Totinos Mountain. And that comes with even more XP. So get to Walmart, get yourself some Totinos, and get ranking up. We'll see you in Nuketown, eh?
I love it. Lottie,
Love
can we
it.
see that one more time? Was that a cake plate for your Totinos rolls?
Yeah,
Lottie's
yeah.
up there,
I
right?
told you, I've been working on my chef game.
I had my
it's
bowl.
the presentation. It's delicious.
I love it.
Mm.
I ate all of mine already. It's all gone.
Ah,
Lottie, with that
What a way
said,
to
I
end
think
the
it's
night.
time to wrap this awesome evening.
it is. And I have
Doing.
with a pizza roll in my mouth. I just want to say, gents, thank you so much for joining us today. It has been, oh, that's delicious. That is gorgeous. It's been an absolute pleasure to have both of you here by my side. It has been fantastic. Chilling out, giggling, eating some rolls, watching all the action with you. And folks at home, I hope you guys have enjoyed snacking and watching. We have certainly had a blast doing it as well. And a massive, massive congratulations to Roachcan for winning this week's tournament. Now, Miles and crew will be back next Saturday to bring you more Cold War action. So hold on to your Totinos, and we'll see you guys next week.